Song Shi, because of her father, had no choice but to enter a contract marriage with this man. Thinking about what happened in the private room yesterday, Song Shi seemed a little annoyed. After all, she was indeed his wife. If she lost face, he would get angry too. After putting on her work uniform, she walked towards the office. Before she even entered, she heard roaring from inside. Han Chunming, who do you think you are? You think by clinging to Song Shi's coattails, you too can run rampant in Xinhuan? Han Chunming was so angry she was speechless. She was no match for her. Song Shi pushed the door open and walked in. Since when is it your turn to speak in Xinhuan? Seeing her best friend appear, Han Chunming ran over aggrievedly and said, Rin Shuang is insisting on discharging Dong Dong. Dong Dong was one of Song Shi's patients. How could an outsider interfere? Rin Shuang said in a tone that begged for a slap. Your patient has overdue hospital fees. You should have been kicked out long ago. Song Shi slammed her hands on the table. Dong Dong is only 6 years old. If he's discharged, he'll die. Rin Shuang really knew how to rub salt in the wound. Knowing full well that Song Shi's father was under investigation, she said, then have your dad come out and save him. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. A fight was about to break out. The appearance of an old man broke the stalemate. Oh, everyone's here. Little Song, come with me for a moment. Rin Shuang watched Song Shi's departing back. Although she was very unhappy, she couldn't act out in front of the dean. I heard that last night. Xiao Jisheng of Highway Group said he would support us with 10 million. The dean clapped his hands, his face blooming into a smile, and said, I'll leave this matter in your hands. Song Shi had a troubled expression because that man didn't want to see her at all. The dean immediately added, as long as this can be negotiated, you'll pass the professional title evaluation for the second half of the year. However, Song Shi rejected this kind offer. Dean, I don't need the professional title evaluation. I only have one request. The next day, Song Shi went to the Highway Group building. However, the front desk wouldn't let her in. The moment they heard she was Song Shi, they directly refused her. It seemed Xiao Jisheng had given instructions early on. No wonder he said to Song Shi that day, I only guarantee your personal safety. I can't be bothered with anything else. To see the man, Song Shi decided to take a gamble. She stood at the top of the stairs and fell backward without fear. This might be the most miserable female lead I've ever seen. It's as if life played a huge joke on her. Her father was just taken down, and she was immediately arranged by the vice dean to drink with a business partner. Toasting was one thing, but the business partner was arrogant enough to say, if Dr. Song can have a cross-cupped wine with me, I'll lower the price of that batch of equipment a little more. Song Shi didn't look up, but her peripheral vision involuntarily drifted to the man at the head of the table, directly opposite her. As they were forcing Song Shi to drink the cross-cupped wine, the man finally spoke up. He said coldly, hold on. I didn't know female doctors nowadays also have to supervise. After a few seconds of silence in the PR room, the business partner put his arm around Song Shi and replied with an apologetic smile, Brother Sheng, it's a misunderstanding. She's mine. Song Shi immediately shook off the partner's hand. The business partner started cursing directly, MB, you think you're the vice mayor's daughter? What's with the attitude? Song Shi almost fell to the ground. Xiao Jisheng was actually behind her to catch her. Song Shi thought, is he trying to help me? Impossible. He just wants to see me make a fool of myself. Just then, Xiao Jisheng spoke domineeringly. I'll cover your hospital's equipment. Everyone looked bewildered, unable to react immediately. Xiao Jisheng continued, I'll give 10 million. Consider it charity. Such a classic domineering CEO. After speaking, he pulled Song Shi away with him. But the business partner was still not giving up. Brother Sheng, you're snatching her from my hands like this, not giving me face. You have to consider the master before you beat the dog. What's more, this was the CEO's woman. Xiao Jisheng coldly said, your face? After speaking, he took a crystal ashtray and knocked the business partner directly to the ground. Xiao Jisheng didn't even bat an eyelid. I hit you right in front of me, and you still want face? The beaten partner finally understood. Brother Sheng, I was wrong. I drank too much and spoke nonsense. Please don't take it to heart. Xiao Jisheng's expression didn't change. Afraid I'd take a liking to you? After speaking, he threw the ashtray in his hand to the ground, strode towards Song Shi, raised his hand to grab her wrist, and led her away. Song Shi was still in a daze, not having reacted yet. She thought, doesn't he hate me? Why would he do this for me? Suddenly, Xiao Jisheng let her go. Just as Song Shi was about to say thank you, Xiao Jisheng interrupted her. Are you deliberately trying to make me feel bad? Or is it that since your dad can't be vice mayor, you can only make money by drinking with people? As expected, Song Shi had overthought it. He was still as vile as ever. Song Shi said, what I do? What does it have to do with CEO Xiao? Xiao Jisheng fiercely pinched her chin. It has nothing to do with me? Song-shi, you're very clear about the relationship between us. Song-shi recalled what her father told her. Her father was reported for corruption and obstruction, so he couldn't keep the position of vice mayor. Go find Qiao Jisheng. He will guarantee your safety. Dad has leverage on the Qiao family. That's why Qiao Jisheng would agree to a contract marriage. Just watch this female lead. In order to treat her patient, actually agree to the CEO's demand to go home with him every month. Early the next morning, when Song-shi arrived at the hospital, she heard a woman's sharp voice from inside saying, "You think by clinging to Song-shi's coattails, you too can run rampant in the cardiothoracic surgery department?" Song-shi pushed the door open and entered, asking coldly, "Since when is it your turn to speak in the cardiothoracic surgery department?" Han Chunming quickly walked towards her and said urgently, "Xiaoxi, Rin Shuang is insisting on discharging Dongdong." Hearing this, Song-shi's expression turned even colder. "Dongdong is my patient. Why do you have to make decisions?" As Song-shi's voice fell, Rin Shuang immediately snorted coldly and said, "Your patient has overdue hospital fees. He should have been kicked out long ago. You used your dad's status to give free treatment to so many patients before. Now your dad has fallen. Why should the hospital continue to do charity?" Song-shi was so angry, she slammed the table. "Dongdong is only 6 years old. If he's discharged, he'll die." Rin Shuang lifted her chin and replied arrogantly, "Then have your dad come out and save him." As they were bickering, the dean walked over. "Little Song, come with me for a moment." In the dean's office, the dean was thinking about how Qiao Jisheng of Highway Group said last night that he would donate 10 million. He was putting Song-shi in charge of this. Song-shi thought to herself, "Put me in charge? Qiao Jisheng doesn't want to see me at all. I'd just be humiliating myself." The dean continued, "As long as you bring back the money, your professional title evaluation for the second half of the year." Before he could finish, Song-shi interrupted him. "Dean, I don't need the professional title evaluation. I only have one request." Half an hour later, Song-shi arrived at Qiao Jisheng's company, but the front desk told her she couldn't see him without an appointment. She thought to herself, the moment they heard I was Song-shi, they refused. It's clearly Qiao Jisheng's instruction. No wonder he said that day, "I only guarantee your personal safety. I can't be bothered with anything else." Personal safety? Song-shi suddenly thought of a plan. She would take a gamble and pretend to sprain her ankle. Sure enough, Qiao Jisheng appeared. He immediately helped Song-shi up, then pushed her away. He said coldly, "Song-shi, is the boy who cried wolf a fun game of play? I don't have time to watch you act." Song-shi said, "I need to see you about something. Give me 5 minutes. I promise our future interactions will be unpleasant." Qiao Jisheng was stunned for a moment. As he walked, he said, "Pleasant interactions? Your dad forced you on me through threats, and you're actually talking about pleasant interactions?" Song-shi stopped him. "Wait a minute. I can cooperate with you. Although my dad has fallen, his connections are still there. As long as you need it, I can contact any official in Chuanya City." Qiao Jisheng was speechless. He grabbed Song-shi's hand and said, "To get that 10 million, you're really working hard." Song-shi was a little puzzled. "How did you know?" Qiao Jisheng sneered. "I'm just curious. What conditions did the dean offer you to make you go this far?" "The hospital will perform free surgery for one of my heart disease patients." Qiao Jisheng thought for a few seconds and said, "We have a deal. Finance will contact you tomorrow to follow up. Also, you have to accompany me home at the end of every month. Want to know what it means for the guest to become a host? The female lead will teach you in a second." Arriving at the door of Qiao Jisheng's house, Song-shi thought, "Qiao Jisheng, your mom doesn't acknowledge me at all. This whole holiday, she's had me call them uncle and auntie, especially his mother. She only sneers at me whenever she sees me." Qiao Jisheng noticed Song. She's standing there in a daze and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "I just feel it's inappropriate for me to show up at your house." Qiao Jisheng continued, "Don't overthink it. It's just a formality. Going home at the end of every month is my family's rule." Hearing a noise at the door, Qiao Jisheng's mother came out. She opened the door and said with a smile, "Jisheng, you're back." Just as Song-shi thought his mother was in a good mood, his mother's face changed instantly. "Song-shi, what are you doing here?" Qiao Jisheng said, "Mom, I brought her." He noticed his mother's expression was off, so he walked to her side and whispered, "At least on paper, we're husband and wife." His mother directly ignored Song-shi, pulled Qiao Jisheng inside, and said, "Your dad isn't feeling well and is resting. Go say hello." Qiao Jisheng took off his coat and threw it to Song-shi telling her to hang it up. This made Song Shi furious. Did you call me here just to order me around? What else? Another girl's voice came. Annie Run, look at this fish. Jiang Jiai, Song Shi's nemesis. The woman stared at Song Shi, a clear hint of trouble in her eyes. I'm a guest invited by Andy Run. Song Shi, not to be outdone, retorted, what a coincidence. I'm Qiao Jisheng's guest. How could Jiang Jiai pass up such a good opportunity to kick her while she was down? She asked without any pretense. I heard something happened to your uncle, and now you're already sucking up to Jisheng? Song Shi's expression didn't change as she replied in a matter-of-fact tone, my dad is just cooperating with an investigation. Suddenly, Jiang Jiai, for some unknown reason, yelled loudly, back then, you used your dad's power to snatch the auction item from me. Your dad deserves to be arrested. These words directly provoked Song Shi. She grabbed a fruit knife and pointed it at Jiang Jiai. Auctions go to the highest bidder. Just because you don't have money, you accuse me of bullying others with my power. You oppose me at every turn. If you dare mention my dad again, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Just then, Qiao Jisheng came out and said coldly, what's so important that you have to pull out a knife? Song Shi thought he could have come earlier or later, but he had to show up right now. Before Song Shi could answer, Jiang Jiai rushed to speak to Jisheng first. Who is Song Shi to you? I'm very unhappy with her here. Maybe I should leave. Qiao Jisheng looked at Song Shi and said coldly, indeed, there shouldn't be any outsiders here today. Song Shi thought, he's trying to embarrass me. She immediately turned the tables. Smiling, she said, Jisheng, how can you say that? If you say Miss Jiang is an outsider, she'll be embarrassed. Qiao Jisheng understood in a second. He gave a wicked smile and said, Mom, you and Dad should rest early. I'm leaving now. In the car, Song Shi said, thank you for siding with me just now. Qiao Jisheng said coldly, you're overthinking it. I was just afraid you'd kill someone and drag you down with you. Song Shi thought to herself, a leopard can't change its spots. I actually thought he was speaking up for me. Just then, Song Shi's phone rang. What? Dongshu is injured? I didn't expect this domineering CEO to get jealous of even his own nephew. Song Shi rushed to the hospital. Gu Dongshu, how are you? You're a police officer. How'd you get beaten up like this? Han Chunming teased. He offended someone and got hit by a car. Gu Dongshu said excitedly, those bastards. I'll deal with them when I get out of the hospital. Haha, so there are benefits to being sick. One beauty is feeding me porridge, another is feeding me fruit. So lucky. Just then, Qiao Jisheng walked in and pulled Song Shi away. Song Shi didn't know when he had arrived. Is he going to expose their relationship? Gu Dongshu, lying on the hospital bed, spoke up. Little uncle, did you send someone to watch me? Qiao Jisheng pulled up a chair and said coldly, I just happened to hear you were injured. He glanced at Song Shi again and pretended not to know her, asking, this is my friend. Song Shi's a doctor here. Song Shi thought, doesn't that make me Gu Dongshu's aunt? Qiao Jisheng looked at his phone. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Oh right, I'll have to trouble Dr. Song with Dongshu's injury. That evening, Song Shi arrived at Qiao Jisheng's house, thinking, I wonder what he meant by that last sentence. He couldn't be angry, could he? Just as she was about to turn on the light, Qiao Jisheng walked over, grabbed her hand, and said, Song Shi, I really underestimated you. You have Gu Dongshu, yet your father still forced you on me. Song Shi's eyes widened as she looked at Qiao Jisheng and said, it's not like that. My dad didn't. Qiao Jisheng continued to ask, what exactly is the relationship between you and Gu Dongshu? Song Shi stood there for a long while before regaining her senses and replying, we're friends. Qiao Jisheng flipped the light switch, his eyes revealing undisguised mockery and disdain. What kind of friends? Song Shi replied calmly, friends who have known each other for 7 or 8 years. The kind of friends who can joke about anything with each other. Qiao Jisheng said, now that you know my relationship with him, what do you plan to do? Song Shi asked in confusion, is it important? No matter who it is, I will absolutely protect our relationship. Qiao Jisheng sneered, you sure know how to fight for yourself. He then grabbed his coat and headed for the door. Song Shi was still very confused and asked, weren't you the one who wanted me to keep a secret? How was it for myself again? First, there was the business partner. Now there's Gu Dongshu. Who exactly benefits from this secrecy? Is this CEO jealous? The next day, the vice dean called Song Shi to his office, wanting her to invite Qiao Jisheng to visit the hospital. Song Shi knew this old fox wasn't that simple. To put it nicely, it was a visit. In reality, he wanted to use the opportunity to get more donations. Song Shi thought that if he was willing to donate, it would be a good thing for the patients. But yesterday, Song Shi still refused the vice dean. Just as she walked out of the vice dean's office, she heard a woman kneeling on the ground, begging a doctor to save her daughter. The doctor pushed her away. You don't have money. What What can I do? Song Shi ran over and first helped check the woman. Having no choice, she spoke to the vice dean. What you just said, I agree. Please take care of this mother and daughter first. Can you believe it? This aunt actually pretended to be her nephew's girlfriend. Song Shi braced herself and called Xiao Jisheng again. Will you be back tonight? I have a favor to ask you. As the saying goes, you can't be hard on someone you've taken from. As long as he takes a bite, she'll have the courage to ask. Song Shi bought several large bags of groceries and went to Gu Dongshu's house to learn how to cook. Gu Dongshu was very puzzled and asked, out of the blue, why are you learning to cook? I'm staying at someone else's house right now. I want to cook a meal to show my gratitude. Besides, an extra skill means an extra option, right? A few hours later, Song Shi brought the dishes to Xiao Jisheng's house and said, these dishes are all sweet and sour, just how you like them. Xiao Jisheng asked, you made them? Song Shi quickly kicked the takeout containers out of sight, feeling guilty. Oh yes. Xiao Jisheng took one bite and knew. Burning newspaper at a gravy euro. Who are you trying to fool? You want me to invest? You should at least cook a meal yourself. Song Shi was very surprised. How did you know again? Xiao Jisheng stood up, moved closer to Song Shi, and said, if you're asking for a favor, you should have the right attitude. Song Shi thought, I can't tell him about this. It was either burnt or had too much water. Just then, the phone rang. It was Gu Dongshu, asking her to take the fall for him, pretend to be his girlfriend. A new colleague at the station was clinging to him like a leech. Just then, the female colleague walked out. Who is this? My girlfriend. The female colleague immediately glared at Song Shi, staring for a few seconds in disbelief. Everyone at the station says you're single. Gu Dongshu immediately put his arm around Song Shi. Not anymore. As they were about to leave, they saw Xiao Jisheng. Gu Dongshu said, all right, my little uncle is the boss here. Song Shi quickly said, then let's go another way. Song Shi didn't expect to be so unlucky as to run into him everywhere. Luckily, he wasn't looking this way. The female colleague still didn't believe it. She grabbed Gu Dongshu's hand. You must be lying to me. Song Shi quickly steadied Gu Dongshu and said to the female colleague, calm down. Dongshu and I are really a couple. The female colleague pushed Song Shi away. Just then, Xiao Jisheng walked over and caught Song Shi. Song Shi looked up and saw it was Xiao Jisheng. She thought, I'm doomed. Xiao Jisheng looked at them and said coldly, what's all this commotion? Seeing his little uncle, Gu Dongshu tried to pull the female colleague away. Unexpectedly, the female colleague kept chattering. Is she really your girlfriend? After hearing this, Xiao Jisheng immediately let go of his hand. He pushed Song Shi away. If you want to perform, I can provide a stage. No need to put on a show in public. Yuan Bao, register this young lady's identity. She's not allowed in here from now on. Gu Dongshu put his arm around Song Shi and said with a smile, then let's go too. Song Shi thought, since he's already seen it, I might as well go all in. Can you believe it? It's clearly a contract relationship, but the domineering CEO demands they sleep in the same room. Back at Xiao Jisheng's house, Song Shi got busy again, trying to cook a meal for Xiao Jisheng. But this young lady had never cooked before. The back of her hand was splattered with oil. As she cooked, she muttered, it looks a bit ugly, but the taste might be okay. Just then, Xiao Jisheng walked in. He glanced from a distance. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. You're back. Song Shi wanted to explain what happened in the afternoon, but Xiao Jisheng interrupted her. I didn't ask you about that. You're not planning to use this to ask me for a favor, are you? Song Shi said in a small voice, it's my first time cooking. But the sharp-tongued Xiao Jisheng still mocked her. As expected of the former mayor's daughter, you've never even been in a kitchen. Unfortunately, this level of skill isn't enough to persuade me to invest in your hospital. Tears quickly welled up in Song Shi's eyes, but she immediately took a deep breath, telling herself this bit of grievance was nothing. She couldn't cry. Composing herself, she said, since you're willing to make things difficult for me, it means there's still room for negotiation. Why don't you just tell me your conditions directly? It'll save both of us time. Xiao Jisheng said coldly, you said before that you can still use your father's connections. I want to visit your father's old superior, Chundiching. I hope he'll see that with your father in trouble, I'm taking care of you, and show some compassion when it comes to benefits. Song Shi understood he was deliberately using her father to provoke her. He was clearly still angry about her and Dongshu, so she agreed. Although Xiao Jisheng had a sharp tongue, he still felt sorry for Song Shi. He reminded her there was medicine in the utility room. After watching Song Shi walk away, he couldn't resist trying the food. but it was no use. It was too terrible for him to eat. The next day, Song Shi and Xiao Jisheng's group arrived in Yuezhou. A man spoke up. You must be CEO Qiao. Elder Chen sent me to pick you up. Just then, Song Shi received a message from the vice dean. CEO Qiao had donated another 30 million plus to them. Xiao Jisheng put his arm around Song Shi and smiled. Could you please take us to our accommodation first? Shi is tired. He then asked caringly, are you hungry? He even opened the car door for Song Shi to get in first. Song Shi thought, isn't he a world-class actor? Just get me to the accommodation. Acting is so tiring. Arriving at Chundiching's home, Song Shi didn't expect they would be arranged in the same room. She asked him doubtfully, do we have to act even when we sleep? I'm not sleeping in the same bed as you. Xiao Jisheng said, if you're going to act, you have to go all the way. Don't you understand? Song Shi wanted to take the blanket and sleep in the suite, but Xiao Jisheng refused. If someone finds out, how will we explain it? Song Shi couldn't help but say, you never said I was your girlfriend anyway. Xiao Jisheng's reply was infuriating. That's because I was afraid you'd take advantage of me. And so they pulled and tugged. Song Shi pulled Xiao Jisheng's pajama top halfway off, revealing his 8-pack abs. What a great body. I suspect Song Shi did it on purpose, but I have no proof. I don't know what happened last night, but when Song Shi woke up the next day, her back was sore. Seeing this, Xiao Jisheng walked over. Do you want to go back and rest? Song Shi asked, very confused. Weren't you the one who insisted on dragging me up so early in the morning? Just then, an assistant walked over. CEO Qiao, this is the gift for Elder Chen. Song Shi glanced at it. Wait, Chundiching is old and has a bad heart. He would be a more suitable gift. After hearing this, Xiao Jisheng immediately told his assistant to change it. Song Shi asked, you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'm making a bad move? Xiao Jisheng looked at her and said, you wouldn't. In front of Chundiching, you need to act the part a little better. Don't worry, my acting skills are no worse than yours. As soon as she entered Song, she saw Chundiching. She quickly ran over. Grandpa Chun, it's me, Song Shi. Do you still remember me? A surprised expression appeared on Chundiching's face. He paused for a few seconds before saying, Little Shi, you're all grown up. The old man held out his hand. Song Shi held it with both of hers. Yes. Are you in good health? Just then, Xiao Jisheng walked over, put his arm around Song Shi, and said, Elder Chang, you and Shira should sit down first. Elder Chang was a little puzzled. Jisheng, Song Shi's acting was absolutely top-notch. She immediately started crying and said, ever since my dad's incident, Jisheng has been taking care of me. Seeing Song Shi bring up a sad topic, Old Master Chen quickly pulled her to the dining table. Let's not talk about that for now. Little Shi, come sit next to me. Song Shi thought, it seems everything is going smoothly so far. Just then, a man and a woman walked in. The woman greeted her in surprise. Little Shi, you're here too? The man asked. She is my sister, Song Yuan. The man continued, I've long heard that Mayor Song has 2 daughters. This is my first time meeting Miss Song Shi. At that moment, Song Shi's waist suddenly hurt again. Old Master Chen asked with concern, what's wrong? Xiao Jisheng looked at Old Master Chen and said, she hurt her waist. How's about today? Before he could finish, Old Master Chen immediately understood. Then let's call it a day. Not everyone is here anyway. After they walked out, Xiao Jisheng asked her doubtfully, aren't you an only child? Where did this sister come from? Song Shi couldn't hold back her pent-up frustration. Sister? She's really good at leeching off his reputation. Xiao Jisheng's words were also undisguisedly harsh. Judging by your reaction, she must be your dad's illegitimate daughter. Song Shi pulled on Xiao Jisheng's tie, leaned close to his ear, and said, let me tell you, she and my dad have absolutely no blood relationship. She wants to be my sister. She's not worthy. With a bang, the door cried. I want to ask, what did the door do wrong? Why must it bear Song Shi's anger? After Song Shi left angrily, Yuan Bao returned. Xiao Jisheng straightened the tie Song. She had messed up while asking Yuan Bao what he had found. Yuan Bao handed a stack of documents to Xiao Jisheng. Song Yuan's original name was Dong Yuan. Years ago, Song Yuanqing remarried, taking Dong Yuan's mother as his wife. Dong Yuan thus became Song Yuanqing's nominal daughter. Miss Song has never had a good relationship with them. Xiao Jisheng flipped through the documents and looked an imposter, and Qi Cheng still has the nerve to bring her. I heard that since Song Yuanqing's accident, this mother and daughter pair haven't shown their faces. No wonder Miss Song is angry. Xiao Jisheng handed the documents back to Yuan Bao. She can't keep her cool. Yuan Bao also smiled and said, it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to you like that. if this is all she's capable of. Xiao Jisheng hadn't finished speaking. When he saw Song, she fiercely hit the door. Xiao Jisheng, I want to see Chindiching. After she said this, Yuan Bao found an excuse to invite Chindiching over. Chindiching asked Yuan Bao with concern, is Song Shi's back injury serious? Yuan Bao said, it's an occupational hazard for Song Shi. Xiao Jisheng is with her. Next time this kind of thing earlier, before he finished speaking, he walked into the room and saw Song Shi lying on the bed. Before he finished speaking, he walked into the room and saw Song Shi lying on the bed, with Xiao Jisheng giving her a massage. While massaging, he asked with concern, sure, does it still hurt? It hurts. Chindiching froze. He awkwardly finished his earlier sentence, tell me. Chindiching blushed, gave a fake cough, and asked with concern, Lil Shi, how are you? Hearing his voice, Song Shi quickly got up and dressed. She asked in surprise, Grandpa Chun, why are you here? You're sick, of course I had to come see you. I've troubled you. What are you saying? Xiao Jisheng patted the back of Song Shi's head, appropriately interjecting, Old Chun, don't worry. Shier's injury is an old problem. Song Shi appropriately added a compliment. It's a good thing I have you. They figured if they were going to play the emotional card, they had to be thorough. Chindiching asked, so Jisheng is taking care of you now? Yes. Jisheng said that no matter what happens to my dad, he will be my support. Don't say these things in front of Old Chun. But it's the truth. Song Shi thought, as long as my dad carries weight with Chindiching, he won't ignore Xiao Jisheng's favor. Seeing how loving they were, Chindiching shook his head. Looks like I don't need to worry about little Shi anymore. I'll be going now. I'll do my best regarding your father's matter. Thank you, Grandpa Chun. Chindiching patted Song Shi's head and left. Thank you, Grandpa Chun. Chindiching patted Song Shi's head and left. Xiao Jisheng quickly got up to see him off, leaving Song Shi behind, guessing wildly. Even Chindiching said he could only do his best. Is my dad really beyond saving? If I can't help Xiao Jisheng either, I'm afraid he too. Before she could finish the thought, Song Shi fainted onto the bed with a thud. Dad, I will definitely find a way. This was Song Shi's inner voice, Dashi. Hearing the call, Song Shi thought it was the housekeeper. In fact, it was Xiao Jisheng asking, does your waist hurt again? Xiao Jisheng helped Song Shi up. He said old Chen's granddaughter was here to see him. When Lin Shi saw Song Shi get up, she immediately went over to greet her warmly. Hello, Sister Song Shi. I'm Lin Shi. I just got back to you, Weizhou. I heard you were sick, so I came to see you. Song Shi replied, hello, I'm Song Shi. But what was Dong Yuan doing here? Dong Yuan quickly grabbed Song Shi's hand and asked little Shi, how are you? If anything were to happen to you, our parents would be worried. Song Shi thought, how dare she mention my dad? Is she counting on me not to lose my temper in front of Lin Shi? When Xiao Jisheng heard the words, if anything were to happen, his face instantly darkened as he unhappily pressed Dong Yuan. What if anything were to happen? Why don't you explain? What could possibly happen to Shier when she's with me? Xiao Jisheng's dark-faced interrogation made Song Yuan break out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly explained that she was just worried about Song Shi. Lin Shi at the side also quickly chimed in. Song Yuan didn't mean it that way. Although the atmosphere was already tense, Xiao Jisheng didn't care. He continued relentlessly. When visiting a patient, everyone says auspicious things. Who says if anything were to happen to their face? Or are you hoping something happens to Shier? Xiao Jisheng's help made Song Shi a little confused. Why is he speaking up for me? Whatever, as long as it makes Dong Yuan suffer, it's fine. The act must go on. She then said gently to Xiao Jisheng, forget it, Jisheng, don't be so serious. The same surname, but the biological one and the adopted one are just different. Look at how well this one could talk. This both attacked others and praised Song Shi. At this point, Song Yuan didn't want to stay a moment longer. She quickly bowed in apology, pulled Lin Shi, and left. The sound of the door slamming was enough to prove how furious Song Yuan was. After Song Yuan left, Xiao Jisheng immediately pushed Song Shi aside. His expression changed faster than flipping a book. When Xiao Jisheng thought of how Song Shi called out the housekeeper's name in her sleep, he felt a pang of jealousy. But he couldn't bring himself to ask, so he could only sulk. While sulking, he couldn't let himself suffer for nothing. So, Xiao Jisheng pretended to chat while casually unbuttoning his shirt one by one. Chindiching asked us to have dinner tomorrow. Really? Our act just now wasn't in vain. That's not all. Lan Yuzhou is here too, and Lin Shi brought her boyfriend, Lin Yang, the nephew of Yecheng's municipal party secretary Lin Dongguan. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Jisheng had also successfully, in front of Song Shi, revealed his 8-pack abs. Song Shi's face immediately turned red. She thought, Why is he taking off his clothes for no reason? Is he trying to seduce me? She quickly turned her head aside to calm her heart, but she couldn't help asking one more question. What exactly do you want from Chundaching? For a piece of land. Chundaching has a piece of land that several of our families want. Seeing that he had successfully made Song Shi blush, Qiao Jisheng slowly put on his clothes. He deliberately placed his hands on either side of Song Shi, leaned his body down flirtatiously, and said in a soft tone, "You have to perform well tomorrow, okay?" How could Song Shi even hear his words now? This ambiguous posture. He's not thinking of turning this act into reality, is he? Just as Song Shi's mind was racing, Qiao Jisheng's lips curved into a smile. He then picked up the glasses that were beside Song Shi, put them on, and left as if nothing had happened, leaving a beet-red Song Shi, who exclaimed internally how embarrassing it was. He is the heir to a conglomerate who can blot out the sky with one hand, navigating the treacherous business world with ease. And she is an angel in white who saves lives, the most beautiful doctor, in the words of her patients. These two, who should have had nothing to do with each other, were secretly in a transactional relationship, urging the king to drink and listen to the fisherman's song, dispelling his lonely dreams with a swirling dance. Unbridled passion breaks the kingdom. Heroes rise with songs of war. Song Yuan sang softly. Chundaching listened with great relish. Qiao Jisheng looked at Song Shi beside him and whispered, "Your sister is quite capable." Song Shi pursed her lips slightly. "She's not my sister. Besides, I don't think she's capable at all." Just then, Song Yuan said, "Part of my humble performance," and the opera ended. Qiao Jisheng swirled the wine glass in his hand and said, "How about a few more pieces? It's good background music for our meal." Hearing his words, Chi Cheng was instantly displeased. "Are you treating my girlfriend like an actress? You're the one who put her on stage, and now you're complaining?" Chi Cheng's expression changed slightly, but in the next second, he put on a smile and said, "Song Yuan has always been generous. She won't mind." Stirred up by the two of them, Song Yuan felt very awkward. "Then I'll sing 2 more pieces." She was extremely frustrated inside. She had wanted to show off, but ended up making a fool of herself. Chundaching loved listening to opera, so he was delighted to hear she would sing 2 more. "Since Yuan doesn't mind, go ahead and sing. Let's eat first." Lin Yang walked over to Chundaching with wine. "Old Chun, try the wine I brought." Chundaching nodded, but in the next moment, Song Shi spoke up. "Grandpa Chun, have you forgotten about your bad heart?" Qiao Jisheng, at the side, immediately chimed in. "When we were coming, Shi specifically reminded me not to bring alcohol, only tea. Please have a taste." Chi Cheng couldn't sit still and immediately retorted, "I brought wine today too. Old Chin has always been in good health. What's wrong with having a couple of sips?" Lin Yang said with a chuckle, "That's right. Chi and I will drink with him. It'll be fine." Song Shi said, "It's always better to be more careful." Chundaching understood perfectly. This wasn't about drinking. It was clearly about taking sides. He cleared his throat. "All right, I'll drink both." Before he could finish, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his chest. He clutched it tightly with his hand, and beads of sweat dripped down his head. Everyone rushed forward to check, and chaos ensued. Song Shi supported Chundaching, urgently shouting, "Give him some space. Lay him flat on the ground. I'm a doctor. All of you, go out and prepare the first aid medication." Song Yuan grabbed her hand. "You get out of the way. How can we let you give random orders?" Song Shi was extremely anxious. "Let go. Don't waste time." Qiao Jisheng pushed Song Yuan away from behind. "Listen to her. Get out." Seeing his cold gaze, Song Yuan swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Qiao Jisheng turned to Song Shi and said, "Are you confident? If there's an accident, I'm afraid you'll get into trouble." Song Shi frowned deeply. "The medical conditions here are average. I'm not confident, but a doctor's duty is to heal. I can't just watch someone die." Qiao Jisheng squeezed her hand encouragingly. "Good. Do what you have to do. Don't be afraid of anything." After saying that, he walked out. Everyone waited anxiously outside the door. After a long while, with a creak, the door opened and Song Shi walked out. Grandpa Chun is fine now. Everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed. Lin Shi also broke into a smile through her tears. Qiao Jisheng caressed Song Shi's cheek. "Tired? Let's go back." Song Shi shook her head. "We can't go back yet. Grandpa Chin wants to see you." After saying this, her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Song Shi returned to the hotel. The hot dough drop soup was ready. She wondered how the chat between Qiao Jisheng and Chundaching went. "I hope I was able to help him this time." As she was lost in thought, she was suddenly startled by a voice from behind. "What are you eating?" She turned around and saw it was Qiao Jisheng. She collected her thoughts. I just made a bowl of dough drop soup. Want to try some? Xiao Jisheng said in a skeptical tone. You made it? It looks okay. Why didn't you make it last time? Song, she was a bit embarrassed. This is the only thing I know how to make. I was afraid it wasn't presentable. Xiao Jisheng looked at her with a mocking gaze. Oh, your other dark cuisine was presentable. Song, she huffed. You probably can't eat if you don't mock me for a day. He suddenly noticed a burn on Song Shi's hand. What happened here? I heard it while cooking. Song Shi lifted her hand and cried out in pain. It might have been sprained during the CPR. Xiao Jisheng suddenly grabbed her hand and shot her a sidelong glance. That a self-inflicted injury ploy? Bandage it up. We're going back to Yeching tomorrow. Hearing this, Song Shi abruptly stood up. We're going back already. As she stood up, her ample chest was prominently displayed. Xiao Jisheng was stunned and swallowed hard. How can she be so unguarded? Song, she shook off his hand, but the force of it caused another sharp pain. Xiao Jisheng started eating the dough drop soup she made. He suddenly said, Chun Dutching agreed to give me the land. You go back first. I'm going to use that land for commercial medical services. Chun Dutching knows I've donated to your hospital. As long as I package it well, it'll be easier for me to get into this business than others. Song, she's heart filled with J-O-Y.S-O. I've helped you then? In that case, can you arrange for me to meet my dad? As soon as the words left her mouth, she heard the spoon clatter into the bowl. Her heart trembled. Is he going to refuse me? Xiao Jisheng wiped his mouth. For the sake of your dough drop soup, I'll do my best. The next day, Song Shi and Xiao Jisheng returned to Yeching. As she was rushing into the hospital, she thought to herself, I wonder if Xiao Jisheng's best effort is reliable. Suddenly, the chatter behind her was very harsh. Coming to the hospital, dragging a suitcase. Try to look so dedicated. Well, she got such a huge benefit. Of course, she has to put on a show. Song, she was confused by these words. Benefit? What benefit did I get? While she was puzzled, Han Chunming ran over and hugged her. Little Shi, you're finally back. Song, she comforted her. Come on, I only took a few days off. Han Chunming quickly pulled her hand. I saved some cake for you. Let's go to the office. Song, she looked back at the two nurses. They seem to be talking about me just now. Han Chunming said irritably, a bunch of gossips. Ignore them. Just then a sarcastic voice said, Well, Dr. Song is back. Do you still need to come to work? The speaker was none other than Rin Shuang. Seeing Song, she's confused expression, Han Chunming whispered. The donation from Highway Group was distributed to each department as a charity fund. It's managed by you and Director Ding. Rin Shuang continued her sentence. And most departments only got 1 million, while our department alone got 5 million. You're a doctor who hasn't even made it to associate director. What right do you have to manage such a large sum of money? Han Chunming immediately jumped to her defense. This job is thankless and exhausting. You think little Shi wanted it. Stop pretending. With Song Shi managing the money, I'm afraid I won't even get to the operating table. Song Shi stopped Han Chunming, who was about to lose her temper, and smiled slightly. Since you're afraid I'll be biased, how about I schedule 50 surgeries for you first? Rin Shuang was shocked. 50 surgeries? Are you trying to work me to death? Or you can find someone more capable to take your place. I'm fine with that too. Rin Shuang was stunned. Song, she was the hospital's workaholic. Who could compare to her? She snorted coldly. Song Shi, you just wait. This isn't over, and stormed off. Just as Rin Shuang left, Gu Dongxu arrived. He was carrying a few cups of bubble tea. It's so lively today. Seeing the bubble tea, Han Chunming quickly took one. Gu Dongxu looked at Song Shi and asked, Where did you go the past few days? I want to find my dad's teacher to see if I could meet my dad. How did it go? I don't know yet. Don't worry. There will definitely be a breakthrough. Deming, save a cup of bubble tea for me. In a car driving down the street. Yuan Bao spoke up. Shengji, I've started making arrangements on Song Yuanqing's side. Song, she really has a lot of face. Being married is different. It was all her dad's forced deal. It's not real. Song Yuanqing's actions were improper, but it has nothing to do with his daughter. Shengji, you should still be a bit nicer to Song Shi. Xiao Jisheng remained silent. A phone ring broke the silence. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Gu Dongxu's call. Song, she was feeling very anxious. It had been several days since they returned, but Xiao Jisheng still hadn't given her any news. Just then, a patient was rushed in. Song, she hurried forward to examine them and arrange for further tests. She shouted, Is the patient's family here? I need to understand the patient's prior condition. At her call, A man slowly walked over. The patient just drank alcohol. Song she found the voice very familiar. She looked up and saw it was actually Qiao Jisheng. He brought her in. Are he and the patient a couple? A nurse rushed over. Dr. Song, the patient says she's pregnant. Qiao Jisheng showed a surprised expression. Song she thought to herself, could she be pregnant with Qiao Jisheng's child? Qiao Jisheng gave the nurse a few instructions. Then he turned to Song Shi and said, have her admitted first. Keep an eye on her heart condition. Song Shi nodded, don't worry. Are you the child's father? Then she took a deep breath. If you are, let's get a divorce. You want to divorce me? You two even have a child together. I can't keep occupying the position of Mrs. Qiao. Qiao Jisheng looked at her very skeptically. I asked that for you to decide. As long as you arrange for me to meet my dad, I'll explain it clearly to him. He won't threaten you anymore. Qiao Jisheng's eyes were cold. Are you afraid that if you don't break up with me cleanly, Gu Dongxu will get angry? He said this and stormed off. Song she felt it was baffling. What does this have to do with Gu Dongxu? You haven't finished speaking. Don't go. A voice from behind called out, little Shi, was that CEO Qiao? Did you two have a fight? It was Song Yuan. Song she waved her hand dismissively. None of your business. Song Yuan didn't get angry. She took out a check from her pocket. Qi Cheng asked me to give this to you. He wants to cooperate with Qiao Jisheng. Please help connect them. And regarding saving Dad's matter, Qi Cheng can also help. What do you think? Hearing her words, Song Shi's anger flared in her chest. She pushed her away. How dare you mention Dad? For so many years, your mother never earned a single cent. My dad supported you both. But as soon as Dad got into trouble, you disappeared without a trace. And you still have a nerve to ask me for a favor. Song Yuan retorted without backing down. I know you look down on me. I understand. Then her face darkened, and in a slightly threatening tone, but if you offend Qi Cheng. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by a nurse. Dr. Song, the patient's tests are ready. Song, she said, I'm going now. Then looked at Song Yuan. Go back and tell Qi Cheng, if he gives me 10 billion, I'll help him. Then she walked away coolly. A few days later, Song, she was at a loss. Ever since Qiao Jisheng left last time, he wasn't even answering her calls now. At this rate, will I ever be able to meet Dad? Suddenly, her phone rang. After she answered, Han Chuming's voice came through. Little Shi, that patient you were paying special attention to has been discharged. And the one who picked her up was a super handsome guy. I even took a picture and sent it to you. Song, she opened the message and her expression changed. The photo was of a strange man. Holy crap, was Qiao Jisheng cheated on. At that moment, a dark figure appeared from behind, covered her mouth, and held a knife to her neck. Song, she was terrified. Her phone fell to the ground, with Han Chuming's voice still calling out from it. Our boss said, the man in black began. Qiao Jisheng can't watch you 24 hours a day. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll teach you a lesson. As soon as his words fell, he let out a miserable scream. The knife in his hand immediately fell to the ground. Then, he took a heavy blow to the chest. He collapsed limply to the ground. Are you okay? Along with the concerned words, Song, she was helped up. Only then did she see clearly that the person who saved her was Qiao Jisheng. The man in black on the ground suddenly got up, clutched his stomach, and quickly fled. Qiao Jisheng didn't chase him, but instead swept Song Shi up in a princess carried. I'll take you home first. Back home, Qiao Jisheng quickly asked what happened. Song Shi pondered for a moment, then replied, a few days ago, Song Yuan came to see me. She said Qi Cheng wanted to cooperate with you. I refused. Seeing Qiao Jisheng's angry expression, she continued, I'm not sure. It could also be one of my dad's enemies. I don't know who. Qiao Jisheng said softly, I'll handle it. I'll be home tonight. The door will be open. Come find me anytime if you need anything. Song, she wanted to refuse, but on second thought, what good would stopping him do? Forget it. I'll just lie down and rest. In the middle of the night, a drowsy Song, she was woken up by her phone. As soon as she answered, Song Yuan's furious voice roared, Song Shi, how dare you set me up? Qiao Jisheng reported me to Qi Cheng. Is that so? Then I should really thank him. Dong Yuan, if you dare to do something, you should dare to face the consequences. Don't disgrace my dad's surname. The next second, she hung up the phone. As she walked into the living room, she saw Qiao Jisheng was also on the phone with someone. She only heard Qiao Jisheng say, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to have an abortion. No, you'll regret it. Song, she suddenly remembered the photo Han Chunming had sent. She almost forgot about it. As she took out her phone to look for the photo, Qiao Jisheng turned to look at her. Were you eavesdropping on my conversation? Don't let it happen again. Song, she quickly explained, I want to thank you. Qiao Jisheng said, get ready. You'll be able to see your dad in the next couple of days. Hearing this, Song, she was overjoyed. She rushed forward and hugged his arm. Really? Are you taking me to see him? Qiao Jisheng pulled his hand away, not me. Then who? You'll know soon enough. Inside a bar, Ruanbo looked at the listless Qiao Jisheng and asked, Jisheng, what's wrong with you? You've been distracted all night. Chang Jingle also complained. You said you were treating, but you ended up arriving later than your guests. Is this the Qiao family's way of hospitality? If you keep talking, Sheng Ji will make you stay here, Yuan Bao interjected. Chang Jingle was instantly displeased that I say, Yuan Bao, normally you're Jisheng's assistant, so it's fine if you speak up for him. But we're out having fun today, and you're still siding with him. Are you not treating me as a brother? Xiao Jisheng glanced at him. Yuan Bao, I don't know if he considers you a brother, but he is definitely my brother. Xiao Jisheng was teasing him. Chang Jingle immediately beamed, right? I heard Song Yuanqing confessed. He suddenly admitted to corruption. He's going to be sentenced to 7 or 8 years. Song Yuanqing has nothing to do with us. Why bring him up? Yuan Bao leaned close to his ear and whispered, Brother Sheng. This morning, she went to visit Song Yuanqing. It seems Gu Dongshu took her. Xiao Jisheng nodded that I know. That kid called me, asking me to help Song she meet her dad. After seeing her dad, she was in a very bad state. She's been wandering all over Yecheng and still isn't home. Xiao Jisheng suddenly looked up. Who told you to have people follow her? The mugging she experienced a few days ago was that you're doing? I withdrawn the men. She told Gu Dongshu to leave a long time ago. She's alone now. Hearing Yuan Bao's words, Xiao Jisheng's heart tightened. The events of that day were still vivid in his mind. He turned to look at Chang Jingle and his buddy. Yuan Bao, as if reading his mind, said, Brother Sheng, I really think those two are fine. At this moment, she was walking alone on the street, heartbroken. Her mind was filled with her father's words. Dad has already confessed. He's going to prison for 7 years. I don't believe it. Dad, did you really take bribes? The truth is no longer important. Listen to Dad. Don't investigate any further. You must not divorce Xiao Jisheng. Only he can take care of you. Xiao Jisheng and Yuan Bao rushed to the first floor of the house. Seeing no one, they hurried up to the second floor. Yuan Bao said, I'll wait for you on the first floor, and didn't follow. Xiao Jisheng reached the second floor bedroom. No one was in the bedroom either, but he heard the sound of rushing water. He had a bad feeling. The moment he opened the bathroom door, a wave of hot steam rushed out. He saw Shi lying on the floor, unconscious. He frantically shouted for Yuan Bao to find a doctor. He went forward, picked her up, and carried her to the bedroom, placing her on the bed. He could only hear she repeatedly mumbling, Dad. Xiao Jisheng reached out and touched her forehead. She had a fever that I will save you. You wait for me. As he was about to pull his hand away, he suddenly heard she mutter, His entire body froze. Just then, the door was pushed open. Yuan Bao arrived, panting, pulling a doctor with him. Just as the doctor was about to examine her, Xiao Jisheng stopped him. She's not wearing any clothes. Let me dress her first, then you can examine her. After some struggle under the blanket, Xiao Jisheng finally managed to get her dressed. After the doctor's examination, fortunately, it wasn't serious. A shot to reduce the fever would be enough. However, the bedsheets were all wet and had to be changed. As Yuan Bao was about to change them, Xiao Jisheng said, Don't bother. He carried her directly to his own room. One morning, she was talking in her sleep nonstop. She suddenly shouted Dad and woke with a start. After calming down, she realized she wasn't in her own room. She lifted the covers to look and found she was still naked. She quickly found a set of clothes and put them on, then walked out of the room. Xiao Jisheng was eating breakfast. He called a friend. Help me look someone up. Seems to be called E. Just as he hung up, she came downstairs. Did you save me? I was afraid you'd die in my house. She heard this and was about to go crazy. She was both ashamed and angry. Then didn't he see everything? After an internal struggle, she took a deep breath. It's okay. Shi, you're a doctor. You've been to countless anatomy classes. What's a naked body? Thinking this, she strode forward, maintaining her composure. Can't be a coward. But then, a tragedy occurred. Because the pants were too long, her toe accidentally caught the cuff. She stumbled and fell to her knees, right between Xiao Jisheng's legs. She scrambled to her feet. Sorry, it was an accident. Xiao Jisheng put a hand to his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. It's not the first time. Seeing the breakfast Xiao Jisheng handed her, she was overjoyed. It was dough drop soup that he had someone make. Xiao Jisheng lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said, 3 years. The divorce you mentioned last time. We'll do it in 3 years. She was stunned. She thought of her father's words. Xiao Shi, Just hold on for 3 more years. After 3 years, when things have blown over, it won't matter if you divorce him then. Xiao Jisheng continued, your dad's sentence will be officially announced tomorrow. Song Shi's expression fell. With tears in her eyes, she said, I don't believe he was corrupt. I must. She wanted to say she would find out the truth, but the words stopped at her lips. Xiao Jisheng stubbed out his cigarette. Were you trying to kill yourself yesterday? No, that's good. Don't let it happen again. Watching Xiao Jisheng leave, Song Shi lowered her head in defeat. She had actually considered asking him for help. Inside the hospital, Gu Dongshu found Han Chunming. How many days off did Xiao Shi take? It's been almost a week since you took her to see her uncle. Gu Dongshu sighed. Cheer her up. I brought out my treasure. Are you sure she'll be happy to see this? Gu Dongshu nodded affirmatively. Have you forgotten? In college, I could never outrace her. I hope she can really be happy. Song Shi was walking down the street when someone suddenly called her name. Then, a helmet was tossed to her with a whoosh. Song she saw was Gu Dongshu. She said in surprise, isn't this your motorcycle? Gu Dongshu tilted his head at her. Let's go for a ride. Come to my place for dinner tonight. Song Shi's eyes droop. I'm not in the mood. Without another word, Han Chunming put the helmet directly on her head. Just ride slowly to clear your mind. Song Shi let out a light breath. All right, just to clear my mind. With a graceful leap, she landed on the bike. She twisted the throttle and sped off, leaving a trail of exhaust. Yuan Bao looked at Xiao Jisheng in the backseat and asked, Brother Sheng, how is Song Shi? I don't know. I haven't paid attention to her these past few days. Getting sick just like that. Women are so fragile. Brother Sheng, she's already strong enough. I thought she would. Just as he said this, the car suddenly slammed on its brakes. The immense inertia made both of them dizzy. Yuan Bao broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Sheng, a female rider cut us off. Xiao Jisheng chuckled. Yuan Bao, you've been challenged. Hearing this, Yuan Bao was instantly displeased. There's nothing to show off about even if I catch up. Xiao Jisheng let out a laugh. Say that after you've caught up. Yuan Bao said no more. The next moment, his foot pressed down hard on the accelerator, chasing after her. Song Shi, who was riding, saw a car in her rearview mirror, following closely. Humph, she snorted lightly. The engine roared as she accelerated, intending to leave only after images behind. Xiao Jisheng calmly said, how about I drive? No need. Song Shi saw the car behind was still following. Anger surged. Why is this car chasing me endlessly? I've been riding long enough. Otherwise, I'd really take it for a proper spin. Seeing a small alley ahead, she turned and drove into it. Yuan Bao in the car behind got anxious. Brother Sheng, she's trying to get away. Xiao Jisheng looked at him speechlessly. Stop. It's all small alleys ahead. Yuan Bao was unconvinced. Give me 10 more minutes. I can definitely catch her. Just as he finished speaking, he saw that the female rider had stopped. However, the next moment he saw her raise 2 fingers. Yuan Bao was instantly furious, but the car couldn't enter the narrow alley. Brother Sheng, check her license plate number. I'll get another car and race her some other day. Just then a phone rang. Yuan Bao put it to his ear and answered, his face instantly paling. What? Song Shi is missing. He quickly put the call on speaker, so Xiao Jisheng could also hear the voice on the phone, which continued, Miss Song is riding a big motorcycle. We can't catch up at all. When Xiao Jisheng heard motorcycle, he had a bad feeling. Could the female rider they were just chasing be her? At this moment, Song, she had finished her ride. Her mood had improved considerably, seeing only Han Chunming was there. She asked, where's Gu Dongshu? Han Chunming said, something came up at the police station, so he left first. The two sat down to eat. Song Shi immediately thought of her father again, wondering if he was eating well in prison. Han Chunming comforted her. Xiao Shi, don't be afraid. Uncle will be out soon. Song Shi was in tears. It's only 7 years. I'll wait for him. I'll wait with you. Let's not go home until we're drunk tonight. Xiao Jisheng was in a very foul mood. He had received news that Song Shi had apparently gone to Gu Dongshu's house and was alone with him. Then, under his arrangement, an urgent matter at the police station called Gu Dongshu away. He stood at the door, raised his hand, and knocked. From inside came a voice. Dongshu, you're back. The one who opened the door was indeed Song Shi. Her face was flushed red, and she reeked of alcohol. She stared for a long time. You're Xiao Jisheng? Xiao Jisheng's expression was extremely grim. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Han Chunming suddenly appeared, holding a beer and shouting, Hero, this king will toast you again. Seeing someone else was there, Xiao Jisheng relaxed slightly. He grabbed Song Shi's hand and started walking out. Song Shi quickly shouted, wait, where are you taking me? Xiao Jisheng with a cold face, ignored her. He pulled her directly out the door, then pushed her into the car and fastened her seatbelt. He got into the driver's seat himself. With a heavy foot on the accelerator, the car shot forward with a roar. Jolted by the car, Song-shi's stomach churned. The car stopped. Song-shi leaned against a utility pole and threw up. After a while, Xiao Jixing said irritably, "Sober now? Instead of crying all day and drowning your sorrows in alcohol, you're speeding through the city. How long are you going to be depressed? My dad was convicted. What does my sadness have to do with you?" Xiao Jixing grabbed her. "That's enough. Your dad isn't dead or injured. I'll arrange for you to see each other every month." Before his accident, your meeting frequency wasn't much more than this, was it? You can't depend on your dad for the rest of your life, but your dad's future depends on you. If you have time to be miserable, you'd be better off thinking about how to get back on your feet. Song-shi was awakened by his words. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "That you're right. So what if he lost his position? As long as he's okay, it's just like a long vacation. When he gets out of prison, we'll have plenty of time to be together." Xiao Jixing was quite surprised by her reaction, not expecting her to be so easily persuaded. Song-shi suddenly bowed to Xiao Jixing. "Thank you for yelling me back to my senses." Then, the next moment, she hugged Xiao Jixing's leg, saying coquettishly, "How did you become so nice? You're different from before. I'm not losing out at all by marrying you." Xiao Jixing's face darkened. One moment you're thinking clearly, the next you're acting up. Truly a unique talent. You're really not like other women. Stop being a drunk fool. Sober up and get in the car first," he said, about to help her up. Song-shi looked at him with sparkling eyes. "That you're as nice as a E." Xiao Jixing's hand, which was helping her, froze. He felt inexplicably irritated. Through investigation, it was learned that the Song-shi mentioned was named Shun Jiaoi. He was Song-shi's college boyfriend. The reason they broke up was because Shun Jiaoi cheated on her with a girl named Ji Mining. The next day, Song-shi recalled the events of the previous night, and her face instantly flushed. She actually acted like a drunk fool in front of Xiao Jixing. She had a blackout of what happened afterwards. "That I didn't do anything even more outrageous, did I?" Just then, Ren Shuang strode over. "Dr. Song, if you're not feeling well, you shouldn't have come back to the hospital." Song-shi shot to her feet. "What is it?" Ren Shuang held up a folder in her hand. "Aren't you in charge of the charity fund? This is my surgical quote." Song-shi took it and examined it carefully. Ren Shuang's voice rang out again. "You have to be fair and just. After all, you're the daughter of a corrupt official." Song-shi glared coldly, threw the folder back at her, and said 2 words, "Not approved." Ren Shuang, hearing this, pointed at her angrily. "Don't use your position for personal revenge." Song-shi snorted. "That you're quoting 300,000 for one surgery. The drugs you listed are all high-priced imported ones. The pricing is too shady. I can't approve it." Ren Shuang's eyes glinted coldly. "That you're deliberately making things difficult for me, aren't you?" Song-shi turned around, not bothering to waste words on her. "Think whatever you want. If you're not happy, go to the management." Ren Shuang stomped her foot in anger. Inside a hotel, Han Chunming and Gu Dongxi were waiting for Song-shi, chatting idly. "Why should I treat?" "Because you were drunk as a skunk at my place last night." Song-shi, who had just walked in, heard their conversation and shook her head slightly. These two are always bickering. Suddenly, a sweet voice made her freeze slightly. "Jixing, wait for me." Song-shi turned to look. "Why is he here too?" She saw Xiao Jixing heading upstairs, and Xiao Jixing also turned and saw her. Neither of them said a word. Chong Jingle, who was with Xiao Jixing, suddenly saw Song-shi at the entrance and exclaimed excitedly, "The young lady at the door is so pretty. Let's go get her phone number." Yuan Bao nodded. "She's quite pretty. She looks like Dr. Song." Chong Jingle was instantly overjoyed, rubbing his hands together with a grin, an acquaintance. "Great, then I'll ask her to eat with us." Xiao Jixing quickly stopped him. "Don't go bother her." Chong Jingle sighed in disappointment. Surprisingly, in the same lobby, Ren Shuang was walking out with her arm around a man. Ren Shuang said sweetly, "President Wang, you've spent too much. How can treating you to a meal be called spending too much?" President Wang said, looking at her lecherously. The next second, Ren Shuang saw Song-shi and was instantly displeased. Then, pointing at Song-shi, she said in a whiny voice, "President Wang, that's her. She wouldn't approve my quote. I just listed a few more of your company's drugs, and she bullies me for it. President Wang frowned. There's such a thing. Meanwhile, Song, she was completely unaware of all this. She came to their table. After sitting down, the group started eating happily, talking and laughing. Midway, Song, she went to the restroom, thinking to herself, who is that woman with Xiao Jisheng? Should I divorce him or not? Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open. Rin Shuang stood at the entrance with her hands on her hips. What a coincidence, Miss Song. Where's your little follower, Han Chunming? Song, she said angrily. Rin Shuang, I'm warning you. Don't you dare talk bad about Han Chunming. I couldn't care less about that fat pig. I'm just worried that if something happens to you now, she won't be in time to save you. As soon as she finished speaking, several menacing-looking thugs appeared beside her. Song, she was burning with rage. Ren Shuang, you despicable. You're playing dirty. Ren Shuang giggled and closed the door. You should try to escape first. Song, she's mind raced. First, find a way to notify Dongshu. However, as soon as her hand went in her pocket, the other party saw through it. The bitch wants to call for help. Her phone was then thrown to the ground. But the next moment, the phone was picked up by someone else. Who are you calling a bitch? Seeing the newcomer, Song, she was instantly overjoyed that I'm saved now. The thugs pulled out knives to don't be a busybody. Be careful, or there'll be blood. The newcomer smiled coldly. So you want to see blood? Huh. Then his figure flashed forward. What followed was the sound of punches and kicks. In just a few moves, all the men were lying on the ground. The next day, in the hospital cafeteria, Song Shi and Han Chunming were eating with relish. Xiao Jisheng didn't come home last night. I had to leave him a note. I wonder if he saw it. Suddenly, someone slammed a hand on the table. Song, she looked up to see Rin Shuang. If you have something to say it to my face. Don't fucking stab people in the back. Han Chunming stepped forward and pushed Rin Shuang away. If you're gonna act crazy, do it home. Rin Shuang flew into a rage. Was I talking to you? Are you Song Shi's dog? Song, she roared like a wild beast. She shot to her feet. Rin Shuang, have you forgotten what I said? If you dare insult Han Chunming again, I'll make you regret it. Holding a bowl in her hand, she looked ready to smash it if another word was said. Seeing her imposing manner, Rin Shuang was immediately a bit intimidated. However, she still said angrily, what right do you have to be so domineering? To have a hospital fire me? Both Song Shi and the other were surprised. Song Shi wondered, could Xiao Jisheng have done this? Rin Shuang started shouting in the restaurant that I was fired because I offended Song Shi. Everyone, don't mess with Song Shi in the future. Her shouting attracted a crowd. Enough. You tried to sell at a high price, and when I stopped you, you hired people to corner me. I didn't expose you to save you some face, and you're still not done? I didn't hire anyone. Rin Shuang denied. Then do you want me to show the evidence? Rin Shuang's face fell. Knowing she couldn't win today, she thought for a moment and said, no need to make up so many lies. Song Shi, I can't afford to offend you. I'll just leave. After saying this, she left in a huff. Han Chunming asked with concern, she hired people to corner you? Are you okay? I'm fine, but why is everyone looking at me strangely? Han Chunming told her with a grin, that's called respect. Suddenly, the head nurse ran over and said, Dr. Song, Hua Jiamin just came to the hospital for an abortion. Hearing the name Hua Jiamin, Song, she felt it was very familiar. Her phone rang. She picked it up to answer. She heard Xiao Jisheng's voice. Song Shi, Hua Jiamin is at your hospital for an abortion. Help me stop her and bring her to Jincheng. Song, she suddenly understood, so it's her. In a hotel, Song, she met with Hua Jiamin. What kind of suffering is this that you must have an abortion? Hua Jiamin took out her phone. You used this photo to lure me out. What do you want? Song, she paused and said, I was asked by someone to talk to you. Hua Jiamin took off her glasses. It was Xiao Jisheng, wasn't it? Song, she was very surprised. How did you know? Hua Jiamin smiled faintly. I could tell you knew each other at the restaurant yesterday. If you're here to persuade me to keep the baby, you don't have to say it. Song, she pretended to be puzzled. Who said I was going to persuade you? Seeing Hua Jiamin's confused expression, she added, I'm just very curious about your reason for not wanting this child. Hua Jiamin caressed her belly, looking very dejected. The baby's father doesn't want it. Song, she felt a bit indignant. Xiao Jisheng doesn't want it. As soon as she said it, two voices spoke at the same time. The first was Hua Jiamin's voice, her face full of exasperation. What does it have to do with Xiao Jisheng? The second was Xiao Jisheng himself. He had just walked in and heard Song Shi's exclamation. He said urgently, What does it have to do with me? Dr. Song, your imagination is too rich. Song, she was completely confused by them. This isn't your child. Hua Jiamin, who had been sad, burst out laughing. Xiao Jixing and I are best buddies. How could it be his child? Song, she immediately covered her face, feeling her imagination had run wild. Damn Xiao Jixing. He didn't make it clear. He made me think I was the other woman. Hua Jiamin pointed to the photo on her phone. This is the baby's father. His name is Han Zhong. So he's the one who doesn't want the child, and you're just compromising. Hua Jiamin nodded slightly. MHM. He said he'd rather have a world for just the two of us. Xiao Jixing snorted. Him. Hua Jiamin looked at him and said, Jixing, I know you look down on him. I also know he doesn't love me enough. But her words were cut off by Song Shi. Stop deceiving yourself. I don't know your boyfriend, but he's not even with you for your abortion. Can he even be called a man? To keep compromising for someone like that, when he could let go at any time. A love with so little security. If it were me, I'd rather throw it away. Hua Jiamin started to lose control, tears streaming down her face. Then what about this child? Song, she passed her a tissue. Oh, have it or not. Decide for yourself. Don't let others control you. Everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Yuan Bao walked over and said urgently, Brother Sheng, there's trouble upstairs. As a doctor, hearing there was trouble upstairs, Song, she rushed over immediately, urgently asking, where is the patient? She saw a female employee lying on the floor, and sitting on the sofa was a man with his legs crossed, looking completely unconcerned. This man was Chi Cheng. Chi Cheng also saw her and immediately stood up. How is it you? Song, she ignored him and instead checked the woman's injuries on the floor. After an examination, the patient woke up. Yuan Bao called 2 people over. Take the patient to the rest area first. Chi Cheng walked up with a smile. Where's Xiao Xiao? Why isn't he showing up himself and sending a woman to deal with this? Song, she said irritably, I don't know. Go ask him yourself. Chi Cheng chuckled. Miss Song, last time you saved the old man. This time you're saving an employee. Tell me, are you a lucky cat Xiao Xiao bot or a protective talisman to ward off disasters? Song, she's lips curled up slightly, with a hint of mockery. So President Xi's fall from grace was because he didn't find the right woman. It had to be said, Chi Cheng was deep. Not only was he not angry, but he even laughed and spoke elegantly. Miss Song is truly a noble person. Young Master Chi is my noble person too. Just then, Xiao Jixing walked in. I rejected your cooperation, yet you still came to Jinsheng to show your face. Then, he stepped forward and stroked Song Shi's hair. Are you okay? Song Shi indicated she was fine. Ignoring Chi Cheng, Xiao Jixing whispered to her, I just asked about the situation. Treat her without worry. I'll handle everything. Then he looked coldly at Chi Cheng. Sure, closed the door. Song, she walked out of the employee lounge and stretched. Good, it's nothing serious. Then she noticed there was no one in the hallway. Just as she was wondering where they had gone, a man's voice sounded from behind her. Excuse me. She turned to look and was so startled she stumbled and fell to the ground. The person behind Song, she was wearing a rabbit mask and mumbled a bunch of things. Song, she didn't understand a single word. What nonsense is this? Was he sent by Chi Cheng again? If the tiger doesn't show its claws, he really thinks I'm a sick cat. She abruptly got up and swung her fist at him. But the man was pulling off his mask, letting out a long breath. This is suffocating. I can't even speak clearly. The next second, Song Shi's fist, caught off guard, landed squarely on him. He cried out in pain. Song Shi said angrily, last time you sent people to warn me. Just now you humiliated me, and now you're back again. Is there no end to you people? Gritting her teeth, she grabbed the man's collar. Go back and tell your master I'm not to be trifled with. The man clenched his fist. What are you talking about? But the next moment, he was kicked in the leg by Song Shi. Before he could get angry, Song Shi turned and stormed off, leaving behind the words, if you dare bother me again, I'll call the police. The man was furious. If the other person hadn't been a woman, he probably would have started swinging his fists. Just then, Yuan Bao walked out and saw the man. Excitedly called out, Howsy, it's really you. What did you get back? Howsy pointed to the mask on the ground and said, just got off the plane. I wanted to give you guys a surprise. Yuan Bao laughed mockingly. More like a scare, right? I just got beaten up by one of your employees here. Yuan Bao was startled. Which employee? How dare they hit you? They must not have seen me. He saw him walk out of the employee lounge. I just wanted to ask for directions. Anyway, no serious harm was done. Come on, Bro Bao will treat you to karaoke. By the way, where's Bro Sheng? Oh, him? He's busy. Song Shi walked forward angrily, muttering under her breath, "Damn, Xiao Jisheng. He didn't even find someone to take me home." Suddenly, she bumped into someone's chest. She heard the person's voice, cursing me. Song Shi looked up and saw it was Xiao Jisheng. She smiled awkwardly. Xiao Jisheng said, "The matter with Qi Cheng is settled. I'll take you home." Song Shi thought of Ren Shuang's situation and quickly asked, "Ren Shuang, were you the one who got her fired?" Xiao Jisheng nodded, "Yes. Next time something like this happens, let me handle it myself." "So you think I'm being nosy?" "That's not what I mean. Even if you hadn't stepped in, I could have made him never dare to do it again." Xiao Jisheng expressed his understanding. When they reached the underground garage, Xiao Jisheng said, "It's the end of the month. Come home with me tomorrow." The next day, the two returned to the Qiao family home as agreed. At this moment, she just wanted to run away. Xiao Jisheng looked at her dejected state. "You've been here several times already, and you're still not used to it." She pouted, "Your mom doesn't like me anyway. It's a fake marriage, so can we skip it next time?" Suddenly, with a woof woof, a pack of large dogs rushed out. Frightened, Shi quickly grabbed onto Xiao Jisheng, trying to jump onto him. Helpless, Xiao Jisheng lifted her off the ground in a princess carry. The barking also attracted the people inside. The one who opened the door was Jiang Jiai. Seeing the scene before her, she stood frozen in place. Mother Qiao pushed Father Qiao into the living room and said unhappily, "Jisheng, look at you. What kind of behavior is this?" Father Qiao coughed lightly twice. "The dogs are rarely let out. They're just too excited." Xiao Jisheng put Shi down and said, "Deepening seems to be in good spirits today." Jiang Jai walked over to Shi. "Why are you here again?" Shi said, "If I had known you were coming, I wouldn't have come." Jiang Jai turned to face Mother Qiao. "Andy, please don't ask me to come over anymore." Mother Qiao said, "How could I do that?" Shi muttered, "You come just because someone asked you to. You have no mind of your own." Mother Qiao's face turned cold. "What did you say?" She felt speechless. The monthly Cheong Yao level drama, more punctual than a period. I have to endure it so I don't cause trouble for Dad. When it was time to eat, Jiang Jai eagerly served a dish. "Uncle, please try the Buddha jumps over the wall I made." But Father Qiao looked at the table full of dishes, holding his chopsticks for a long time, unable to decide where to start. Xiao Jisheng said with concern, "Is none of this to your liking?" Father Qiao sighed. Jiang Jai quickly said, "Uncle, what would you like to eat? I'll go make it." Xiao Jisheng stopped her, "No need. My dad isn't used to your cooking." Shi, make a bowl of dough drop soup. Hearing this, Shi was stunned. He really knows how to order people around. She went to the kitchen to get busy. Beside her, Jiang Jai held her nose that you're actually going to serve this. Shi's next words nearly made Jiang Jai die of anger. The Buddha jumps over the wall is presentable, but no one's eating it. Just then, her phone received a text message. "Xiao Shi, where are you? Is it a good time now?" It was from Han Chunming. As she was carrying the dough drop soup out, Jiang Jai, who was behind her, suddenly gave her a push. She staggered and was about to fall. In the nick of time, Xiao Jisheng caught her. Although the dough drop soup didn't spill completely, a little did splash out. Jiang Jai ran up from behind, grabbing Xiao Jisheng's hand to check for burns, and said worriedly, "Oh my God, Shi, why weren't you more careful?" Shi glared coldly. "Is this person a garbage bag? So full of crap." At the same time, Xiao Jisheng also shook off her hand and said coldly, "You're the one who should be careful." Jiang Jai put on a wronged expression. Xiao Jisheng ignored her and placed the dough drop soup on the table. "Dad, try this. Shi's cooking is excellent." Father Qiao sighed with emotion. "Great. It's been so long since I've had dough drop soup." Shi thought of Han Chuming's text, picked up her bag, and said, "Uncle, Annie, please enjoy your meal. I have to go." Mother Qiao was instantly displeased. "You haven't even finished your meal, and you're leaving? You're getting more and more impolite." Xiao Jisheng watched Shi leave, wondering if something had happened. Shi went outside and quickly dialed Han Chuming's number. "Ming, what's wrong?" Then she heard Han Chuming's anxious voice. "Xiao Shi, come help me quick. I'm coming right now. Just hang on a little longer." In her panic, she almost collided with a motorcycle. The man on the motorcycle was about to curse at her, but when he saw who it was, he took off his helmet. Small world for enemies. Let's settle our score. This person was indeed Housie. Hearing him speak, Shi was very confused. "Who are you?" Housie was instantly furious. "You hit someone and then forget? Last time in Jincheng, you attacked me for no reason." Hearing Jincheng, Shi suddenly remembered that you're one of the people Qi Cheng sent. Housie waved his hand dismissively. "Qi Cheng, Ba Cheng, whatever. I was just asking for directions. Song Shi thought to herself that she had probably made a mistake that day. Let me tell you, today you have to make up for. Hauzi's words stopped abruptly. He saw Song Shi bow. This straightforward. Hauzi was baffled. She was like a completely different person from that day. Song Shi said sincerely, I'm sorry. It was my misunderstanding. I apologize to you. I have something urgent today, so I have to go first. She then ran off in a hurry. Hauzi frowned deeply. Damn. It feels like punching cotton. Hauzi, what are you doing just standing here? Chong Jingle pulled up on his motorcycle. Hauzi said, I ran into someone. Let's go, let's continue. Chong Jingle laughed heartily. Exactly. Don't waste time on a woman. They're all timid. Song Shi, who hadn't gone far, happened to overhear this. She suddenly turned around and pushed him right off the bike. She grabbed his helmet and put it on. Women are timid, dare to race. She thought to herself that she could ride straight to the Mengmeng's doorstep. Faced with a woman's challenge, how could Hauzi back down? At an intersection, a traffic cop was leisurely sipping water. Suddenly, with a whoosh, two motorcycles sped past, leaving only two blurs behind. He immediately got in his car and turned on the siren. At this moment, Hauzi was crying out in misery. Damn, this woman is almost as fast as a professional racer. No matter how much he accelerated, he just couldn't overtake her. The police car behind him caught up, its loudspeaker blaring, Pull over. Song Shi smiled faintly. The next moment, with a drift, the bike came to a steady stop. Hauzi yelled anxiously, Why are you stopping? We haven't decided a winner yet. Winner? What winner? You were speeding, you know that. Song Shi walked up to the traffic cop and said timidly, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm a doctor at Xia Hospital. My colleague has an emergency and needs me. She took out her phone, the text message content clearly visible. Then she pointed at Hauzi that he's my friend. If you have any issues, talk to him. The traffic cop nodded that I asked that so? All right, the hospital has an emergency. You can go first. Hauzi's face darkened. Song Shi snorted coldly. That's what you get for looking down on women. Watching Song Shi ride away, Hauzi gritted his teeth that a doctor from Xia. Huh? You just wait. The traffic cop walked over. What are you looking at? Your problem is very serious. Hauzi hung his head low. Song Shi frantically rang the doorbell. The door opened. Han Chunming was there, wearing a face mask. What's wrong? Weren't you in a hurry? Xiaoxi, you're finally here? My landlord suddenly wants to take back the apartment and won't give any compensation. Gu Dongshu already helped me handle it. He even let me stay at his place for now. Gu Dongshu is here too? Where is he? Following the direction Han Chunming was pointing, she saw Gu Dongshu cowering in the corner. After understanding the situation, Song Shi burst out laughing. No way. Dongshu is a police officer, for crying out loud. How can he be so afraid of Kaylai and Chishi? Gu Dongshu rubbed his head hard. What do you know? Fat Chun, let me tell you, I can take you in, but I really can't handle Kaylai and Chishi. Han Chunming immediately became unhappy. How dare you? Where I go, they go. Gu Dongshu said speechlessly. Then you can take them and sleep on the street. Song Shi quickly stopped them. I'll take care of Chishi and Kaylai. Han Chunming was overjoyed to hear this. Gu Dongshu also breathed a sigh of relief. Song Shi stealthily carried the two pets into the house. Luckily, Xiao Jixing wasn't home. Suddenly, with a meow, Chishi stretched out its paws. Song Shi lovingly stroked him. This cat was a birthday gift from her father. Demingming had a black cat named Kaylai. Since this one was white, she named it Chishi. Ever since her father's accident, it had been fostered at Demingming's place. Just then, she heard the sound of the door opening downstairs. It must be Xiao Jixing coming back. Would he like cats? Would he kick Chishi and Kaylai out? She hurried downstairs. Xiao Jixing spoke first. Why Dad really liked your dough drop soup. That's good. I just didn't make much. My dad ate it all by himself. I was afraid your dad wouldn't be able to eat it. Song Shi noticed Xiao Jixing was always looking at her. She wondered if he had found out something. An idea struck her. How about I make you another serving of dough drop soup? To her surprise, Xiao Jixing didn't refuse at all, simply saying a straightforward okay. He agreed so quickly. If you wanted to eat, you should have just said so. A short while later, Song Shi had made a full pot. Eat more. Once your mouth is softened by my food, you'll be too embarrassed to kick my cats out. Xiao Jixing looked at the pot of dough drop soup and said speechlessly, Are you feeding a pig? I was just afraid you'd be hungry. My mom won't invite Jiang Jai over again. It's normal that your mom doesn't like me. I don't care. Xiao Jixing said, a bit annoyed. I'm being used as a pawn by you too. I care. Jiang Jai is the pawn, and I'm the one getting hit. What do you have to be dissatisfied about? Song Shi took off her gloves in a huff. Take your time drinking. I'm going upstairs. Wait, Xiao Jixing stopped her. He pointed at the dough drop soup in the pot and said, "This is up to you. Don't waste it." Half an hour later, Songshi struggled upstairs with a full stomach. She saw that the bedroom door was open and was instantly startled. Where did Shishi go? In the bathroom, Xiao Jixing rested his hand on his forehead. This Songshi, she really doesn't care. Jiangjai, forget it. What does it have to do with me? The moment he pushed the door open, his face flushed slightly. He saw Songshi bend over, but in the air by the sofa. Songshi, what are you doing? You scared me. Keep your voice down. Are you done showering? What are you doing? I wanted to help you clean up. As if I believed that, Xiao Jixing thought. In my room in the middle of the night, could she be trying to seduce me? Songshi was also wondering, why is he looking at me like that? Could he have discovered something? Xiao Jixing walked over. Get up first. Hey, I'm fine sitting here. Xiao Jixing pulled her up. Songshi lost her balance and fell into his arms. She quickly said in a panic, I'll go back to my room then. I'll help you clean another day. But Xiao Jixing turned and pinned her underneath him. Songshi, were you just about to... Before he could finish, a meow interrupted him. Songshi immediately covered her face. He found out after all. She quickly explained, Demingming is moving and her cats have nowhere to go. Then she pleaded with puppy dog eyes. Can I please keep them at home? Xiao Jixing felt extremely frustrated. It was just to find the cat, so I was just flattering myself. He coughed awkwardly twice. Fine, keep them. Hearing this, Songshi's face lit up with joy. Consider my way of repaying you for the dough drop soup. One day, Songshi was in a good mood. She hadn't expected the cat situation to be resolved so smoothly. Humming a little tune, she walked towards her office. Suddenly, two people rushed in. Doctor, someone's injured. Songshi hurried forward and asked, how was he injured? The man's companion said he was slashed by someone, thought it's a knife wound. Songshi leaned in for a closer look and saw it was someone she knew. Howsy spoke up, I'll only let you examine me. Everyone else, get out. Songshi said angrily, this is a hospital. You don't get to mess around. I said, I'll only let you examine me. Seeing the look on his face, as if he was about to cry, Songshi had no choice but to ask everyone else to leave. She turned to look at him. Then, in the next second, he held a knife to her throat. Dr. Song, I think you put your knife in the wrong place. Songshi's icy voice rang out. Have you ever been in the hospital morgue? Howsy's expression tensed slightly. When did you figure out? Songshi said mockingly, there isn't even a tear in your clothes, and you dare to call a knife wound? Howsy tried to get up, a rare slip-up. I'll be more careful next time. Songshi pressed the scalpel against his chest, obstructing a public official like a doctor from performing their duties. Do you want to go to jail? If you want to get even, find me privately. Don't joke about matters of life and death. Just then, a nurse called out urgently, Dr. Song, come help. There's a multi-car pileup ahead. Many patients need emergency treatment. Songshi didn't dare to delay and rushed to help. Howsy grumbled in dissatisfaction. Was that necessary? It was just a joke. Why make such a big deal out of it? But when he saw the doctors rescuing patients, he realized he might have gone a bit too far. Late at night, Songshi walked out of the hospital. After a full day of work, at least everyone was saved. A woman stopped her. You're finally done. Come have a couple of drinks with me. It was Hu Jiamin. Songshi didn't refuse. The two went to a restaurant. After the food was served, Hu Jiamin chugged a bottle of alcohol. She then said, I had the abortion. For myself. Songshi said, it's good that you've made your decision. Hu Jiamin was very surprised. I thought you wouldn't approve. Songshi laughed. Last time you wanted to have an abortion, it was to win back a man who wasn't worth it. Not because you wanted to. That's why I tried to persuade you. Now that you say it's for yourself, of course I approve. Hu Jiamin said a little sadly, he and I broke up. Songshi raised her glass. Don't think about that scumbag anymore. I wish you a happy breakup. Hu Jiamin smiled brightly. Your blessing is quite novel. I think we could become really good sisters. You read my mind. Really? Then we're good sisters now. Suddenly, Xiao Jixing pushed the door open. Well, am I interrupting you? Hu Jiamin, can you change this habit of becoming sworn sisters with everyone you meet? Hu Jiamin immediately jumped up. Nonsense. I only do this when I meet a kindred spirit. She suddenly turned to look at Songshi. Right? I keep forgetting to ask how you two met. Songshi was taken aback and waved her hand. I don't know you. Last time in the ER, I treated him and he just gave me a few extra instructions. That doesn't count as knowing each other. After saying this, Songshi secretly sighed in relief. I almost forgot, I can't expose my relationship with Xiao Jixing. Xiao Jixing felt a little sullen. She's in such a hurry to distance herself from me. Hu Jiamin looked at them seriously. There's no way it's that simple. Just then, her phone rang. She looked at the caller ID and stood up. She said she was stepping out to take a call. After Hu Jiamin left, it was surprisingly quiet. Songshi complained silently. The atmosphere doesn't feel right. Did I offend him again? She stood up and said, Why don't you two eat first? I'll be leaving. Xiao Jixing glanced at her. Sit down. Am I the plague? You leave as soon as I arrive. Song, she said quietly. Won't I be disturbing you too if I stay here? Xiao Jixing chuckled. Have you ever not disturbed me? Song, she was speechless. What the hell? Weren't we fine just yesterday? Xiao Jixing asked again. Why did Hua Jimin invite you to dinner? We get along. We won't be friends. Don't worry. I won't let our relationship slip. What? You think being married to me is that embarrassing? Song, she was stunned, not knowing how to answer. Hua Jimin walked back and dot on back. What were you guys talking about? Song, she stood up. Nothing. I have something to do at the hospital, so I'm leaving. Hua Jimin looked at Xiao Jixing. What did you do? Xiao Jixing remained silent. Song, she walked out angrily. He's the one who says everything. What is wrong with him? The phone in her pocket was buzzing. It turned out to be Director Ding arranging a business trip for her. After returning home, Xiao Jixing took out all his pin-up frustration on a punching bag. After a long while, he picked up Qi and petted it. Much better than your owner. Just then, Yuan Bao walked in. Bro Shang, you're home? Xiao Jixing said. Why are you here? Song, she is on a business trip. She asked me to take her cats to a pet shop for boarding. Xiao Jixing was stunned. She's on a business trip? She only told you. She left this morning. Where are Qi and Kaylai? Hearing this, Xiao Jixing said, its name is Qi? Does Song, she have another cat? Yeah, why? Didn't Song she tell you? Before he could finish, a pair of gloves was thrown in his face. The next moment, Xiao Jixing's face was close to his. Fight me. You can only take them if you win. At this time, Song Shi finally arrived at the hotel. With a flop, she fell straight onto the bed. I can't believe the business trip is in Yezhou. I'm going to enjoy myself this time. The doorbell rang. She opened it to see a staff member standing at the door, holding a large bouquet of fresh flowers. Excuse me, are you Miss Song Shi? Your flowers, please accept them. Song Shi quickly asked, who sent these flowers? The staff member said mysteriously, I can't tell you now. You'll find out at dinner. Song, she felt very strange. She was a stranger in a strange land here in Yezhou. Who would send her flowers? Dinner time finally arrived. When Song Shi came to the main hall, someone took her hand. Dr. Song, sit next to me. Song Shi nodded in thanks. A short while later, as the main doors slowly opened, a man in a white suit walked. My apologies, everyone, I'm late. He introduced himself. My name is Jia Jiantao. My father is Jia Deming, the director of Yezhou Xia Hospital. Among everyone present is a junior of mine from my university days. I wanted to treat her to a meal, but I was afraid she wouldn't come if I just invited her. So, I invited all of you. At this moment, Song, she covered her face. Oh God, save me. This is so cringy. With a Xiaoxi, Jia Jiantao walked over. Song, she had nowhere to hide and had to stand up. Senior, long time no see. Jia Jiantao looked at her excitedly. Treat you to a meal. I rack my brains. Are you happy? Senior, you've spent too much. It's nothing. Booking the whole hall is only about 200,000. I'm friends with the owner here, so it's just a matter of a word. By the way, do you like the flowers? Bring the red wine. I want to have a drink with my junior. Song, she quickly tried to stop him. No need. Senior, I don't drink. However, it was useless. Song, she couldn't help but sigh. What bad karma did I accumulate to deserve this? The hall manager walked over with the red wine. Please wait a moment. He then said politely to Song Shi, Miss Song, why didn't you let us know you were coming? Song, she was stunned, completely baffled. The manager continued, tonight's dinner is on Miss Song Shi. As soon as he said this, both of them were baffled. Song, she was utterly confused. Jia Jiantao was already furious. What are you guys doing? The manager explained with a smile. Our boss personally instructed that the bill be put on his tab, but the favor is credited to Miss Song. According to the standards our boss specified, this bottle of red wine alone is worth more than 200,000. You see, Jia Jiantao was indignant, but didn't dare to act out. With the manager's next words, Song, she instantly understood that don't worry, Miss Song. This is President Xiao's property. Then, in the next moment, Song, she raised her wine glass and walked to Jia Jiantao. Senior, I toast to you. Thank you for being so thoughtful. Jia Jiantao nodded awkwardly. Song, she said, you and everyone else eat first. I'll be back in a moment. She went to the restroom and dialed the number on her phone. Late at night, Xiao Jixing was petting Qi and Kaylai. Suddenly, his phone rang. Song Shi's voice came through about tonight. Thank you. It's nothing. We're even. Hearing him say they were even, Song Shi wondered if he was apologizing for what happened the other day. She collected herself and said, "Thanks to you tonight. I'll make you dough drop soup when I get back." Xiao Jisheng was speechless. "You're gonna fob me off with just a bowl of dough drop soup?" Song Shi returned to the dinner table. Jia Jiantao said, "Xiao Shi, you have a lot of clout." Song Shi said modestly, "I'm nothing compared to you, senior. Why don't you do me a favor and perform a COR pulmonal surgery for my friend?" Song Shi thought about it seriously for a moment and said, "This surgery is quite difficult. I'll do it." Jia Jiantao was overjoyed. That's great. I can only be at ease with your skills. Everyone here is more experienced than me. Actually, it wouldn't make a difference who does it. Jia Jiantao immediately tried to smooth things over. "How could that be? They specifically requested you. He's the second son of the Wu family, a famous wealthy family in Yezhou, Wu Haoxing." Hearing this, Song Shi's expression changed slightly. After dinner, Song Shi and the others prepared to head back. A colleague asked with concern, "I heard your senior asked you to perform a surgery." "Yes, I refused." "Why?" "I have a personal grudge with the patient. It would affect my state of mind during the surgery. I can't joke around with a life. Besides, any experienced doctor can do it. It doesn't have to be me." "That may be true, but the Wu family is not to be trifled with." "What? Are they going to kidnap me?" Just as she said that, two men in black suits walked over. "Dr. Song, Mr. Wu would like to see you." In the Wu family's living room, Song Shi quietly drank her tea. A woman walked over. "Dr. Song, you're really composed. You've been drinking tea in my house for half a bowl's worth and haven't even asked why." Song Shi put down her teacup. "That I asked their need to ask? You must be Wu Haoxing's mother." She turned her head to look at the elderly man. "And you must be Wu Haoxing's father." The man nodded in approval. "Dr. Song is truly clever. I won't beat around the bush. My son's condition is critical right now. I just want to ask you to perform a surgery. Name your price." Song Shi showed a surprised expression. "Really? Then I'll say it. Feel free to speak. I want the dead to be brought back to life." "Can you do that?" Father Wu was startled. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is I want you to give Zhao Nin her life back." Hearing this, the two elders' faces changed drastically. "What is your relationship with her?" "My surname is Song. Her surname is Zhao." "What relationship could there be?" "She was a younger sister of my university classmate. 2 years ago, she married into your Wu family. Wu Haoxing repeatedly cheated on her and even brought his mistress home. This angered Zhao Nin so much that she accidentally lost her 7-month-old baby and became infertile for life. Afterwards, you forced Zhao Nin to leave the marriage with nothing. With nowhere to turn, she jumped off a building. Then you spent money to ensure the Zhao family had no legal recourse." Father Wu slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. What right do you have to judge our family's affairs? Now that things have come to this, I only have one question for you. Do you believe in karma?" Father Wu's eyes were icy as he spoke. "It seems we really can't let you perform exoner surgery. You know too much." Song, she was fearless. "Haven't you noticed? I've been here for most of the night, not to drink tea, but to wait for someone." Just as she was speaking, the main door was kicked open. Wu Fu immediately shouted for security. A man entered with a scoff. "Is calling security any use? Who gave you the nerve to touch my person?" Wu Fu stood up. "Your CEO, Qiao." Mrs. Wu was trembling with fear. "Honey, look, our house is surrounded by him." Wu Fu looked through the window and saw many vehicles had arrived outside. Xiao Jisheng looked at Song Shi and called out, "Come here." Song Shi happily ran over. "It's a good thing you had people following me. I've troubled you." Xiao Jisheng said irritably, "You know your trouble, yet you still dare to court death." Then he looked at the two Wu elders. "Let's settle the total score." Xiao Jisheng led Song Shi out of the Wu family's door. Wu Fu followed behind, seeing them off with a smile. Xiao Jisheng opened the car door, gesturing for Song Shi to get in. Song Shi was overwhelmed by the favor. Wu Fu hurried after them. "CEO Qiao, today was just a misunderstanding. You see, Mr. Wu dares to get involved in a potential homicide case, so why would he care about me? Yuan Bao, terminate all my collaborations with Mr. Wu." Wu Fu hurriedly said, "Please listen to my explanation." Xiao Jisheng got directly into the car. "We're going back to Yeching." Song Shi thought to herself, "I argued with him before I left. Maybe I really should try a different way of getting along with him." Xiao Jisheng suddenly spoke. "Aren't you an angel in white? You'd also refuse to save someone from death? Some people are a menace even if you save them. You did the right thing. You heard everything from outside. MHM, compared to those who use morality to restrain their instincts all day, I prefer the new Xiao Jisheng. Is this a compliment for me? It's rarer than a 1,000-year-old iron tree blooming." Yuan Bao suddenly added, "Brother Sheng rushed over to save you without even eating." Song Shi leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Xiao Jisheng, I'll make you dough drop soup when we get home." Seeing no reaction from him for a while, she wondered, is he really asleep? She couldn't help but make a funny face. He's usually so enthusiastic about bullying me. However, the next moment, while she was making the face, Qiao Jisheng's eyes opened. The scene was incredibly awkward. The car stopped at the entrance of the residential complex. Song Shi, dragging her suitcase, arrived panting. Why didn't you have Yuan Bao drive to the door? Qiao Jisheng said 2 words, save gas. You, Qiao Jisheng, need to save gas? Only a fool would believe that. If you want revenge, just say so. Finally home. I'm dead tired. I'll take a nap and then go pick up Qixi and Kayla. Qiao Jisheng interjected. They're already at home. Suddenly, a meowing and whimpering sound was heard. Songshi looked inside the house, and her face turned pale. She saw Qixi being held in a dog's mouth. She frantically rushed over. Qiao Jisheng, who was behind her, was also startled. He pointed his finger down at the dog. Qiao put it down. The dog whimpered and loosened its mouth. Songshi held Qixi in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Qixi, are you okay? She sobbed while holding Qixi. Qiao was gently rubbing against Qiao Jisheng. You misunderstood. Qiao was just... Before he could finish, Songshi yelled, Qiao Jisheng, it's one thing to bully me, but what's the point of bullying a cat? Qiao Jisheng was silent for a moment, then began to say, these few days you were gone. Actually, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Songshi again. Where's Kayla? The black one. Qiao Jisheng turned and went upstairs. None of my business. Songshi quickly grabbed his hand, her tone softening. Kayla isn't mine. It's my friend's. If you don't like me, bullying my cat is one thing, but can you not involve others? Qiao Jisheng shook her off. You're living under someone else's roof yourself. What right do you have to fight for a cat's sovereignty? After speaking, he led Qiao upstairs. Songshi collapsed to the floor in disappointment, holding Qixi and sobbing. To think I actually wanted to try a different way of getting along with him. Just as she was heartbroken, a sharp meow was heard. The little black thing that crawled out from under the sofa. Who else could it be but Kayla? Songshi quickly scooped it into her arms. Although she turned from sorrow to joy, this was, after all, not her home. She left the Qiao residence that night. She took the 2 cats and looked for several hotels, but was told that pets were not allowed. She was rejected once again. Just as dawn was about to break, while she was walking with her head down, a group of men suddenly surrounded her. Well, a young lady all by herself. What's in this bag? One of them reached out to grab her suitcase. She shouted, get lost. Seeing the men cracking their knuckles, about to make a move, she screamed in fear. Meanwhile, Qiao Jisheng was at home, sulking. This she really can't tell good from bad. His phone buzzed. He put it to his ear and said impatiently, if there's nothing important, I'm hanging up. It was Chong Jingle's voice on the phone. Why so angry? I just ran into a young lady with a cat, surrounded by thugs. So pitiful. Qiao Jisheng was startled. With a cat? A bad feeling rose in his heart. Chong Jingle continued. She looked familiar. On second thought, isn't she Jiamin's attending doctor? You even told us not to bother her the other day. Qiao Jisheng went to her room to check. Sure enough, there was no sign of Songshi. He hurriedly asked, where is she now? Cut the crap. Chong Jingle said with a grin, don't worry, she's fine. I took her to a hotel under my name to check in. You don't have to worry about it. I can't talk anymore. Isn't it your hospital's foundation-laying ceremony tomorrow? I have to make an appearance. After hanging up, Qiao Jisheng let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she's okay. Thank heavens. The next day, she went to the pet hospital and had Qixi checked from top to bottom. The staff told her there were no external injuries at all. Its spirits were also very good, and it didn't seem to have been frightened. She reminded them. It was held by the neck by a large wolf dog last night. The staff said, some dogs express friendliness this way. No need to make a fuss. As long as the cat wasn't scared or hurt, it's fine. After hearing this, she felt awkward. Didn't I wrongly accuse him? Qiao Jisheng picked up his phone, wanting to call and apologize. But then he thought, apologizing now would surely just be asking for humiliation. At the same time, the vice dean sent a text message. Qiao Jisheng's Chongning Hospital is breaking ground today. There's going to be a foundation-laying ceremony. You're coming with me. She remembered. It was the land he had acquired with difficulty in Qingde. Construction was starting so soon. I might as well take this opportunity to apologize. Thinking of this, she made a call. Hello, I'd like to order 60 double-layered flower baskets to be delivered to Chongning Hospital under Highway Group. The foundation-laying ceremony was about to begin. The site was already set up. Qiao Jisheng was walking in a sharp suit. Chong Jingle hugged him from behind. Can you look a little happier? Today's the day you welcome the god of wealth. Are you trying to scare him off with that long face? Qiao Jisheng said speechlessly. If the god of wealth would come just because I smiled, then I might as well not build a hospital and just lie at home laughing. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked at Chang Jingle. About last night. Shang Ying's side. Still on about last night? It was already dawn when I took her to the hotel. I don't know where she is now. Why don't you go ask her yourself? Get lost. Yuan Bao walked over holding a banner. Brother Sheng, look, this must be from Song Shi. Qiao Jisheng glanced over. The banner read, Kele and Qi congratulate Highway Group on the auspicious start of construction. Qiao Jisheng let out a long sigh. It seems her ego is too big. I can't even get her to use her own name. Yuan Bao said she sent dozens of flower baskets as a peace offering. Don't be so serious about it. Qiao Jisheng said, am I short of a few flower baskets? Song Shi, who had just arrived, was startled by the scene before her. With such a grand setup, would her few flower baskets even be seen? What a waste of money. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. You're here too. Song Shi turned around and saw it was Chang Jingle, who had rescued her last night. She quickly smiled and said, I came with the hospital. Ruan Boyan, next to Chang Jingle, nudged him. Who's this? Chang Jingle said, Jiamin's attending doctor. She knows Jisheng too. We met at the restaurant before, remember? I'm not like you, who never forgets a pretty girl. Chang Jingle pulled Song Shi along. Come with us to the lounge. It's too chaotic here. Song Shi refused. That's not necessary. She muttered to herself, this guy is way too friendly. Chang Jingle continued, it's fine. Jisheng is right there. Jimin will be here in a bit too. Song Shi thought, this might be a good chance to apologize. While she was lost in thought, Chang Jingle pushed her forward. Relax, I'm not going to sell you. Ruan Boyan also chimed in. Since you know each other, let's hang out together. This is like being forced into it. Haozi pushed open the conference room door. Brother Sheng, I'm here. Yuan Bao came up and punched him lightly. You finally decided to show up. Brother Sheng is opening a hospital. How could I not come to show support? Seeing him, Qiao Jisheng's mood also brightened. What have you been busy with lately? I haven't seen you around. Haozi scratched his head. I've been looking for someone recently. Qiao Jisheng was very curious. Who? Brother Sheng, don't ask. Just then, the door was opened again. Immediately, Chang Jingle's voice was heard. See, here we are. The moment Song Shi entered the door, Haozi's and her eyes met. They stared at each other, their eyes filled with animosity. Chang Jingle pulled Haozi aside, listening to a story about her. Song Shi sighed, it's a small world. They actually know each other. After a long while, Haozi finally finished. That's about it. He thought his good brother would speak up for him. But instead, Chang Jingle pointed at him and scolded. Then you should apologize to her. Haozi clenched his fist, indignant. Just then, the door was pushed open and Ho Jiamin walked in. What are you guys talking about? She suddenly saw Song Shi and cried out excitedly. Chang Jingle immediately tattled. Jiamin, did you know? Haozi bullied Dr. Song. Song Shi quickly waved her hands. It wasn't that serious. But Ho Jiamin stepped forward and put Haozi in a chokehold with both hands. What? Song Shi's my girl. You dare bully her? Haozi quickly begged for mercy. I didn't know you guys knew each other back then. Song Shi, on the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Ha! Forget it, Jiamin. Chang Jingle and the others, afraid of missing the show, kept shouting, Jiamin, don't let him go. Ho Jiamin pinched the flesh on Haozi's face. Apologize to me now. Watching their lively scene, Song Shi's mood also became cheerful. Dealing with them, she felt a long-lost sense of ease. Suddenly, Qiao Jisheng spoke up. Apologize for what? Is it no problem that Dr. Song misunderstood Haozi first? Song, she snorted to herself. He's still angry, as expected. AI, who asked me to wrongly accuse a petty person. Chang Jingle quietly asked Ruan Boyan, what's the relationship between Brother Sheng and Song Shi? I don't know either. They seem to have known each other for a long time. I've asked many times, but he won't say. Ho Jiamin hugged Song Shi and said with a grin, you two must have argued again. Qiao Jisheng, you're a grown man. Don't be so petty. Then she pulled Song Shi to sit with him. Let's just drop this. Everyone come to my place for dinner tonight. Song Shi looked at the silent Qiao Jisheng, wondering, can I even go home tonight? Ho Jiamin felt a bit of stomach discomfort and excused herself to go to the restroom. Haozi's gaze remained fixed on Song Shi. Qiao Jisheng was very displeased by this. Looking at where Ho Jiamin had disappeared, Qiao Jisheng sighed. Jiamin's older sister could never get pregnant again after an abortion. That's why I advised her against it before. Hearing this, Song Shi's expression changed drastically. She quickly stepped forward and asked, are you saying Jiamin might not be able to get pregnant either? Qiao Jisheng replied, you can never be sure about these things. Song Shi felt a wave of fear. She had the abortion because she listened to me. she began to feel a little regretful, her heart in turmoil. Xiao Jisheng was just about to comfort her, but Haozi beat him to it. Haozi squatted down, looking at her with a concerned gaze. What's wrong? What happened before was my fault. I won't bother you anymore. Songshi shook her head slightly. It's not your problem. Just then, Hu Jimin walked in, looking cheerful. It's so noisy outside. I'm leaving first. You guys come on your own tonight. Then she insisted on pulling Songshi along with her. At Hu Jimin's home, she was trying hard to explain, don't listen to Jisheng try and scare you. I really just ate something bad. Songshi asked worriedly, so your body is fine? Hu Jimin nodded with certainty that I'm really fine. Then she burst out laughing. You're a doctor, and you actually let him fool you. Songshi pouted. He said it so convincingly. While the two were chatting, a clicking sound of a door opening was heard. Songshi thought they had arrived. Hu Jimin immediately stood up. They don't have a key to my place, she said as she went out to check. Songshi had just taken a sip of tea when she heard a commotion outside. When did you secretly make a copy of my key? Songshi quickly put down her teacup and got up to check. When she went outside, she was shocked by the scene. A strange man was grabbing Hu Jimin, looking like he was about to hit her. Hu Jimin shouted, "We've already broken up. Get out." The man roared, "If we're breaking up, I'll be the one to say it. Who do you think you are?" At this moment, Songshi knew the man was Jiamin's ex-boyfriend, Hanzhong. She immediately went up and pulled hard on his arm. "You let go of Jiamin." Hanzhong violently flung his arm. "This is between her and me. Who are you to interfere?" With a loud smack, Songshi's face was hit hard. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Songshi only felt dizzy. She heard noisy voices by her ear. "Let go of me. How is it this bastard again? You fucking dare to lay a hand on her? Songshi, are you okay?" She slowly opened her eyes, saw Hu Jimin's concerned gaze, and shook her head. "I'm fine." Xiao Jisheng and the others had already subdued Hanzhong. Xiao Jisheng took a drag from his cigarette and said coldly, "Jimin, he used to be your boyfriend, so I didn't touch him. Now he's touched my person. What do you say?" Songshi was stunned. "How did I become his person?" Hu Jimin said, "Do as you please. I don't care." Xiao Jisheng nodded, turned around, walked up to Hanzhong, and casually tossed the cigarette in his hand. It landed right on Hanzhong's face. A miserable scream instantly rang out. Xiao Jisheng had Yuan Bao pull him up. Hanzhong begged for mercy. "I'll never come again, really." Xiao Jisheng snorted coldly. Too late. The next moment, he kicked him away. She suddenly rushed over. She blocked Xiao Jisheng. "Forget it. You'll kill him if you keep hitting him." Looking into She's eyes, Xiao Jisheng had to stop. He gave Yuan Bao a look. Yuan Bao nodded in understanding. "Don't worry, Brother Sheng, I'll handle it." Hu Jiamin supported Songshi. "Let's go to the hospital." Songshi said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." However, Xiao Jisheng, who was beside them, grabbed her. "I'll take her." He dragged her away without letting her struggle. Then he said to Chong Jingle and the others, "I'm leaving Jiamin to you." The group told him not to worry. Haozi silently watched their figures, an inexplicable bitterness in his heart. The two went downstairs. She said, I just went out yesterday." Xiao Jisheng nodded. "I know. To walk the cats? If you hadn't run into Chong Jingle last night, what were you planning to do?" She stammered. "It wasn't that serious, was it?" Xiao Jisheng's anger flared up. He took a deep breath to suppress it. "Forget it. Let's go to the hospital first." She said urgently, "I'm really fine. I'm a doctor. I know best." At the same time, the phone at her waist rang. She answered it. Her face instantly changed. Xiao Jisheng drove personally with She beside him, directing, "Turn there a little faster." Xiao Jisheng asked, very confused, "What's wrong with your cat now?" "I boarded them at the pet hospital. They were fine during the day. The vet just said Chi-Chi is sick." Xiao Jisheng was speechless. She didn't care about her own injury. We're here. Stop here." Before the car had even come to a complete stop, he watched her get out in a hurry. Seeing her energetic state, at least she herself was truly fine. She asked anxiously, "Why did it suddenly vomit?" The staff said, "Not quite sure. It's probably because it's suddenly in a strange environment and can't adapt. We suggest taking it home first." Hearing, "Go home," she felt a bit troubled. Xiao Jisheng spoke up. "Okay. Are there any procedures to complete?" She was slightly stunned. She thought he would take the opportunity to make things difficult for her. She just had to register and could then take the cat home. Xiao Jisheng glanced at the form. A birthday on August 9th? Isn't that the day after tomorrow? After completing the procedures, to She's surprise, Kaylai and Chi-Chi were clinging to Xiao Jisheng. She was so angry she gritted her teeth. "You two traitors." Back at home, when She saw Chi-Tiao, she still felt uneasy. No matter how much they said it was fine, it was still a big wolf dog. It was very dangerous for cats. However, the next moment, Kaylai and Chi-Chi broke free from her embrace. They pounced on Chiqiao. The two cats and one dog were playing together. Songshi was stunned by the scene. They were really just playing, and so happily at that. Now this was thoroughly awkward. As Qiao Jisheng went upstairs, he said, "You should tell the vet. This is clearly lovesickness." Songshi was going crazy inside. Is he mocking me? But after thinking about it carefully, no matter what, she had misunderstood him and should apologize. Qiao Jisheng, who had just come out of the shower, found a note slipped under the door. He bent down to pick it up, wondering, what is this now? It turned out to be an apology letter from Songshi. I sincerely want to say I'm sorry. I've never raised a big dog, so I misunderstood him and took my anger out on you. Thank you for coming to Yezhou to get me. I'm very grateful. I know you're always right. I hope that if I do anything wrong in the future, you'll tell me directly. I will correct it and try my best to cause you less trouble. Call me anytime you want to eat dough drop soup. Qiao Jisheng smiled slightly. Apologizing with a note? Is she a primary school student? After a thought, he dialed Yuan Bao's number. Yuan Bao, arranged for Song Shi and Song Yuanqing to meet. Yes, tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is her birthday. The next day, Song Shi felt strange. She had already seen her father once this month. Why did Qiao Jisheng arrange it again? Whatever, as long as I can see Dad, anything is fine. The father and daughter met, overjoyed. Song Shi opened the food container. Dad, it's my birthday tomorrow. I brought a cake especially for us. Let's eat it together. Song Yuanqing also said excitedly, my little princess is turning 26. Little Shi, have you contacted Annie Dong recently? Song Shi pouted. No, after your accident, Shi and Dong Yuan never came to see you once. Why even mention them? Dad just wants to ask, did she give you that card? Song, she was startled. After the visit ended, Song Shi kept thinking about her father's words. Dad, saved some money for you before the accident. I asked Annie Dong to keep it for you. Did she give it to you? Song Shi analyzed carefully. I met with Dong Yuan a few times because of the Qiqing matter. I never heard him mention any card. That mother and daughter aren't planning to swallow my dad's money, are they? Dong Yuan, you just wait. That's strange. Why won't the door open? A closer look revealed that the battery was dead. From behind, Qiao Jisheng poked his head over. What are you doing? Aya. Song Shi yelped and fell to the ground. Qiao Jisheng teased, don't go claiming relatives randomly. Song Shi complained, it's because you appeared so suddenly. Qiao Jisheng tapped her nose. Can't open the door without power? Song Shi had a sudden realization. Right? The battery can only be changed from the inside. To charge it from the outside, you need a power bank. Qiao Jisheng walked to a tree and said, climb it. I didn't lock the door. You climb in and open it. Song Shi was speechless. I've never climbed a tree before. Qiao Jisheng analyzed. This tree isn't sturdy enough. It'll probably break if I climb it. We should just have Yuan Bao bring a charger. Qiao Jisheng looked at his watch. He said there's no time. He then picked up Song Shi and pushed her up the tree. Song Shi was shocked. No time for what? Don't worry about it. Just focus on climbing. I can't stand steady. Don't be afraid. A quarter of an hour later, Song Shi opened the door. She said irritably, remember to change the battery. I'm going back to my room. Qiao Jisheng immediately stopped her. Wait a minute. Go make a bowl of noodles first. A moment later, Song Shi looked at the table full of takeout and said angrily, you even ordered takeout? You're just messing with me. Qiao Jisheng said, takeout and noodles don't conflict. Song Shi stretched lazily, as if, I'm going upstairs to rest. You can eat slowly. Qiao Jisheng stood up and pressed down on her shoulders with both hands. Who said you could leave? Eat with me, especially these noodles. You have to finish them. Song, she shook her head. No, these noodles are spicy. I'm afraid of getting heaty from the spice. The next second, Qiao Jisheng handed her a drink. Here, if you think it's spicy, have some Wanglaji. Half an hour later, Song, she was lying on her bed, feeling very satisfied from eating and drinking. Her phone had been ringing non-stop just now. She could finally check it. She opened it and saw the screen was full of happy birthday wishes for her. She sat up abruptly. That's right, it's past 12 o'clock. It's my birthday already. Was Qiao Jisheng celebrating my birthday just now? He suddenly arranged for me to meet my dad and forced me to eat longevity noodles at 12 o'clock. Suddenly, her heart fluttered. Why is this person so awkward? Should I find a chance to thank him? In the hospital, Han Chunming was holding a birthday cake and offered her blessings. Thank you, my dear Ming Ming. Song, she couldn't help but go up and give her a kiss on the cheek. A colleague also walked over and said, Dr. Song is so popular. The whole hospital can't finish all the cakes you've received. Song, she beamed. Help yourselves. There's plenty of cake for everyone. Jamin, Yuan Bao, and the others all sent one. It's so lively this year. Han Chunming noticed one cake had no name on it. It looked delicious. Dear Ming Ming wants to try it. Song, she thought, this must be from Xiao Jisheng. She immediately picked up the cake. This part is reserved. Dear Ming Ming stood there, stunned. Just then, a handsome man walked in. He spoke. So many cakes. Is it someone's birthday? Han Chunming's heart fluttered. What a super handsome guy. Song, she spoke. Hello. Who are you looking for? The man chuckled. I'm here to see a doctor. Just passing by. Han Chunming said, infatuated. I didn't expect such a handsome guy to be so forward. Song, she quickly pinched Dear Ming Ming's cheek and said to the man, then you should go to the first floor to register. The man extended his hand and was about to speak. A woman rushed over like the wind. She punched Song Shi directly in the face, all the while screaming, it must be you. You seduced my husband. Han Chunming roared. What nonsense are you spouting? Believe it or not, I'll call security. Song Shi, her face full of anger, said, you've got the wrong person. Who is your husband? Still trying to argue? The crazed woman wouldn't listen to any explanation and desperately entangled herself with them. Fortunately, the handsome man held her, preventing her from hitting anyone. Suddenly, a doctor beside them said, I remember now, she's a psychiatric patient. She calls any pretty female doctor a homewrecker. She caused a scene in another department last year. Song, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had been hit for no reason at all. The handsome man had the crazed woman under control. He spoke up, Dr. Song, I'll take her to the security department. Song, she nodded in thanks. Han Chunming said, your face is all swollen. Song, she was also helpless. T.O. get hit for no reason. How did that person just now know my surname is Song? Han Chunming said, forget it, don't think about it. Tonight, Dongshu and I will take you out for a drink to celebrate your birthday. Xiao Jisheng was in his car, heading back. Yuan Bao said, Brother Sheng, Song, she went out drinking with Dongshu and the others tonight. She won't be back this early. I didn't ask you that. I saw you finish work early today. I thought you were heading over for Song Shi. He was just about to say a few words to Yuan Bao when the car arrived at the gate. What surprised him even more was seeing Song Shi climbing a tree. He heard her cheering, I finally made it up. He shouted irritably, are you addicted to climbing trees? Song Shi looked down and saw it was Xiao Jisheng. She waved and greeted him, you're back. Look, I can climb this high all by myself. Xiao Jisheng looked at her flushed face. She was definitely completely drunk. He couldn't help but cover his face and sigh. You should come down first. Song, she said, no. The door lock is broken again. It kept saying my password was incorrect. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see. Xiao Jisheng suddenly saw her injured face. How did that happen? However, before he could think, he saw Song Shi's foot slip, and she came pressing down towards him. With a thud, Xiao Jisheng was pinned right under her. The next second, their lips met perfectly. Song Shi's eyes widened in terror. She was just about to struggle free. Who knew that Xiao Jisheng would press the back of her head with his hand and kiss her desperately? In that moment, even breathing felt difficult. At this moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through Song Shi's mind. That am I still not sober? She struggled to lift her head. Wait, this thing between us. However, the next moment, seeing the trace of blood at the corner of Xiao Jisheng's mouth, she suddenly felt embarrassed. She had bitten him. She repeatedly said, I'm sorry. An hour later, Song, she was holding disinfectant supplies. She spoke with some embarrassment. Let me treat your wound first. Xiao Jisheng looked at her and said, you're sober now? Song, she nodded. Picking up a cotton swab with disinfectant, she dabbed his wound. Sorry. I drank a bit too much with Dongshu and the others tonight. Xiao Jisheng teased, it's your birthday, and I suffer a bloody disaster. Are you my jinx? Song, she said, a little shyly, I didn't mean to smash your lip just now. Xiao Jisheng said, I was dazed from the impact. Song, she pouted, you make it sound like I took advantage of you. She picked up the tray and was about to leave. Xiao Jisheng called out to her, what happened to your face? Song, she covered her face and sighed. Today, a psychiatric patient mistook me for a homewrecker and slapped me. You don't need to take people like that to heart. How can I not care? I hate homewreckers more than anything in this life. Seeing Song Shi's furious expression, Xiao Jisheng thought of Song Shi's ex-boyfriend, Shun Jiaoi, who had cheated on her with a younger female student. Shun Jiaoi, oh, Shun Jiaoi, Xiao Jisheng muttered to himself. One day, as soon as Xiao Jisheng got home, his mother pulled him aside to ask what happened to his lip. Xiao Jisheng was a bit impatient. That it's nothing, Mom. I bumped into something. Nonsense. How could you bump it like that? It wasn't Song Shi, was it? Xiao Jisheng immediately cut in. No. Mom, don't guess randomly. Is Dad resting? I'll go see him. Xiao's mother secretly gritted her teeth that he's so protective of her. It must have something to do with her. Xiao Jisheng, went to his father's bedroom. Xiao's father also asked about his lip. Xiao Jisheng said it was nothing and told him not to worry. Xiao's father sighed that you're a grown man, but you're still like a child. When you were 6, you climbed a tree with your cousins, fell, and your face was covered in blood. Xiao Jisheng was taken aback. You still remember that? Xiao's father stroked his head. What about you, don't I remember? Last night, I dreamed that I died, and you were left all alone. Xiao Jisheng comforted him. Dreams are the opposite of reality. Aren't you perfectly fine? Xiao's father said, but I'll have to leave sooner or later. This family will eventually have to be supported by you. Xiao Jisheng gripped his father's hand. Don't say any more. His expression was very sad. He left his father's bedroom and went to the living room. He saw Song. She's standing there. He was slightly surprised. When did you get here? He suddenly saw Song, she clutching her finger, and hurried forward to check. Her finger was injured and bandaged. Song, she waved her hand and said, "It's nothing," then walked out. Xiao Jisheng was suddenly furious. He grabbed her. What happened? I'm asking you a question. Song, she's eyes darkened. She shook off his hand. Just half an hour ago, she had arrived at the Qiao residence with some gifts. Qiao's mother said coldly, no need to bring gifts. Our family doesn't lack for anything. Song, she smiled and said, what your family has is yours. Why buy is mine? Didn't you say uncle wanted to eat the dough drop soup I make? I'll go make it now. Xiao's mother said mockingly, you're not just planning to make dough drop soup, are you? No matter what means you use to marry into our family, you have to abide by the Qiao family's rules. Your father used to spoil you, but no one here will spoil you for a lifetime. Oh, right. Speaking of your father, the new mayor of our city has taken office. His surname is Sheng. I hope he's different from your father. It was this sentence that made Song she lose focus. The knife she was using to cut tomatoes accidentally cut her hand. She cried out in pain. Seeing this, Xiao's mother remarked, as expected of someone coddled and spoiled. How can you even cut your hand while chopping vegetables? Song, she couldn't take it anymore. She threw down her apron and said angrily, I tolerate you because you're Xiao Jisheng's mother. But if you dare to speak about my father, I can choose not to see you as an elder. Xiao Jisheng found his mother and asked for the reason. After Xiao's mother finished explaining what happened, she grabbed Xiao Jisheng and said, that's how it was. Jisheng, you tell me, does she still have any respect for me in her eyes? Xiao Jisheng felt a headache coming on. Mom, can you not meddle in my affairs with her? Xiao's mother said sternly, I wasn't wrong. What right does she have to get angry? Xiao Jisheng explained, her father is her father, and she is she. Don't use this to provoke her anymore. Xiao's mother was furious. Why are you speaking up for her? Xiao Jisheng threw out, that's enough. I'm leaving, and walked out the door. Song, she walked listlessly on the street. Xiao's mother's words still echoed in her ears. Your father used to spoil you, but no one here will spoil you for a lifetime. How could she be like that? Song, she was very sad. Lost in thought, she nearly tripped and fell. The bag in her hand dropped to the ground. Just then, a man picked up her bag for her. Dr. Song, what's wrong? Song, she looked. It was the man from the hospital yesterday who had helped her control the psychiatric patient. The man smiled slightly to, IT, seems you haven't forgotten me. Song, she said a bit apologetically, oh, it's the friendly, handsome guy. I was in too much of a hurry yesterday and forgot to thank you. Thank you for helping me stop that patient. Her expression suddenly froze. But how did you know my surname is Song? The man burst out laughing. You have a nameplate on your desk. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chi Wei, he said, extending his hand. Song, she looked at him, thinking to herself, how does this person have a natural bonus to his likability? He makes people feel a sense of familiarity at first sight. She also extended her hand to shake his. Hello, I'm Song Shi. The moment they shook hands, Chi Wei noticed her injured finger. He quickly asked, what happened? Song, she gestured that it was nothing. Chi Wei suggested, it seems Dr. Song isn't in a good mood. Why don't I take you to relax a bit? Half an hour later, at an amusement park, the two were sitting on a roller coaster. Song Shi's screams echoed through the sky. Chi Wei shouted loudly, Dr. Song, relax. This is a great way to release stress. Song, she didn't dare to respond. At this moment, she was both scared and excited. They finally got off. Song, she kept patting her chest. Oh my God, I haven't been to an amusement park in so long. Chi Wei said, coming once in a while isn't bad, is it? It's great. Thank you for today. Let's add each other on WeChat so it's easy to contact each other in the future. She had just taken out her phone when she saw 2 missed calls, both from Xiao Jisheng. Xiao Jisheng was distractedly listening to Yuan Bao's report. Yuan Bao also noticed that Brother Sheng had something heavy on his mind. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Brother Sheng, how come we haven't seen Song Shi in a while? Xiao Jisheng said. She switched to the night shift recently. When I go to work, she's sleeping. When I come home, she's at the hospital. Yuan Bao looked at him with a strange expression, as if he had discovered a secret. She's avoiding you, isn't she? If it's about last time, Brother Sheng, you should probably apologize to her. Xiao Jisheng said arrogantly. She's the one who doesn't want to see me. What's there to apologize for? Brother Sheng, aren't you suffering from insomnia? Let's go to Xiao Hospital to have a check. Xiao Jisheng was taken aback, thinking to himself that this was a good idea. Inside the hospital, she had fallen asleep at her desk. Han Chunming, afraid she would catch a cold, draped a jacket over her. The movement still woke her up. Han Chunming asked, "Why are you still here on the night shift? Weren't you supposed to go home this morning?" She rubbed her sleepy eyes. The vice director said people from the health bureau are coming for an inspection today and asked me to receive them. Han Chunming asked, puzzled. The health bureau specifically requested you to receive them by name. She shook her head. I'm not sure either. Just then, the vice director shouted, Xiao Song, hurry, the people from the health bureau are here. She quickly got up. Seeing Han Chunming's concerned look, she said, don't worry. It's not like the health bureau is going to eat me alive. However, the next moment she saw their lineup, she felt they really could eat her alive. No wonder she was designated to receive them. Among them was her old acquaintance, Jiang Jiai. So it was a weasel paying a New Year's call to a chicken. While the vice director and the bureau chief were exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Jiai walked out. She was heard saying, Song Shi, what a coincidence. Then she put her arm around Song Shi's. Bureau chief, this is an old acquaintance of mine. Her father is Song Yuanqing, the former mayor. She pulled Song Shi aside. Why do you look so pale? If only Uncle were still around, he could have helped you transfer to an easier post. She suppressed the anger in her heart. The next second, she came before the bureau chief with a smile. Bureau chief, let me show you around. The bureau chief nodded in agreement. But Jiang Jiai at the side interjected, Song Shi, you should show me around instead. We know each other. Then she leaned close to Song Shi's ear and threatened in a low voice. I'm here today, representing the health bureau. You better serve me well. Otherwise, She looked at her expression and, after a moment of thought, said, the neurology department is on the 12th floor. I suggest you register for an expert consultation and get your brain checked properly. Jiang Jiai was instantly furious, her hands on her hips and her eyes shooting daggers. The bureau chief asked, what does this doctor mean? The vice director was sweating profusely. He quickly explained, Dr. Song is probably just a little tired. Then he turned to Song Shi. Song Shi apologized quickly. Who knew that She would take off her coat and say stubbornly, I was scheduled for the night shift tonight. It's my time to get off work now. She threw her coat into Run Lena's hands. She turned and walked out. She was furious. Jiang Jiai was like this, and Renlina was like this too. Am I having a year of bad luck? She stormed forward angrily. Completely oblivious to the person in front of her, she bumped right into them. Ouch! She yelped, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry. She looked up and was startled. The person she had bumped into was Xiao Jisheng. Yuan Bao said with a grin, Song Shi, this is great. I was afraid you had already gotten off work. Xiao Jisheng reached out a hand to comfort her. Why are you in such a hurry? Unexpectedly, she was swatted away by Song Shi's hand. She said angrily, if it weren't for you, why would Jiang Jiai be giving me a hard time? Xiao Jisheng remained silent, just looking at her quietly. Seeing that things were not going well, Yuan Bao immediately stepped in to smooth things over. He chuckled, Brother Sheng has been having insomnia, so we wanted to come and see a doctor. Before he could finish, Xiao Jisheng cut him off. Let's go. Jimin has arranged for dinner. With that, he turned to leave. Yuan Bao looked at the two of them speechlessly and had no choice but to follow. This move surprised Song Shi a little. He's leaving just like that? And here I was, prepared for a 300-round battle. Suddenly, Han Chunming ran over in a hurry. Good, you haven't gone far. Shi quickly asked why. Han Chunming said, the health bureau is using this as an excuse to block our project. The vice director wants you to go apologize. Shi was instantly furious that I'm not apologizing. If they have the guts, they can fire me. Han Chunming quickly stopped her. You definitely have your reasons for being angry, but this isn't something to joke about. Is there anyone you know who can help? Hearing her words, Shi's head throbbed. There is someone who can help, but I just drove him away. Han Chunming had no choice but to ask Gu Dongshu for help to see if he had any solutions. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind, startling Han Chunming so much that she almost dropped her phone. Han Chunming turned around and saw it was the handsome guy from the hospital the other day. Her face instantly flushed, and her heart began to pound non-stop. The person who had arrived was Chi Wei. She pushed away the swooning Meng and asked, "Why are you here?" "To see a doctor," Wei said, a little embarrassed. "You said you were going to treat me to a meal last time, but you never contacted me again. I've come to collect the debt." She quickly apologized that I've been on night shifts recently and haven't had the time. "Let's go now." Behind her, Han Chunming clenched her fists, cheering for Song. Go, Xiaoxi. You have to win him over. Seeing She about to leave, she reminded her, "Don't forget about the health bureau matter. Otherwise, there will be real trouble." Wei overheard this. They arrived at the restaurant. Wei got straight to the point. "Why don't you tell me about your problem? It's just a small thing. You don't see me as a friend? How could that be?" Looking at Wei's sincere gaze, she sighed that I just offended a petty person from the health bureau. "I'm afraid I'm going to lose my job." Wei took out his phone. "The health bureau, huh? I know some people. I can ask around for you." She immediately thanked him. She didn't expect this Wei to be so loyal. "But we've only met a few times in total." She was pondering this. Wei suddenly stood up. "I'm going to wash my hands. I'll let you know if I hear anything." As fate would have it, as Wei was entering the restroom, he brushed past Xiao Jisheng and his group. The sharp-eyed Chong Jingle happily said to Jimin, "I just saw a super handsome guy. Definitely your type." Hearing super handsome guy, Jimin quickly got up and went to the door. She wanted to see for herself what kind of handsome guy it was. On the other side, she was thinking that Wei had been gone for a long time. Could he want to pay the bill? She also got up and went to the door. And so, Shi and Jimin bumped into each other. Jimin was delighted. What a coincidence. Shi glanced inside. She saw Xiao Jisheng was also sitting inside. "How did I run into Haozi again?" Seeing Shi, Haozi waved, "You're here to eat too." Jimin slapped him directly. "Nonsense. What else would you do here besides eat?" Xiao Jisheng said impatiently, "You're giving me a headache with your noise. Come back." Chong Jingle patted his shoulder. "Not even allowed to talk now." "Xiao the monk, are you in a bad mood today?" Outside the door, she let out a pft, unable to hold it in. She couldn't help but burst out laughing at Xiao the monk. Xiao Jisheng grabbed Haozi and told him to close the door. Haozi was on the verge of tears. Civilized people don't resort to violence. At the same time, Wei came out of the restroom. Seeing she standing at the door, he thought something was wrong again. She said, "I ran into some acquaintances." Then the two went back to their meal. Jiamin looked as if she had discovered a new continent. Could Shi and him be in that kind of relationship? Haozi shook his head. Unlikely. Why unlikely? There's definitely nothing between them. Chong Jingle leaned close to Xiao Jisheng. "Did I say? How come your reaction is so big whenever you run into Dr. Song?" Jimin also chimed in. "Yeah, what's really going on between you two?" Seeing that everyone was curious, Xiao Jisheng spoke up before her father went in. He entrusted her to my care. Everyone had an expression that said they wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. Xiao Jisheng glanced sideways. "What else could it be? So don't you all go and bother her." Jiamin interjected. "Speaking of you," Chong Jingle, aka Haozi's expression subtly changed, which was noticed by the observant Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao found a chance to quietly ask, "Do you have feelings for Shi?" Haozi paused. "That I think she's quite interesting." "Does Brother Sheng like her?" "If he likes her, I won't pursue her." Yuan Bao shook his head. "I don't know either." After finishing their meal, Shi waved goodbye to Wei. Wei told her to go home quickly and that he would notify her if there was any news. This scene was seen clearly by Yuan Bao and Xiao Jisheng, who were sitting in the car. "Brother Sheng, should we give her a ride?" Seeing that Brother Sheng didn't respond, Yuan Bao didn't dare to ask again. She walked on her own, thinking dejectedly, what good news could there be? I'll just wait to be suspended. As she was walking, a conversation between passers-by caught her attention. That's terrifying. A chain reaction pileup, isn't it? Good thing we didn't drive today. It seems there's an elderly person having a heart attack, stuck in the traffic. What a tragedy. When Shi heard the words heart attack, she immediately started running forward. When Shi arrived, the scene was chaotic. "If anything happens to my dad, how will you compensate me? How can you blame me? The traffic is so bad now. The ambulance won't make it in time." She went to one of the accident vehicles and saw an unconscious elderly man. She hurried forward to check. "Sir, can you hear me?" A man behind her asked who she was. She explained, "I'm a doctor. Your father's condition is very serious. The ambulance can't get in right now. There's a hospital nearby. Carry him and run there." The man nodded quickly. However, the next moment, the heavens were not cooperative. The damn weather suddenly turned into a downpour. Not far away, Qiao Jisheng, sitting in his car, watched all of this. He complained a little. Does she really think she's an angel, looking for patients all over the street? Then he spoke again. Someone is filming her. Control the direction of public opinion. Help this angel in white earn a good reputation. Song, she was knocking on the windows of every car, trying to borrow an umbrella. She couldn't borrow one at all and couldn't help but feel frantic. It was fine for her to get a little wet, but the elderly man couldn't take it. Suddenly, she felt the rain stop. She looked up and saw it wasn't that the rain had stopped, but that someone was holding an umbrella for her. It was Qiao Jisheng. What are you doing here? Before waiting for Qiao Jisheng to reply, she snatched the umbrella from Qiao Jisheng's hand and ran towards the elderly man. Lend me the umbrella for a second. Quick, carry your dad. Let's go to the hospital. Watching the receding figure, Qiao Jisheng stood rooted to the spot, speechless for a long time. Song, she finally got the man to the hospital. Watching the elderly man being taken in, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After her spirit relaxed, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Just as she was about to faint, Qiao Jisheng caught her in his arms. Seeing it was him, she asked, "Why did you follow me?" Qiao Jisheng touched her forehead. "That you're burning up like this. If I didn't come, what were you planning to do?" Then he picked her up. "I'll take you to a doctor." Song, she suddenly shouted, "Wait, don't go to the hospital." Qiao Jisheng was a little angry. "Why are you being so stubborn? I don't want to see them right now." Yuan Bao suggested, "Brother Sheng, why don't we take Song Shi home first?" Qiao Jisheng looked at Song Shi in his arms, who nodded. So he had no choice but to head back for now. Soon they arrived home. Qiao Jisheng placed her on the bed and was about to get the first aid kit, but he was pulled back by Song. "I'm so tired. I don't want to fight with you, and I don't want to make you unhappy. Let's both just endure it. 3 years will pass quickly. I don't want to be stubborn anymore." After speaking, she fell asleep. Qiao Jisheng covered her with a blanket and said softly, "I don't want to either." He saw she was covered in sweat, her clothes soaked through. Song Shi, get up and change your clothes. However, after calling her several times, she remained fast asleep. Qiao Jisheng pondered for a moment. "Anyway, it's not the first time. I'll just change them for her." He reached out and unbuttoned her clothes. One day, Song Shi woke up from her dream. She felt much better. She took the towel off her forehead. "This is the second time he saved me." He was much more considerate than last time. When she sat up, she realized she was completely naked. "Oh my God, this is the second time too, isn't it? How embarrassing." She got dressed. She saw Qiao Jisheng reading the newspaper. Tiptoeing cautiously, she tried to walk out from behind him. Qiao Jisheng's voice rang out at just the right moment. "Where are you going?" Song, she smiled awkwardly. "To work. Not on the night shift anymore. I'm afraid I won't even have a shift to work soon." Song, she wondered whether to tell him about Jiang Jiai making things difficult for her. Qiao Jisheng said, "You're a living advertisement now. Will the hospital dare to fire you?" Seeing Song Shi's puzzled expression, he took out his phone and handed it to her. "See for yourself." Song Shi took it and looked. "Whoa, I'm actually trending. And the comments are all praising me. Where are the contrarians and keyboard warriors?" Song, she seemed to understand something. She looked at Qiao Jisheng. "Did you control the public opinion?" Qiao Jisheng took a sip of coffee. "And no need to thank me. I did it because you bowed your head to me." Song, she was stunned. "When did I bow my head to you?" "You asked to borrow my umbrella yesterday. That counts? And you clearly gave it to me voluntarily. You used it, so it counts. I'm being magnanimous. I won't hold the events of the past few days against you." Song, she threw the word childish at him. Qiao Jisheng spoke again. "That day, my mom saw the wound on my lip. That's why she said those things." Song, she said, "I'm not blaming you anymore." Qiao Jisheng stood up. "That's good. I'm going to the company. The medicine is in your room. Are you still working the night shift?" "I won't for now." Song, she was going crazy inside. "Why do I feel like I've lost?" She suddenly remembered that the matter with Jiang Jiai still needed to be resolved. She took out her phone and saw it was full of messages from Demeng Meng. She quickly called her back. As soon as the call connected, she heard Han Shuming's frantic voice. "My dear girl, why was your phone off? Do you know you've gone viral? Anyway, because you're trending, the Health Bureau is too embarrassed to give you a hard time. The vice director told you to rest well at home." Hearing this, Song, she was overjoyed. "Really? Of course it's true. You get some good rest. The hospital will handle the rest." Song, she put down the phone. "This is great. I have time to go see Dad." Song, she rested at home for a day, and her spirits were fully recovered. She went to Mingwei Zhai to pick out a gift for her father. Just as she walked in, she heard a familiar voice. "This is too expensive. The gift for Chi Cheng's father can't be too cheap. Just wrap this one up. Song she followed the voice and looked over. She was instantly furious. It was actually Dong Yuan and Dong Lijun. After Dad's accident, she didn't even visit once. And now she's even squandering my dad's money. The shop assistant was smiling and flattering them. You have great taste. This set is priced at 88,000. It's definitely a presentable gift. The young lady is quite a sweet talker. Are you paying by card or cash? Song, she walked forward. Wait a minute, I'll take this pot. When Dong Yuan saw it was her, she put her hands on her hips and said, we've already bought this pot. Song, she chuckled. You bought it? What did you use to buy it? Where did your money come from? Don't you know in your heart? Dong Yuan roared, you're slandering me. Dong's mother said with a chuckle, Xiaoxi, don't be angry. We didn't contact you before because we were afraid you'd be sad about your father's situation. Aren't we still family? Mom, don't explain to her. Song, she sneered, family? Then how you treat Dong Yuan? And how are you treating me? Dong's mother put on an act. Of course, if you like this pot, Annie will give it to you. Please wrap it up for me. The shop assistant quickly complied. Song Shi's eyes narrowed. You're just giving me a pot. I don't need you to give it to me. I can afford it myself. Just give me back the car my dad left with you. Dong's mother stammered, what card? Xiaoxi, what are you talking about? Song, she stepped forward and grabbed her hand. My dad told me. He saved a sum of money for me and had you keep it. And now you're playing dumb. Dong's mother tried to argue. Dong Yuan pushed her mom away. She's just trying to blackmail us. Let's go. Song, she was no pushover. She grabbed Dong Yuan. You're not leaving until you make things clear today. Dong Yuan saw Song, she holding her tightly. She tried to break free. Dong's mother, who was standing aside, shouted, don't hit my daughter, and gave Song she a hard shove. Song, she lost her balance, stumbled backward, and hit her head on a shelf. With a crash, a pot fell and shattered. The shop assistant turned pale. Oh my God, this pot costs 460,000. Call the police. Hearing the shop assistant's words, Dong Yuan was too scared to make a sound. The pot was actually that expensive. Dong's mother composed herself. Song, she broke the pot. She should pay for it. Song, she didn't back down. Then call the police. We can go to the station and sort it out. When Dong Yuan heard call the police, she whispered to her mother, this can't see the light of day. Dong's mother nodded. The next second, she dialed Chiching's number. Chiching, can you come upstairs for a moment? Song, she broke a 480,000 pot and refuses to pay. My mom, I don't have that much money. Song, she watched their actions. Their ability to turn the tables and blame others was truly impressive. She then heard Dong Yuan say to the shop assistant, why call the police? My boyfriend is having dinner downstairs. He'll be here in a minute. Then she moved closer to Song Shi, poking her chest. I'm paying for this just to tell you that even without spending your dad's money, my mom and I can still live very well. Song Shi looked at her and said, playing the victim after being the aggressor. Have you no shame? Chiching, who was just walking in, happened to hear this. Miss Song, your words are a bit too harsh. When Dong Yuan saw it was Chiching, she immediately played the victim. Song, she tried to hit my mom and me, and ended up smashing a purple clay pot. Hearing this, Chiching became a little angry. He said to Song Shi, didn't young Master Chiao teach you to take responsibility for your own actions? The next second, he took out a card and waved at the shop assistant. I'll pay for this. The shop assistant was about to take the card, but Song Shi stopped him. Song, she had already dialed Chiao Jisheng's number. Jisheng, I'm at Mingwei Zhai, upstairs in email. Can you come over? Chiching said impatiently, didn't I already say I'd pay? But he thought to himself, she speaks to Chiao Jisheng so casually, as if she's ordering him around. In less than 10 minutes, Chiao Jisheng arrived. Wife, what's wrong? Song, she immediately ran up and grabbed his arm, whispering, sorry. Help me out. Chiao Jisheng looked at her, waiting for her to continue. Song, she pointed at Dong's mother. She pushed me, and I accidentally broke the teapot. Dong's mother was a little flustered and quickly waved her hands. Chiching started to say, young Master Chiao, this is, but before he could finish, he heard Dong Yuan shout, I said you don't have to pay. Without another word, Chiao Jisheng took out his card and handed it to the shop assistant. Swipe it, no pin. Then he said, whoever broke it should pay for it. It's not like we can't afford it. Then he patted Song Shi's shoulder. Go hit her back. It's common courtesy. We have to follow this rule. Chiching tried to smooth things over. Why blow things out of proportion? Dong Yuan quickly chimed in, exactly, we're family. Chiao Jisheng narrowed his eyes at her. Who's family with you? Sheer, how do you want to handle this? Song Shi thought for a moment, then held out her hand. Young Master Chi, Dong Yuan and her mother took the money my dad left for me. I want them to return it. Dong's mother shouted in a panic. I didn't. Chiching spoke up. Miss Song, do you have any proof? Song Shi's heart sank. Crap, she really didn't have any proof. Xiao Jisheng said coldly. If she says she has it, she has it. If you don't want to give it back, then you show proof that you don't have the card. Either you take out the card today, or no one is leaving this place. Or does young Master Chi think I'm short on money, and that's why I'm wasting my breath with you? Dong Yuan quickly held on to Chiching's arm, calling his name coquettishly. In a flash, Chiching realized he couldn't afford to offend young Master Chiao. He pushed Dong Yuan away. Enough. It's not like I haven't given you money. Whatever you took from her, get it back now. After saying that, he turned and went downstairs. Dong Yuan quickly chased after him. Dong's mother took out the card and threw it at Song Shi. You got some skills. Song, she said softly. Thank you for returning it to its rightful owner. Holding the card, Song Shi burst into laughter. It's all thanks to you this time. Thank you. I wonder how much they spent. Xiao Jisheng looked at her happy face. It would be great if she could always smile like this. They haven't transferred the money out yet, which means your father used your information to open the card. Hurry up and go to the bank to transfer the money to your own account. At his reminder, it dawned on Song Shi. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Xiao Jisheng looked at the shop assistant. If I remember correctly, this is Ruan Boyan's shop, right? Delete all the surveillance footage. The shop assistant was startled. Your president Ruan's friend? Okay, we'll take care of it right away. So this is his shop. Should I buy something else to make up for his loss? Decide for yourself. It's more convenient for you to have the car. Xiao Jisheng made a call. Yuan Bao, tell the shareholders to wait a little longer. I'll be there soon. In the middle of the night, Song Shi came downstairs, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Why did you call me down? Xiao Jisheng held up an incense burner. You shopped all day, and this is all you bought? Song Shi chuckled. You helped me so much today. I'm giving you this incense burner as a thank you gift. Let me light it for you. Xiao Jisheng looked at her, speechless. Looks like your dad left you a lot of money. Song Shi's mouth dropped open. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be that much either. Then she held up 3 fingers. A full 30 million. Xiao Jisheng was really impressed by her. You just told me about such a large sum of money just like that? You're the one who helped me get the money back. Why would I be wary of you? All right, this incense is for helping with sleep. Light it every night before bed. How did you know I have insomnia? I didn't. I just bought it randomly. Come, sit down. Let me take your pulse. Xiao Jisheng said doubtfully. Aren't you a Western medicine doctor? I took it as an elective in college. Don't talk. Song Shi pressed on his pulse, looking like she knew what she was doing. After a while, Song Shi opened her eyes with a slightly surprised expression. How long have you had insomnia? About 10 years. What? 10 years? How come you don't even have dark circles? Song Shi leaned in to look closely at his face. Do you even know how to do this or not? Song Shi's face grew slightly warm. A little embarrassed, she asked, how's your private life? Xiao Jisheng gave her a sidelong glance. What do you think? Song Shi rested her chin on her hand and said seriously, with your looks, it's probably excessive kidney fire. Xiao Jisheng grabbed her hand, smiling mischievously. Are you saying my kidneys are weak? The hidden meaning in his words was all too clear. Song Shi explained in a panic. No. It's that you're not using what you should be using. Chong Jingle calls you Monk Xiao, you can't be. At this point, Song Shi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Jisheng suddenly pressed down on her shoulders. Then I'll have to trouble Dr. Song to help me solve this problem. Song Shi was slightly stunned. How do I solve that? Xiao Jisheng looked at her affectionately. It's very simple. Then the next moment, he kissed Song Shi on the lips. The next second, with a rip, he tore her clothes. It was the sound of tearing that woke him from his dream. He looked at the empty bedside. So it was a dream. After getting dressed, he went to the living room and smelled a strong scent of herbs. Seeing Song Shi's creation, he couldn't help but ask, are you making poison? Song Shi retorted, this is Chinese medicine, okay? I went out early this morning to buy it for you. She filled a bowl and handed it to Xiao Jisheng. Xiao Jisheng waved his hand. It's too hot. Song Shi saw through his expression. You're not afraid it's bitter, are you? This is to get rid of your kidney fire. Xiao Jisheng still resolutely refused to drink. I'm afraid you'll poison me. Having no choice, Song Shi took a sip herself. After drinking, she licked her lips with a slurp, making it look delicious. Xiao Jisheng frowned. This woman is doing this on purpose, isn't she? Song Shi looked at him with shining eyes. It's not bitter. Drink it while it's hot. Xiao Jisheng took the bowl. What's the use of drinking it once? How are you going to deliver it to me hot when I'm at work? Song Shi thought about it and agreed. An idea popped into her head. How about I deliver it to your company when I'm free? In the end, Xiao Jisheng helplessly downed the medicine. He wiped his mouth and said, "All right, if you cure me, I'll send you a big banner." Song, she said with a grin, "It's a deal. Do you dare to have her name written on the banner? If you dare to accept it, I dare to write it." Song, she went to the supermarket, thinking lychees and longans both have calming effects. I can buy some to take back. The lollipops on display caught her eye. Xiao Jisheng is afraid of bitterness. If he has a lollipop after taking the medicine, it won't be bitter anymore. As she reached out to grab one, a woman's voice sounded beside her. Song Shi, the famous celebrity. Song Shi turned her head and saw it was Jiang Jai. She didn't give her a pleasant look. "Speak like a human." Jiang Jai said coldly, "You stormed off at the hospital. Then you put on a fake show and got on the trending list. I didn't even make you apologize, and you actually found someone to file a malicious complaint against me with the director. Weren't you the one who brazenly came to our hospital to provoke me first?" Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. Could it be Chi Wei who filed the complaint against her? Not to be outdone, Jiang Jai said, "I went to your hospital for a routine inspection of a subordinate hospital by a superior." Song, she waved her hand impatiently. "All right, it's just the two of us here. Playing games is useless. Just say what you want to say. What's your relationship with Jisheng? Did Jisheng help you with this matter? What do you think?" The reason Jisheng was willing to help you this time must be because he didn't know I work at the health bureau. Otherwise, do you think he would help you instead of me? Why don't you try calling him and clearing this up face to face? Jiang Jai was stunned. She suddenly lost her confidence, but she couldn't show it on the surface. "You think I don't dare?" She took out her phone and dialed, but no one answered. Jiang Jai put down her phone. "He's busy. He doesn't have time to answer the phone right now. Why don't you call? Do you have his number? Do you want me to give it to you?" Song, she smiled faintly. "No need." The next moment, her phone connected to Xiao Jisheng. "Jisheng, guess who I ran into?" Jiang Jai's face was now frosty. Half an hour later, Xiao Jisheng arrived as promised. "Why are you here?" Song, she said provocatively. Jiang Jai said you two are childhood sweethearts, and she has something for you to judge. "Just a friendship between our parents' generation. That's all," Xiao Jisheng said lightly. Jiang Jai was stunned. "Jisheng, a few days ago, I represented the health bureau to inspect Song Shi's hospital. She was rude to me in public and even filed a malicious complaint against me. Did you know about this?" Song, she secretly despised this person. Her ability to twist black and white was truly strong. Xiao Jisheng shook his head. "I didn't know." Jiang Jai slammed the table. "I knew Jisheng didn't know. Otherwise, he would definitely have helped me." Xiao Jisheng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Help you? What makes you think I would help you?" Jiang Jai looked at him in disbelief. "But my dad said so." "Your dad is indeed an old friend of our family. But Song, she is someone you can't afford to offend." Jiang Jai shot up. "On what grounds?" The moment she slammed the table and stood up, she knocked over the tea on the table. Hot water splashed onto the back of Song Shi's hand. Song Shi gasped in pain. Xiao Jisheng quickly wiped Song Shi's hand, then answered on the grounds of me. "Anyone who looked for trouble with her is looking for trouble with me." His actions were extremely intimate. Seeing such an intimate scene between them, Jiang Jai's tears couldn't help but stream down. The next moment, she ran out the door. Song Shi came back to her senses. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have involved you." Xiao Jisheng took a sip of water. "Being able to pull strings at the health bureau, you indeed don't need to involve me." Song, she suddenly asked, "Why have you suddenly been so good to me lately? You took the initiative to help treat my insomnia. You tell me why. You're good to me, so naturally I'm good to you. Look, I even brewed new medicine for you." Xiao Jisheng was speechless. Drinking Chinese medicine in a coffee shop? Are you trying to ruin their business? Then where should he go to drink it? "To my company." Inside the first floor lobby of Highway Group, two receptionists were whispering, "Wow, quick, look, who's that woman behind CEO Chiao?" "I don't know." At this moment, Song, she could only feel her face burning. Ever since she entered, she had become the center of attention. Everyone was staring at her. Xiao Jisheng held the elevator door, looking at her dawdling and shouting, "Hurry up. Haven't you been stared at enough?" Song, she quickly scurried in. "Why are your company's employees reacting so strongly? They probably think you're a delivery person." "What do you mean, a delivery person? This is all for you. Did you have to buy so much just to deliver some medicine? I bought you some nourishing fruits. And this." Then she took out a large bunch of lollipops. "After drinking the medicine, have a candy, and you won't be afraid of the bitterness." Then she placed the lollipops on the table. "I snatched these from a bunch of kids." Xiao Jisheng's face darkened. He was speechless. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he pushed Song Shi directly out the door. Song, she stuck out her tongue. "These candies are expensive. Take it or leave it." Then she picked up her phone and dialed Chi Wei's number. Yuan Bao, who was passing by, watched her leave. Yuan Bao walked into the office and eagerly said, "Brother Sheng, I just saw Song Shi." Xiao Jisheng curled his lip. "She tried to fool me with kid stuff. I kicked her out." Then he picked up the medicine and drank it in one gulp. "This medicine is getting more bitter by the day. Do you think Song Shi is messing with me?" Yuan Bao pushed the lollipops forward. "Good medicine tastes bitter. Brother Sheng, just make do." Xiao Jisheng casually took one. "I'll keep them then." He put it in his mouth and licked it. Yuan Bao, standing aside, secretly smiled. Minqing Hospital. Song Shi, holding a bouquet of flowers, pushed open a hospital room door and shouted, "Surprise! Didn't expect this, did you?" The next second, a family of 3 in the room stared at her, dumbfounded. "Who are you?" Song Shi was stunned. "Isn't Chi Wei staying here? You're the wrong room." "Sorry about that." Song Shi awkwardly backed out of the room. She finally found Chi Wei. His first words were, "I just changed rooms today." Song Shi looked at him, speechless. "And you didn't tell me." Chi Wei said, "You didn't say you were coming today either." Song, she went forward to help him up. "You said yesterday you were injured and hospitalized in Mincheng, and I arrived today. Loyal enough, right?" Chi Wei nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for the flowers. I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to you for the matter with the Health Bureau. This matter was resolved because of you. They're calling you the most beautiful doctor online now." Song, she took a deep breath. "Your room has a nice environment. You can even see the sea. Right? How did you get injured all of a sudden? And in Mincheng, of all places, were you traveling here?" "A buddy of mine crashed the car. So careless." Chi Wei suddenly asked, "How many days are you staying in Mincheng?" "What do you mean, how many days?" "I'm going back this afternoon." Chi Wei's expression immediately fell. "You're leaving right after you arrived? I'll be all alone again." Song Shi quickly comforted him. "Yeqing isn't that far from here. I'll come see you again in a couple of days." She complained silently in her heart. Isn't it all to rush back and brew Chinese medicine for Xiao Jisheng? Chi Wei sighed. "All right then, but you'd better leave quickly. It looks like it's going to rain." Sure enough, dark clouds in the distance were moving in their direction. Song, she quickly said goodbye to Chi Wei. In the departure lounge, Song, she was waiting anxiously. Suddenly, an announcement came over the speakers. "Attention passengers flying from Mincheng to Yeqing. Due to heavy rain, the flight is delayed. Please wait patiently." Song, she couldn't help but complain about Chi Wei being a jinx. "It's almost 7 o'clock now. Can I even get back tonight?" Just then, her phone rang. It was Xiao Jisheng. "Song," she said, "Xiao Jisheng, how about you brew the medicine yourself tonight?" An hour later, she finally boarded the plane. Suddenly, the plane began to shake violently. An announcement came over the plane's broadcast. "Dear passengers, due to the weather, the aircraft is currently experiencing strong turbulence. Please keep your seatbelts fastened." After a period of turbulence, they finally arrived in Yeqing. But the rain was even heavier now. She was afraid she'd get soaked going back like this. Leaving the airport, she could only use her bag to shield herself from the rain. As she was running forward, her hand was suddenly grabbed. She took a closer look and saw it was Xiao Jisheng. "Why are you here?" Xiao Jisheng said, "Didn't you call me and say you couldn't come back because of the heavy rain?" "I said that because I was afraid you'd worry." Xiao Jisheng pulled her into his arms. "Watch where you're going. It's such a heavy rain. Sorry to trouble you to pick me up. Would I have come if it wasn't raining?" Song, she was speechless. Still the same. Doing good deeds, but never saying anything nice. After a moment of silence, Xiao Jisheng said, "I was counting on you to go back and brew the medicine." Song, she rolled her eyes. They were finally home. Looking at the medicine on the table, "Isn't this already brewed?" She quickly picked it up for Xiao Jisheng to drink. Xiao Jisheng said weakly, "I'm going to change my clothes first." Song, she grabbed him. "It's time to test your manly courage. Are you drinking it?" Xiao Jisheng was affected by her coquettish tone. He really couldn't stand it. "I didn't say I wouldn't drink it." He picked up the bowl and drank it all in one go. Song, she gave him a thumbs up. "Awesome. That's the most decisive you've ever been." After Xiao Jisheng finished drinking, she popped the candy into his mouth, then waved and went to bed. Xiao Jisheng touched his lips, his emotions in turmoil. Gu Dongshu came to the hospital and started bickering with Han Chunming. Song, she looked at the two of them helplessly. Han Chunming was the first to shout, all right. I'm moving out of your place as soon as possible." Gu Dongshu threw up his hands. "I'm the one at a disadvantage, okay?" Han Chunming grabbed Song Shi's hand and started wailing. "Xiao Shi, last night, Gu Dongshu's mom paid a surprise visit and mistook me for his girlfriend. My innocence is ruined." Gu Dongshu looked very innocent. "Big sister, do you know how many people want to be my girlfriend?" Han Chunming glared at him. "Tell me, are you harboring improper designs on me?" Gu Dongshu scoffed. "Fatty Han, get brain." At that moment, Song Shi's phone rang. Song she glanced at it and hung up directly. However, the calls kept coming in. The phone wouldn't stop ringing. Han Chunming asked, whose phone has been ringing all day. It's your break time. You should go answer it. Song she was exasperated. She had no choice but to step out. Dong Lijun, what do you want? Xiaoxi, I'm preparing to visit Yuanqing. How long has my dad been in there? You never thought of visiting. I just got back the money you owed me, and now you want to visit? You can't say that. We're still family, after all. Fine, go if you want to. Just don't stir up trouble in front of my dad. You've gotten bold now that you have a backer. Does your dad know you've latched on to Qiao Jisheng? So what if he knows? I don't like to threaten people, but Jisheng has a bad temper. You'd better not force me to ask him to step in. She hung up and shook her head. So unlucky. But the next moment, she turned around and discovered Qiao Jisheng watching her silently. What did you get here? Qiao Jisheng replied, I was here from the beginning. Song she was stunned. Oh no, he heard everything. Then what are you here for? An acquaintance is hospitalized. I'm here to visit. Song she cautiously tested the waters. You don't mind, do you? Qiao Jisheng turned his head. Mind what? Mind you using me as a weapon? Song she laughed awkwardly, a little embarrassed. Who asked you to be so useful? Suddenly, she noticed Qiao Jisheng was empty-handed. You don't even bring a gift when you visit a patient? I forgot to buy one, he said, but muttered to himself. I already had Yuan Bao send it over. Do I have to do it myself? Song she very enthusiastically pulled his hand. Then I'll take you to buy something nearby. Qiao Jisheng let her pull him along. An hour later, Song, she was carrying a large bag of food, still eating a chocolate. This place's chocolate is really authentic. Qiao Jisheng said, what do you mean taking me to buy things? You clearly just wanted a ride. Song she held up a bag of chocolates. Who says? I bought some for you too. I'm driving. I don't have a free hand to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, Song she took a piece of chocolate and fed it to his mouth. Is it good? Qiao Jisheng nodded. It's good. If you say it's good, then it must be good. I'll bring some Chi Wei tomorrow. Qiao Jisheng was stunned. You're gonna Minching again? Yeah. Ming Ming heard a handsome guy was sick and is insisting on going to visit him. Qiao Jisheng reminded her. Did you forget what day it is tomorrow? Song she looked at him, confused. Qiao Jisheng said with a smile, we're visiting my parents. Song, she turned pale. What? Has it been a month already? Then what should I do? Qiao Jisheng hummed. Let's see where you can run. One day, Song she was looking at photos sent by Ming Ming. It was a group photo of her, Chi Wei, and Gu Dongxiu. She instantly became frantic. I was supposed to go today too, but you dragged me here to visit your parents. Qiao Jisheng chuckled. How come Gu Dongxiu went too? Do they know each other? Ming Ming is now living with Dongxiu. Dongxiu was afraid it would be unsafe for her to go to Minching alone, so he went with her. Then you shouldn't have gone. Just then, Qiao Jisheng's phone rang. Qiao Jisheng picked it up to look, and his expression changed slightly. Song she asked worriedly, what's wrong? Qiao Jisheng frowned. There are some tax issues with the hospital. The one built on the land bought from Chengdeqing. Changning Hospital? Yes. The director of the tax bureau, Yi Hongjing, seems to be returning to Yeqing today. It would be great if we could contact him. As soon as he finished speaking, Song she dialed a number. Uncle Yi, are you in Yeqing? It's been a while. Are you free tonight? All right, let's meet at Guangdaloo at 7. The time quickly came to 7 p.m. Song she trotted over. Uncle Yi, long time no see. Yi Hongjing pointed to the young man beside him and said, Xiaoxi, look who this is. The young man called out Xiaoxi. Song she was startled that your brother Liang Liang. She suddenly threw herself into his arms. Oh my God, we haven't seen each other in so many years. Liang Liang was also very excited. I just got back from abroad. The next moment, Song she pointed to Qiao Jisheng. Uncle Yi, he's from Highway Group. Song she noticed Qiao Jisheng had a dark expression. Why does he seem angry? Just as she was puzzled, Qiao Jisheng pulled her into his arms. Sure, you haven't introduced me to this gentleman yet. The young man immediately spoke up. Hello, I'm Yizudi. Xiaoxi and I were very close as children. Song she patted Qiao Jisheng and said, Uncle Yi, Jisheng has recently entered the medical industry and has some tax questions to ask you. Yi Hongjing chuckled that let's sit down and talk. Qiao Jisheng sat down and said, I've long wanted to meet Director Yi. You flatter me. For Mr. Qiao to have such achievements at such a young age is truly admirable. Yi Hongjing said politely, yes, for the purpose of my visit today. I'm sure you're aware. Yi Hongjing took a sip of tea and sighed softly that I watched Xiaoxi grow up. Her dad and I were very close, so I have to give her face. Mr. Qiao, you're entering the medical industry. Could it be that Xiaoxi gave you some advice in this field? Meanwhile, Song, she was happily chatting with brother Liang Liang, shaking Yizudi's arm while talking about various strange stories from abroad. Song, she exclaimed, really? You have to take me next time. Yizudi dotingly patted her head that you're still the same as when you were a child. Is it because I missed brother Liang Liang too much? Xiao Jisheng spoke up. Xiao Shi is indeed passionate about her profession. I've had insomnia lately, which has kept her up. She's been looking into traditional Chinese medicine therapies. Song, she was a little embarrassed. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Yi Zudi remarked with emotion. It seems Xiao Shi and CEO Xiao are quite close. Xiao Jisheng said, young Master Yi just returned to the country. Why don't we go to Jinsheng for some fun after dinner? Let's have Shi'er treat you as a welcome home. Yi Hongjing waved his hand. You young people go have fun. Yi Zudi immediately perked up. That place is full of memories. Half an hour later, watching Song Shi's enthusiasm, Xiao Jisheng felt a bit sour inside. But Song Shi was completely unaware. Brother Liang, look, those sugar-roasted chestnuts were your favorite when you were a kid. Xiao Jisheng told the driver to stop. Jinsheng isn't far now. Shi'er, go buy some for our guest. Song Shi bought the sugar-roasted chestnuts, feeling a little suspicious. What trick is Xiao Jisheng up to? She picked up a chestnut, and memories flooded back. When we were kids, Brother Liang would always give all his chestnuts to me. I should bring them over while they're hot. She broke into a run. Song Shi returned cheerfully with the chestnuts, but the scene before her made her freeze on the spot. She saw her brother Liang with his arms around a blonde woman, the two of them entangled and unrestrained. Xiao Shi, you were pretty quick. Song Shi looked a little dejected. She put down the sugar-roasted chestnuts and went to Xiao Jisheng. Jisheng, come out with me for a moment. Did you arrange for that female escort inside? Xiao Jisheng reminded her, your memory of him is still stuck in childhood. Why don't you consider that he grew up long ago and is now a man you don't know? The friendship over sugar-roasted chestnuts is long gone. Song Shi waved her hand that I don't need you to remind me. Xiao Jisheng grabbed her hand. The fact I don't remind you, I'm afraid you'll be led astray without even realizing it. Song Shi retorted, you were the one who asked for my help today. Xiao Jisheng responded, I didn't ask you to get close to his son. Hearing his words, tears instantly streamed down Song Shi's face. What kind of person do you take me for? I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. She turned and walked out. Her mood was terrible as she walked aimlessly down the street. Just then, a car with its high beams flashing pulled up from behind. Several large men got out. Song Shi immediately sensed trouble. She broke into a run. Help, what's going on? They don't look like robbers. However, she hadn't run more than a few steps before they caught her. She heard someone say, keep it down. Get her in the car, quickly. Then, a thug held a knife to her throat. Shut up. But in the next moment, the thug with the knife was struck by a sudden blow. The knife in his hand was snatched away. It was, of course, Xiao Jisheng. He shielded Song Shi, pushing her behind him. He then began to fight with the men. One of the thugs swung a knife towards Song Shi. In the nick of time, Xiao Jisheng shielded Song Shi with his body, taking a slash across his back as the price. He ignored the pain, pulled Song Shi up, and ran. Follow me. Yuan Bao is on his way with people. The thugs behind them gave chase. Get the woman first. At the same time, Yuan Bao arrived with people to provide backup. Xiao Jisheng said to Yuan Bao, I'm fine. I'll leave this to you. Then he opened the car door and told Song Shi to drive. But Song Shi was very worried about his injury. We have to go to the hospital first. Xiao Jisheng pushed her into the car. That you're a doctor. Let's go home first. Back home, Song Shi immediately treated Xiao Jisheng's wound. Fortunately, it wasn't serious. Song Shi felt extremely guilty. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened. Seeing her sad expression, Xiao Jisheng asked with concern, are you still angry about Yi Zudi? With tears in her eyes, Song, she said sadly no. I'm just a little disappointed. Besides, after what just happened, how could I have the energy to be angry? I'm just so sorry to you. With that, she burst into loud sobs. Xiao Jisheng pulled her into his arms that I'm fine. Don't cry. In his arms, Song Shi suddenly looked up. Xiao Jisheng, I'll do my best to make it up to you. For example, Song Shi counted on her fingers seriously. First, I'll cure your insomnia. I'll help you quit smoking. You have to drink the Chinese medicine every day. And I'll buy a joke book to help you relax. Xiao Jisheng's face was full of black lines that tea doesn't have to be that extreme, does it? Those thugs today were specifically after you. Do you have any idea who they were? Song, she shook her head. Yuan Bao suddenly pushed the door open and came in. Did you find anything out? Yuan Bao stammered, no. It's Chairman Xiao, your father. He's dying. Xiao Jisheng felt as if he'd been struck by lightning and swayed unsteadily. Xiao Jisheng rushed home in a great hurry. The bedroom was crowded with people. He hurried to his father's side. Father Xiao, kept calling out, Jisheng. Holding back tears, Xiao Jisheng said, Dad, I'm here. Mother Xiao spoke up. Didn't you just say you wanted to see Jisheng and his wife? They're both here. Songshi walked over, her eyes filled with tears. Xiao Jisheng took Songshi's arm. Dad, don't worry about me. I'm married. This is your daughter-in-law. Songshi called out, Dad. She thought to herself, this is the first time I've called him Dad, and it might be the last. Father Qiao held Xiao Jisheng's hand, saying intermittently, You two, be good to each other. Take care of your mother. Take care of yourself. Xiao Jisheng said with a sob, Dad, rest assured. And then, in the next moment, Father Qiao closed his eyes forever. Xiao Jisheng let out a pained roar. Both of their faces were streaked with tears. Mother Qiao was slumped to the side, wailing loudly. After a long while, Xiao Jisheng wiped away his tears. He looked at his mother, suppressing his own grief. Mom, don't be sad anymore. I'm here. Then he turned and gave Yuan Bao some instructions. Songshi watched him, so heartbroken, yet forcing himself to stay strong, and felt helpless that she couldn't do anything for him. Xiao Jisheng walked over. It's very late. I'll have Yuan Bao take you home. Songshi asked, Is there anything I can do to help? Xiao Jisheng shook his head. No. Songshi held his hand, her eyes full of concern. Xiao Jisheng, when my dad was sent to prison, I was heartbroken too. Anyway, I'm always here for you. Xiao Jisheng didn't speak, but pulled her into a tight embrace, holding on as if he was afraid of losing her. After a long while, he let her go. Yuan Bao takes Songshi home. A day had passed since she returned home, and she was very worried about Xiao Jisheng. Songshi was debating whether to call him when her phone rang. She quickly answered. Her father's voice came through. Xiaoxi, it's Dad. Songshi was overjoyed. Dad, how are you able to call? Father Qiao said anxiously, Never mind that. Xiaoxi, has Qiao Dingxiang passed away? I was the one who used leverage on Qiao Dingxiang to threaten Xiao Jisheng into marrying you. Songshi immediately comforted him. Dad, I know you're worried that without that leverage, Xiao Jisheng will divorce me. Xiao Jisheng hasn't done anything to wrong me. If he wants a divorce, I'll accept it. Xiaoxi, Dad is worried about your safety. After the call ended, Xiao Jisheng came back. Songshi asked with concern, Have you eaten? I'll go make you some dough drop soup. Xiao Jisheng stopped her. Songshi, I have something to tell you. Songshi's heart skipped a beat. Is he finally going to ask for a divorce? But Xiao Jisheng's next word surprised her. Do you want to attend my dad's funeral? I came to ask for your opinion. Songshi said loudly, Your dad acknowledged me as his daughter-in-law before he passed. Of course I have to go. Xiao Jisheng said, There will be many Qiao family relatives at the funeral. Your appearance will confirm your identity as the daughter-in-law, especially Gu Dongshu. My dad was his maternal grandfather. Have you thought about how to explain it to him? As long as you're not worried, what do I have to hide? Songshi handed him a lollipop. Xiao Jisheng took it. Songshi spoke again. You were with your father at the end. He must have had no regrets. Father Qiao's funeral was very grand, with many distinguished guests in attendance. Gu Dongshu was very surprised to see Songshi. Why are you here? Only family relatives were notified for my maternal grandfather's funeral. Songshi was instantly embarrassed, not knowing how to explain. Seeing her hesitation, Gu Dongshu quickly said, You should leave first. I'm afraid my little uncle will get angry if he sees you. As he was about to escort Songshi out, she grabbed his arm. Wait, actually, there's something I should have told you a long time ago. I just haven't been able to reach you these past 2 days. Before she could finish, a beautiful woman walked over. Are you Songshi? Gu Dongshu quickly stood in front of Songshi. Little aunt, she's my friend. Songshi was stunned. Little aunt? Then she must be Xiao Jisheng's sister. Suddenly, Xiao Jisheng walked over and restrained his sister. Xiao Iwan, don't cause a scene. It's not what you think. Then, taking Songshi's hand, he said, This is my wife, Songshi. Gu Dongshu's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow an egg. What? Wife? Songshi? Songshi waved her hand awkwardly. I'll explain it to you later. Then Xiao Jisheng made the introductions, and Songshi learned that this was Xiao Jisheng's full biological sister. Xiao Iwan, still unconvinced, said, So it was your dad who forced my brother to marry you. It was, but not anymore. Xiao Jisheng patted his sister. That's enough. Go stay with Mom. Xiao Iwan had no choice but to leave resentfully. The memorial service officially began. Xiao Iwan cried sadly, I didn't even get to see Dad one last time. Xiao Jisheng continuously comforted comforted her. Xiao Jisheng held Song Shi's hand, keeping her by his side. After the memorial service, when Gu Dongshu learned that Song Shi had been married to his little uncle for almost a year, he beat his chest and stomped his feet over his plummeted generational status. Song Shi patted him comfortingly that it's fine. I'll call you brother, and you can call me little aunt. We'll just call each other what we want. Gu Dongshu said irritably, get out of here. You hid this from me for so long. Song Shi found Xiao Jisheng that I brought the soup I made at home. Drink some, or you won't be able to hold on. Xiao Jisheng took the soup. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on even after drinking it. As if to prove his words. Not long after finishing the soup, his vision went black and he fainted. When Xiao Jisheng woke up, he was scared half to death. He saw Song Shi straddling him. Had my chastity been compromised? Seeing that he was awake, Song Shi said, you're covered in sweat. I need to wipe you down. You had a fever of 39 degrees at the funeral, but didn't want to make a scene, so I had to bring you back here. Then she helped him sit up that you've taken a medicine. Are you feeling better now? Xiao Jisheng nodded. I just dreamed of my dad. He took me horseback riding. It's good that you can see him in your dreams. Just sleep whenever you miss him. Song Shi continued, my parents divorced when I was a teenager. I've seen my mom less than 10 times. To put it bluntly, I'm practically a motherless child. Why are you making yourself sound so miserable? There's a technique to comforting people. The pain is lessened when you have someone more miserable than you around. Then she covered Xiao Jisheng with a blanket. You have to stay strong. From now on, you're the pillar of the Qiao family. Xiao Jisheng didn't speak but pulled her into his arms. One day, Xiao Jisheng returned home and comforted his mother. Xiao Aiwen asked, brother, what's the deal with that Song Shi? Mom said her father held something over dad to threaten you. Now that dad is gone, what are you still afraid of? Xiao Jisheng looked at her dotingly. Don't meddle in my business with her. Go back to your room. Xiao Aiwen stomped her foot in anger and left. Mother Xiao also spoke up. Your sister is right. The Song family has no leverage to threaten us with anymore. You should divorce her quickly. Mom, I haven't thought about divorce. What do you mean? Don't tell me you've fallen for her. Xiao Jisheng closed his eyes. Yes. Mom, I like Song Shi. A month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Song Shi was shopping with Meng Meng, thinking that Xiao Jisheng must be busy taking over the Qiao family business, as she hadn't seen him in a long time. Just then, a handsome man walked over. Looking at the milk tea in Han Chunming's hand, he asked where she bought it and if she could take him there. Seeing such a handsome guy, Han Chunming didn't hesitate and happily trotted off. They had just left when another man came up from behind, patted Song Shi's shoulder, and asked, Miss, can I add you on WeChat? Song Shi's mind immediately put things together that you're with the guy who just led my friend away, aren't you? Seeing that he'd been found out, the man gave a sheepish smile. I don't mean any harm. I just wanted to get to know you. Song Shi said, I have no interest in getting to know someone who deceives my friend. As she said this, she started to walk away. The man tried to stop her, but his arm was grabbed by a large hand and twisted in a joint lock. She said she's not interested. Didn't you hear? Song Shi saw it was Hauzi. After they greeted each other, she didn't know what to say. The scene was extremely awkward. Finally, Hauzi broke the silence. It's brother Sheng's birthday tomorrow. Do you want to celebrate? Song Shi couldn't help but giggle. Tomorrow is Singles Day. What a suitable birthday for Monk Xiao. After making plans, they went their separate ways. After a while, Han Chunming returned, looking drained. Song Shi shook her head helplessly. When Song Shi returned home, carrying 2 large bags, she was completely surprised to find that Xiao Jisheng was back. He stopped her, saying that Yuan Bao had organized a get-together and asked if she had time to join. She laughed to herself. He's so indirect about wanting to celebrate his birthday with her. She deliberately said, I think I have to work overtime. The next second, she saw Xiao Jisheng's face fall. Song Shi thought to herself, I'm just not telling you ahead of time. I'll give you a surprise then. The time had already reached the early hours of the morning. Xiao Jisheng was still reading a book. Song Shi reached a hand in and turned off the light. Xiao Jisheng looked at her, puzzled, thinking she was telling him to rest. But in the next moment, he saw Song Shi walk and carrying a cake. She said, Happy birthday to you. Xiao Jisheng was stunned. How did you know today is my birthday? The cheerful reaction Song she had expected didn't happen. Xiao Jisheng went and sat down on the sofa. He recalled his mother's words. Jisheng, you're being foolish. If you don't divorce her, what about Xinyu? The thought gave him a headache. How would he explain this to her? Song Shi's voice snapped him out of it. Why aren't you happy? He smiled. Does happiness have to be written all over my face? He made a wish over the cake. Then he pulled Song Shi into a hug and gave her a peck on the lips. He said, now I'm happy. Song Shi was stunned. A few seconds later, she gritted her teeth. Xiao Jisheng, I'm going to get you for that. Then she clung tightly to his neck, rubbing her face all over his. Qiao Jisheng, his face now covered in her drool, couldn't take it anymore. After sending Song Shi out the door, Qiao Jisheng opened his phone. He saw a message from Hua Jimin. Going to Jinsheng tonight to celebrate your birthday. Qiao Jisheng was slightly disappointed. It's the same routine every year. Too bad she isn't coming. Qiao Jisheng arrived at Jinsheng as planned. When he opened the door, he saw an exceptionally beautiful woman in a qipao, singing Yi Shanghai. Qiao Jisheng was mesmerized. Who else could this beautiful woman be but Song Shi? After a long moment, Qiao Jisheng came to his senses. Didn't you say you weren't coming? The room was packed with people who all cheered in unison. Happy birthday to you. The atmosphere was electric. Qiao Jisheng was speechless. Are you guys putting on opera? Song Shi said gleefully, I only did this for fun back in college. Look, Jimin added, this was all Xiao Shi's idea. Then Song Shi took out a bamboo tube of lots and teased. This gentleman doesn't look like a local. Draw a lot and change your outfit. Qiao Jisheng closed his eyes and randomly drew one. Chong Jingle was the first to see it and cheered. It's a military uniform. Go get changed. Song Shi looked at Hua Jimin, but it's rare for things to be this lively. What should we play? Hua Jimin gave a mysterious smile. Don't be hasty. We're about to play. Only later did Song Shi realize what Hua Jimin's game was. Song Shi looked at the cards in her hand. She had the lowest one again. According to the rules, she had to accept the penalty. Qiao Jisheng spoke up, that's enough. She's drunk. How's he said? Then you have to take the penalty for her. Hua Jimin shouted, yes, exactly. Qiao Jisheng walked over and said, what do you want me to do? Yuan Bao also chimed in, then you have to pick a person of the opposite sex and spend 10 minutes in a little dark room. Chong Jingle chimed in, if you don't, you have to drink all the alcohol. Without another word, Qiao Jisheng stood up, pulled Song Shi with him, and chose the two-person dark room. Once inside, they realized there were no lights. It was pitch black. Qiao Jisheng sighed. They must have turned them off on the outside. Song Shi felt her way along the wall. She slowly fumbled her way over to Qiao Jisheng and then sat down on his lap. After a moment, Qiao Jisheng spoke. How long do you plan on sitting on me? Isn't it for 10 minutes? Do you want to just sit like this the whole time? Song Shi raised her hand and touched his face. Qiao Jisheng, I want to give you a gift. Qiao Jisheng was taken aback. What? I want to kiss you. No one could see anyway. In the next moment, their lips were locked together. When the crowd saw Qiao Jisheng walk out, carrying Song Shi, everyone was confused that it hasn't been 10 minutes yet, has it? To their surprise, Qiao Jisheng didn't stop, carrying her straight out the door, leaving a bewildered crowd behind. What was that all about? Meanwhile, Qiao Jisheng carried Song Shi and threw her directly onto the bed. Song Shi looked at him in terror. What are you doing? Qiao Jisheng pressed down on top of her. Song Shi, you're the one who provoked me first. Then he kissed her on the lips. Song Shi pushed him away, tears welling in her eyes. What does this make us? Then she paused. But weren't you forced to marry me? Qiao Jisheng took her hand that I like you. Song Shi, I've fallen in love with you. Song Shi's body stiffened. What do you like about me? You've done nothing but bully me. Qiao Jisheng continued. Back when you thought I had a child and still helped me, I already liked you. But I don't know if you have even the slightest feelings for me. Song Shi grabbed his collar. If I didn't like you, would I care about your insomnia? If I didn't like you, would I have stayed with you to see your dad off on his final journey? If I didn't like you, would I worry about you sick? The next moment, Qiao Jisheng kissed her directly on the lips. Song Shi flipped over and straddled him. That you've bullied me for so long. Today, it's my turn to bully you. As she spoke, she began to unbutton her clothes. Qiao Jisheng flipped over again, pinning her underneath him. He ripped off her clothes. Don't even think about it. Then their two bodies became one, engaging in humanity's most primitive act. After a night of fierce passion, Song Shi woke up late. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she discovered Qiao Jisheng wasn't beside her. A week later, it had been a week since that night, and Qiao Jisheng had been completely out of contact. Song Shi angrily punched the wall. Didn't he say he liked me? What is this supposed to mean? Does he regret it? Just then, the head nurse ran over in a hurry. Dr. Song. There was an explosion downstairs. 2 patients were sent to the ER. It's a matter of life and death. Song Shi rushed over. What's the situation? The head nurse answered. The driver of the vehicle that exploded and a Good Samaritan passerby were injured in the blast and are unconscious. Director Jean has assigned you to operate on the passerby. As she spoke, they arrived. The head nurse pointed at the injured person. Song Shi focused her gaze, and her face instantly turned pale with shock. The injured person was her ex-boyfriend, Ai. Memories flashed through her mind. That day, she learned that Ai was cheating on her. She went to find Ji Mining. What is Shinjiaoi to you? He's my boyfriend. You must be Song Shi. I've heard my boyfriend mention you. He's already broken up with you. Please stop pestering my boyfriend in the future. I don't believe it. I want him to tell me himself. When Ai arrived, he shielded Ji, mining. Song Shi, I admit it's my fault for falling for someone else. But can't you have some dignity? Song Shi roared. Shinjiaoi, I'm asking you one last time. Do you not love me anymore? Think carefully before you answer. Shinjiaoi said coldly, yes. Please stay away from us. At that moment, Song Shi accepted reality, although her heart ached and she felt hatred. But now, she was a doctor who saves lives. After taking a deep breath, she said, prepare for surgery. Across the ocean in England, Xiao Jisheng held a bouquet of fresh flowers. Looking at the girl on the bed, he said, Xinyu, how are you? Xinyu replied, much better. This was just a minor surgery. It's too much trouble for you to come all the way to England to be with me. Xiao Jisheng put down the flowers. He said softly, I came because I have something to tell you. It just so happened you were having surgery. I know you're angry because I broke up with you. You haven't been willing to see me for 2 years. Jisheng, just wait a little longer. We can be together soon. Before she could finish, Xiao Jisheng interrupted her. Xinyu, you've misunderstood. I didn't come to get back together with you. I came to tell you that I've fallen in love with someone else. I'm sorry. Let's end this for good. Xinyu silently shed tears. Han Chunming pushed the door open and came in. Xiaoxi, I heard Shinjiaoi is back. Seeing Song Shi's silence, she walked to her side. Are you okay? Song Shi wiped her hands. What could be wrong with me? It's been so many years. I don't care at all. Han Chunming looked at her. If you want to cry, just cry. Hearing her say that, Song Shi's tears streamed down. I just feel it's too sudden. Gu Dongshu suddenly walked in. Xiaoxi, I just got some news. Shun Jiaoi has been parachuted into our acupuncture department. He's taken the position of department head. Song Shi said, how is that possible? I remember Ai's father went to jail for kidnapping. With a background like that, how could he get this position? Yes, that's why your dad was always against you dating Shinjiaoi. I also just found out, before he broke up with you, he volunteered for the most dangerous peacekeeping force. He traded his life for a future. Han Chunming, who was standing by, spoke up. So he didn't cheat on you back then? He broke up with you because he was afraid you'd be heartbroken? Gu Dongshu said, what's going on with you and my youngest uncle? Han Chunming was stunned. What youngest uncle? Gu Dongshu pulled her out. Why do you have so many questions? Xiao Jisheng arrived at the hospital entrance. He saw Gu Dongshu and Han Chunming fooling around. He looked at Gu Dongshu, where's Song Shi? Gu Dongshu was taken aback for a moment. Youngest uncle. She's on the 4th floor. Xiao Jisheng said, then I won't disturb you too. Gu Dongshu wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Han Chunming said, so that's the youngest uncle you just mentioned. What's his relationship with Xiaoxi? Gu Dongshu directly covered her mouth. Shut up. My good lord. Xiao Jisheng was walking down the 4th floor corridor. As he passed a ward door, a voice caught his attention. It's been a long time, Xiaoxi. Inside the ward, Song Shi looked at Shun Jiaoi. Are you feeling better? Shun Jiaoi nodded. Much better. I heard about you, Dad. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to help at all. It's okay. I'm very happy for you that you could come back. Actually, I never betrayed you. Do you know about what happened 3 years ago? Song Shi smiled and said, I know now. I don't blame you. Shun Jiaoi suddenly grabbed Song Shi's hand. Did we miss our chance? Just then, a voice came from the doorway. I'd also like to know what your answer is. At the nurse's station outside, Gu Dongshu and Han Chunming were feeling very anxious. A few nurses were gossiping among themselves. Did you hear? Dr. Song's ex-boyfriend and current boyfriend are fighting. Really? Han Chunming couldn't take it anymore and shouted, what are you talking about? Get back to work. Gu Dongshu said, don't worry. My youngest uncle will handle it. Han Chunming shot him a look. You still won't tell me what his relationship with Xiaoxi is. Gu Dongshu patted her head. Xiaoxi just hasn't had a chance to tell you yet, has she? Don't be sad. Come on, I'll buy you some milk tea. Song Shi looked at Xiao Jisheng in surprise. Why are you here? Xiao Jisheng said coldly. Am I interrupting you? Song Shi quickly explained. That's not what I meant. I just got out of danger. We shouldn't be talking about this here. Then she looked at Shun Jiaoi. You should rest. Then she pushed Xiao Jisheng out the door. Shun Jiaoi watched them leave and muttered to himself. It seems I really did miss my chance. Song Shi and the other man went outside. She grabbed his tie. Xiao Jisheng, what are you doing? Do you know Shun Jiaoi just had surgery? What was so important that you had to say it in the hospital? I was afraid you'd relive old dreams. Song Shi turned her head away angrily. Weren't you the one who disappeared after that night? How was I supposed to know what you meant? Xiao Jisheng hugged her from behind. So you were afraid I'd go back on my word? Song Shi, listen carefully. Everything I said that day was true. I like you. I love you. Then he kissed her deeply. After a long while, Song, she pushed him away. Okay, we're still at the hospital. Xiao Jixing looked at her. Now we're a real couple. Song, she giggled. That depends on your performance. Song, she suddenly remembered something. Right, I need to go talk to IE and make things clear. Xiao Jixing followed her. Do you want me to come with you? Song, she refused. No need. If it weren't for you, I would have made it clear just now. As Song, she went in, what she didn't know was that Qianyu had appeared in the hallway. When Song, she returned, she saw Xiao Jixing and a woman staring at each other. She froze on the spot. Xiaoxi sat down with the noodles. Looking at the table full of takeout, she felt a bit gloomy. She asked the man why he still bothered to make her cook noodles. The man was very calm. Takeout and cooked noodles don't conflict with each other. She ignored his roguish words, stretched, and prepared to go upstairs to rest. But he pressed her down into her seat. The man saw her confused expression, put his arm around her shoulder, and told her to eat with him. He especially insisted that she finish the noodles in front of her. Looking at the bowl of ramen, she didn't really want to eat it. Under the man's threatening gaze, she pitifully said that the noodles were too spicy and she was afraid of getting heaty. But the man was already prepared. He took out a can of herbal tea for her to cool down. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiaoxi went back to the bedroom and lay on the bed. She picked up her phone, which had been ringing nonstop. She found they were all birthday wishes from everyone. Only then did she realize that it was already her birthday. As if remembering something, she suddenly sat up in bed, thinking about the man's strange behavior that evening. Was he celebrating her birthday? He suddenly arranged for her to meet her dad. The noodles he forced her to eat at midnight were longevity noodles. She let out a chuckle. She thought this man is really awkward, but she still had to find a chance to thank him properly. The next day at the hospital, Xiaoxi saw her good friend holding a cake, congratulating her on her birthday. She excitedly went forward to hug her friend. Other colleagues were envious of Xiaoxi's good relationships and came over to tease her. She opened the gifts everyone gave her. One of them was a pop-up prank toy. She didn't need to think to know it was from Tong Hao. As Meng Meng was organizing the gift boxes, she found a cake with no name on it. After opening it and seeing the expensive-looking cake, a tiny bit of drool seemed to escape the corner of her mouth. Xiaoxi thought for a moment and figured it was from Jisheng. She picked up the cake, turned, and walked away, telling her friends that this one wasn't for sharing. Just then, a surprised male voice came from behind Xiaoxi. He asked, "Is someone having a birthday?" So many cakes. Ming Ming was super excited. It was a super handsome guy. During their conversation, she learned he was there to see a doctor. Xiaoxi pinched her friend's cheek and kindly told him that to see a doctor, he should go to the first floor to register. Just as the man was about to speak, a mad woman came running from somewhere. She pointed at Xiaoxi and loudly cursed her for being a homewrecker. Before anyone could react, she ran over and slapped Xiaoxi. The man quickly stepped forward to stop the frantic woman, telling her to calm down. Xiaoxi, having been wrongly attacked, was also angry, but she quickly calmed down. She told the woman she had the wrong person and asked who her husband was. The madwoman thought Xiaoxi was just making excuses and instantly became agitated. Seeing the situation was bad, the man restrained her and told others to call security. At that moment, a doctor remembered that this woman was a patient from the psychiatric department. After the patient was taken to the security office, Xiaoxi touched her swollen face, thinking about the man from earlier. She wondered how he knew her surname was Song. Her friend helped treat her wound while telling her not to think about it, and that she would take her out for drinks tonight to celebrate her birthday. In the car, an assistant reported to his boss that Miss Song had gone out for drinks and wouldn't be back early. Jisheng seemed as if his thoughts had been exposed, scolding his assistant for being nosy. He hadn't even asked. He was about to say more when his attention was caught by a commotion outside the car window. It turned out to be Xiaoxi climbing a tree. He got out of the car, walked over, and saw her. Only after she was safely in the tree did he speak up, asking if she had an addiction to climbing trees. Xiaoxi grinned and greeted Jisheng. After greeting him, she giggled foolishly again. It seemed she was completely drunk. He sighed helplessly, held out his hands, and told her to come down. Xiaoxi refused. She aggrievedly complained to Jisheng that the door was bullying her, constantly saying the password was incorrect. Jisheng noticed the injury on her face. Just as he was about to ask, Xiaoxi suddenly stood up on the tree. She pointed towards the door and said she wanted to show him. Then she jumped down from the tree. Jisheng was so scared he rushed forward and caught her in his arms. The two fell to the ground, their lips touching by pure accident. Xiaoxi sat up awkwardly, but he pulled her back in his arms and kissed her. For a moment, she thought she was still drunk, but the feeling was too real. The next second, she shyly pushed the man away. Seeing the blood on the corner of the man's mouth, she instantly turned pale with panic, hurriedly apologizing for her actions. Xiaoxi looked at the man on the sofa. She walked over embarrassedly to treat his wound. While treating the man's wound, she apologized for drinking too much tonight. She explained again that she didn't mean to cut his lip. The image from just now flashed in her mind, and she found it hard to continue explaining. The man looked at her embarrassed state and teased her, making it sound as if she was trying to take advantage of him. She pouted, stood up haughtily, and walked away. The other person called out to her, asking how she got the injury on her face. She explained that a psychiatric patient mistook her for a homewrecker and slapped her. Jisheng told her not to mind it. Unexpectedly, these words touched a raw nerve. The thing she hated most in her life was homewreckers. She suddenly thought of Song Shi's ex-boyfriend, Shun Jiaoi, who had cheated on her with a younger student. At the Chow family's old residence, Chow's mother worriedly asked what happened to Jisheng's mouth. He told his mother he just bumped into something. Chow's mother clearly didn't believe him. She was about to say Song Shi did it, but her son interrupted her, telling her not to make wild guesses. After comforting her for a while, he went to see his father. This made Xiao's mother even more certain that it must have something to do with Song Shi. In the bedroom, Xiao's dad was also concerned about the wound on his mouth. He gave his father the same explanation, that he bumped into something. Xiao's dad had a nostalgic look on his face, remembering when his son used to climb trees with his cousins as a child. He fell, and his face was covered in blood, crying his eyes out by the tree. He remarked with emotion that his father still remembered everything. Xiao's dad patted his head. What about his son? Did he not remember? Xiao's dad chatted with him. I had a dream. I dreamed that I died, and you were left all alone. Xiao's dad told him that he would have to leave sooner or later. This family would eventually have to be supported by him. Jisheng interrupted his father, holding his father's hand to his cheek, telling him not to say any more. He came out of his father's bedroom and saw Song Shi. He noticed her hand was injured. He asked her when she arrived and what happened to her hand, but she ignored him, walking right past him. He quickly grabbed her hand and told her to answer. Song Shi gave him a cold look and told him to let go. In the kitchen, Xiao's mother was being sarcastic towards Song Shi. She suddenly brought up her father and changed the subject, hoping the newly appointed mayor wouldn't be like her father. Hearing this, Song Shi accidentally cut her finger with a kitchen knife. Xiao's mother took the opportunity to mock her for being pampered. This was the last straw for Song Shi. She ripped off her apron and threw it on the floor, telling Xiao's mother that she tolerated her because she was Xiao Jisheng's mother. But if she said another word about her father, she would no longer treat Xiao's mother as an elder. Jisheng had a headache watching his mother complain while crying. He tried to discuss with Xiao's mother that she should stop meddling in his and Song Shi's affairs. Somehow, the two started arguing. He told his mother to stop provoking her with things about Song Shi's father. As the flames of the argument grew, Jisheng turned and left. After walking out the main door, he also felt regretful. Walking on the street, Song Shi recalled Xiao's mother's words. The more she thought, the angrier she got. She angrily threw her bag on the ground to vent her emotions. This scene happened to be seen by the handsome guy from yesterday. He picked up the bag from the ground and handed it to her. She quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and expressed her gratitude to him for yesterday. But she was also very curious how he knew her surname was Song. The other person smiled and explained that there was a nameplate on her desk. He then introduced himself as Chi Wei and proactively shook Song Shi's hand. He suddenly noticed the wound on her hand and asked with concern if she was okay. He noticed that Song Shi was not in a good mood and decided to take her to relax. The two went to an amusement park and rode the roller coaster. He told Song Shi that this was a great way to release stress. She was infected by his tone, let go of the safety bar she was gripping tightly, and began to enjoy the present moment of happiness. Song Shi took the ice cream and told Chi Wei that she had a great time. She wanted to add him on WeChat so they could contact each other in the future. However, she took out her phone, looked at the screen for a few seconds, and then stuffed it back in her bag. The phone notification was a missed call from Jisheng. She was not in the mood to reply to him right now. The assistant was reporting work to Jisheng. He noticed his boss's abnormality and paused. The boss told him to continue. The assistant looked at the lady's shoes at the door, changed the subject, and asked the boss why he hadn't seen Song Shi for a long time. She's been on night shifts recently, so her schedule is the opposite of Jisheng's. The two haven't seen each other in a long time. The other person teased him, asking if Song Shi was avoiding him. If it was because of what happened last time, he advised Shengji to apologize. But Song Shi was avoiding him now, so how could he apologize? In the hospital, duty room, Ming draped a coat over Song, and asked her why she hadn't gone home yet. She stretched. Today, inspectors from the Health Bureau were coming. The vice director asked her to receive them. While the two were chatting, the vice director came over and told her the Health Bureau was here. She looked at Jiang Jai in the inspection crowd. No wonder she was designated to receive them. It turned out to be a wolf paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. Jiang Jai greeted Song, pretentiously. She deliberately introduced her father, Song Yuanqing, to the Health Bureau chief. She ignored the play-acting Jiang Jai beside her and greeted the Health Bureau chief, offering to show him around. Jiang Jai had no intention of letting her go. She threatened her to serve her well, or else she would face the consequences. She didn't fall for it. She told her the psychiatric department was on the 12th floor and suggested she get an expert consultation to have her brain checked. She then pushed her away. The Health Bureau chief saw the commotion and questioned the vice director next to him. What does she mean by this? The vice director quickly explained on her behalf, then urged her to apologize quickly. Their behavior made she very angry. She took off her white coat, told them it was now her off-duty time, and threw the coat into Jiang Jai's arms. She turned and walked away angrily, completely ignoring the people behind her. At the corner of the hallway, she accidentally bumped into someone. She quickly apologized. As she was about to explain, she realized it was Qiao Jisheng and his group. Qiao Jisheng looked at her pale face, touched her face with his hand, and asked, "What's wrong?" But she slapped his hand away. If it weren't for him, why would Jiang Jai be causing trouble for her? The assistant looked at the tense atmosphere. He quickly spoke up to explain that Sheng Ji came to the hospital because of insomnia. Jisheng interrupted the assistant, turned, and left to attend the Jia family's dinner. She watches retreating back, thinking he actually left without any explanation. She was prepared to fight with him for 300 rounds. Ming rushed over, relieved that she hadn't left yet. She explained to Xiaoxi that the Health Bureau was using this as an excuse to block their project. The vice director wanted Xiaoxi to apologize. She resolutely refused to apologize. If they had the guts, they could fire her. Ming understood why she was angry and asked if she knew anyone who could help solve this matter. Xiaoxi awkwardly scratched her head. The person who could solve it was the one she had just pushed away. Ming took out her phone, wanting to ask Sudong if he had a solution. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind her. It scared her so much she almost dropped her phone. She turned around angrily to see who it was. Suddenly, her face started to turn beet red. It turned out to be the handsome guy from before, Chi Wei. Xiaoxi supported her useless friend and asked him why he was here. Last time, he said he would treat her to a meal, but he never contacted her. So he came to find her himself. She smiled awkwardly, explaining that she had been on night shifts recently. Then she decided to go for dinner right now. Her friend cheered her on from behind, reminding her not to forget about the Health Bureau matter. The two arrived at the restaurant. Chi Wei asked Xiaoxi what had happened. She didn't want to trouble him, brushing it off as a small matter. Under his repeated questioning, she told him if she had offended a petty person from the Health Bureau and might lose her job. Chi Wei knew someone at the Health Bureau. He took out his phone and sent a message to ask about the situation. Xiaoxi quickly apologized. She was actually a bit embarrassed. They had only met a few times in total. After sending the message, Chi Wei got up and went to the restroom. Outside, he ran into two men. One of them returned to the private room and told Jimin that he had just seen a very handsome guy, definitely her type. Sure enough, the woman stood up excitedly and asked where he was. She walked out of the private room as she asked. Coincidentally, Xiaoxi also walked out of her private room. The two knew each other. Jimin greeted her. Xiaoxi was staring blankly at Jisheng inside their private room. She was screaming internally, "Why did I run into him again?" The others in the private room came out to greet Xiaoxi. After greeting her, they started bickering with Jimin again. Jisheng had a headache from their noise and told them to come back to his side. His buddy teased him, starting to call him by his nickname, Monk Xiao. When Xiaoxi heard Jisheng's nickname, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He became angry from embarrassment, grabbed his buddy's collar from behind, and ordered Haozi to close the door. Amidst the commotion, Chi Wei returned. She explained to him that she had run into some acquaintances. The two returned to their own private room. Jimin watched their retreating backs and gossiped about whether the two were dating. The group looked at the silent Jisheng and asked him what was really going on with him and Songshi. He explained that he was entrusted by her father to take care of her. Seeing his state, the group clearly didn't believe him. Shangle also didn't know what Shengji was thinking. He actually thought she was quite interesting. If Shengji liked her, he wouldn't go after her. After saying goodbye to Chi Wei, she walked alone on the road, thinking about what happened to the hospital today. Suddenly, she heard a conversation between passersby. She learned that there was a car accident ahead, a chain reaction rear-end collision. There was even an elderly person with a heart condition stuck there. Hearing this, she quickly ran to the accident scene. She quickly found the old man and checked his condition. Her actions startled the old man's son. She quickly explained that she was a doctor. His father's condition was very serious. She told him there was a hospital nearby and that he should carry his father and run there. Just then, the weather turned bad. It suddenly started to pour. In the car, Ji Sheng watched her with a pained heart. He saw people around filming her. He instructed his assistant to control the direction of public opinion and, while at it, help her earn a good reputation. She braved the heavy rain to borrow an umbrella from other car owners, but had no luck. She looked at the old man in the car, not knowing what to do for a moment. Suddenly, the rain above her head stopped. She looked up in confusion. Ji Sheng was standing beside her, holding an umbrella. She greeted him, snatched the umbrella from his hand, and told him she was borrowing it. Then she ran to the old man's side to hold the umbrella for him, running to the hospital with the father and son. Her busy figure was captured by passersby on their phones. The patient was finally delivered safely to the hospital. After coming to her senses, she felt very dizzy. She couldn't control her body and collapsed, but was caught in the arms of Ji Sheng, who had followed her out of concern. He touched her forehead and realized she had a fever. He picked her up, preparing to find a doctor. Xiaoxi quickly refused. She didn't want to go to the hospital. She didn't want to see them right now. The assistant behind him gave the car keys to Ji Sheng, suggesting he take Xiaoxi back. He heard Xiaoxi also agree to go home. He took the keys and carried her back. Back home, after placing the sleeping Xiaoxi on the bed, he quietly asked her where the first aid kit was. Learning the first aid kit was in the living room, he turned to get it, but she grabbed his sleeve. She spoke her heart, telling him she was so tired. She didn't want to fight with him. They should both tolerate each other. 3 years would pass quickly. Before she could finish, sleep took over. Ji Sheng tucked her in. Looking at Xiaoxi's sleepwear, he coughed awkwardly, wanting to wake her up to change her clothes. Seeing no reaction from her, he sighed slightly and resigned himself to it. It wasn't the first time he had helped her change anyway. After her fever subsided, Xiaoxi woke up. She took the wet towel off her head. This was the second time Ji Sheng had saved her. She looked at the things on the bedside table. He was much more thoughtful this time than the last. She belatedly realized she was completely naked. Her face instantly turned beet red. This was the second time this had happened. Ji Sheng was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper. She grabbed her shoes, preparing to sneak out behind him, but she was still discovered. She awkwardly scratched her face and explained that she was going to work. He teased Xiaoxi about not working the night shift anymore. She sat down and sighed helplessly. She was afraid she couldn't even go to work at all. She struggled with whether to tell him about Jiang Jiai making things difficult for her. He said she was a living advertisement now. How would the hospital dare to fire her? Seeing Xiaoxi's confused look, he handed her his phone and told her to see for herself. Her act of saving someone yesterday had actually gone viral. She couldn't believe it herself, and the comments section was full of praise for her. She asked Ji Sheng beside her if he was the one who controlled the public opinion. He was in a good mood and said there was no need to thank him. He said it was a gift for her bowing her head to him. She looked stunned. When had she ever bowed her head to him? He reminded her that she had borrowed an umbrella from him yesterday. Xiaoxi looked unconvinced. He had clearly offered it to her. He didn't care. Anyway, he was being magnanimous. He wouldn't hold the events of the past few days against her. Seeing him like this, Xiaoxi teased him for being childish. He explained what happened at the Qiao residence that day. It was because of the injury on his lip that his mother said those things. Learning that she wasn't working the night shift, he got up to go to the company. Xiaoxi watched his retreating back, feeling frantic. She had a feeling that she had lost. She picked up her phone in surprise. How could there be so many messages? Almost all of them were from Meng Meng. She quickly called back. The person on the other end exclaimed that they had finally reached her. Due to the viral incident, the health bureau was too embarrassed to make things difficult for her anymore. The vice director told her to rest well at home. Xiaoxi was really happy to hear this. She had time to visit her father. She went to Mingwezhai to pick a gift for her father. Upon entering the shop, she saw two acquaintances. It was Dong Yuan and Dong Lijun. She was furious watching the women splurge. Ever since her father's accident, Dong Lijun hadn't visited him even once. Seeing that they were about to pay, Xiaoxi stepped forward, pointed at the pot, and told the sales clerk that she wanted it. Only then did the mother and daughter, Dong Lijun, notice her. Dong Yuan stood in front of her mother and arrogantly told Xiaoxi that that they had already bought the pot. Hearing this, Xiao Shi laughed in anger. She retorted, asking what they would use to buy it. She pointed at Dong Yuan and scolded her. Didn't she have any idea where the money came from? Seeing that her daughter couldn't handle the situation, Dong Lijun immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. She said they were still a family. Hearing her shameless words, Xiao Shi told her that if that was the case, she should treat her the same way she treated Dong Yuan. The woman offered to give her the pot. Xiao Shi refused directly. She held out her hand to Dong Lijun, asking for the card her father had left with her. The woman started playing dumb, pretending not to know. She even asked Xiao Shi what she was talking about. Xiao Shi bluntly exposed her. Her father had already told her everything. What was the point of pretending to be confused? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Dong Yuan stepped forward to protect her mother, accusing Xiao Shi of extortion. She pulled Dong Lijun and prepared to leave. How could Xiao Shi let them leave so easily? No one was leaving until things were cleared up. Seeing her daughter being held by her, Dong Lijun reached out and pushed her. Xiao Shi didn't expect her to get physical and crashed into a display cabinet in the shop. One of the pots fell and smashed. The sales clerk looked at the shattered pot and shouted that they were calling the police. The pot was worth 460,000. They hadn't expected it to be so expensive. Dong Yuan started shifting the blame. The pot was broken by Song Shi, so she should be the one to pay. Song Shi also agreed to call the police. They could go to the police station and confront each other. Dong's mother quietly told her daughter that this matter couldn't see the light of day. The daughter took out her phone and called Chi Chung. She pushed all the blame onto Xiao Shi, asking him to come upstairs and help her handle this. After hanging up, her tone was not very good. She told the sales clerk that her boyfriend would arrive within a minute. Then, Dong Yuan walked up to Xiao Shi and provoked her. Even without her father's money, she and her mother could still live very well. Xiao Shi sarcastically called her a hypocrite, utterly shameless. These words happened to be heard by Chi Chung, who had just come up. He accused her of speaking too harshly. Dong Yuan went up to him and complained that Song Shi had tried to hit her and her mother and ended up smashing a Zisha teapot. As expected, after hearing his girlfriend, the man mocked Xiao Shi. Didn't young Master Qiao teach her the principle of taking responsibility for her own actions? After saying this, he took out his card to pay, but was stopped by Xiao Shi. She took out her phone and called Jisheng directly. Ignoring the man's attempts to stop her, she put the call on speaker. Everyone heard Jisheng say he would be there in 10 minutes. Xiao Shi saw Jisheng arrive, walked over, and linked her arm with his. She pleaded with him to help her. Then she pointed at Dong's mother and complained that she had been pushed by her and accidentally broke a teapot. Chi Chung was about to speak, but was drowned out by Dong Yuan's voice, explaining that she didn't ask Xiao Shi to pay. Jisheng ignored them, took out his card, and gave it to the sales clerk. After the sales clerk swiped the card, he sarcastically said that whoever broke it should pay. It's not like they couldn't afford it. Then he told Xiao Shi to hit her back, telling her that the rule of reciprocity must be upheld. His actions made the people opposite them instantly cower. Before they could explain, he turned his head and asked Xiao Shi beside him how she wanted to handle it. Xiao Shi told the mother and daughter, Dong Yuan, to return the money her father had left for her. However, the two argued again, asking her what proof she had. Xiao Shi was stunned. She really didn't have any proof. Jisheng, beside her, countered for her, presenting the proof that they didn't have the card. Then he laid down the law. Either take out the card, or no one was leaving. Finally, he also threatened Chi Chung. Dong Yuan looked at her humiliated boyfriend, worried he would abandon her. She anxiously stepped forward but was pushed away by her boyfriend. In an unkind tone, he told her to quickly return whatever she had taken from others. Then he turned and walked out. Dong Yuan anxiously chased after him. Dong's mother had no choice but to return the card to Xiao Shi. She made a sarcastic remark at her and then worriedly chased after her daughter. Jisheng watched her holding the card with a happy look on her face and couldn't help but think to himself, he hoped she could always smile like this. He reminded Xiao Shi to hurry to the bank and transfer the money to her card. Before leaving, he told the sales clerk to delete all the surveillance footage. Hearing that he was President Ruan's friend, the clerk immediately agreed. Xiao Shi felt a little guilty hearing that this was Ruan Boyan's shop. Should she buy something to compensate for his loss? Jisheng told her to decide for herself. Then he left the car keys for her. After settling Xiao Shi's matter, he went outside to contact his assistant, telling him to have the shareholders wait a little longer as he would be there soon. In the evening, a weary Jisheng returned home. He saw a strangely shaped object in the entryway and wondered what it was. Xiaoxi walked out with sleepy eyes, not knowing why Jisheng was calling her. He held the egg-shaped thing in his hand and asked speechlessly if she had shopped all day just to buy this thing. She took it and explained. He had helped her so much today, so she bought an incense burner for him as a thank you gift. He joked that it seemed her dad had left her quite a bit of money. She herself was shocked, not expecting him to have left her a full 30 million. Her straightforwardness made him very happy. Xiaoxi had no intention of being guarded around him. After lighting the incense, she told him it was to help with sleep and that he should light it every night before bed. He asked Xiaoxi how she knew he had insomnia. Little did he know, she had just bought it randomly. She grinned and told him to sit down so she could take his pulse. He was puzzled. Wasn't she a Western-style doctor? She had taken it as an elective in university. Then Xiaoxi told him not to talk and began to take his pulse. She asked him how long he'd had insomnia. Hearing it had been 10 years, she leaned in closer, curious as to why he didn't have dark circles under his eyes. Jisheng squeezed her face with both hands and worriedly asked if she actually knew how to treat it. Getting back to the topic, she shyly asked him about his private life. He looked at Xiaoxi gloomily and retorted, "What do you think?" She thought about it seriously and told him it might be excessive kidney fire. Any man would be unconvinced if told this. He moved closer to Xiaoxi and asked if his kidneys were weak. She quickly explained that a certain part he was supposed to use hadn't been used. She gave a wicked laugh. That day, Chang Jingtian had called him Monk Xiao. The unspoken meaning was understood by everyone. She laughed out loud as she said this. Provoked by her, Jisheng pushed her directly onto the bed behind them with ill intentions, telling her to help him solve this problem. Xiaoxi was frightened and nervously asked how to solve it. He lifted her chin and told her it was very simple. After saying this, he lowered his head and kissed her, then tore open her clothes. When feelings run deep, things naturally fall into place. The next day, Jisheng looked at the empty space beside him, pressed a hand to his forehead, and muttered to himself, "Was everything last night a dream?" In the kitchen, Xiaoxi was brewing something. He smelled the strange odor and asked if it was poison. It was Chinese medicine she had gone out early in the morning to buy for him. After brewing it, she poured it into a bowl and handed it to him. Looking at the bowl of blackish stuff, he hesitated to take it, a bead of cold sweat even trickling down his face. He even started making excuses, saying he thought it was too hot and should be left for a while. Xiaoxi laughed at him, asking if he was afraid of the bitterness. Then she explained it was to quell his kidney fire. Jisheng resolutely refused to drink it, afraid she was trying to poison him. She had no choice but to pick it up and take a sip. She licked the liquid left on the corner of her mouth clean with the tip of her tongue. He watched her action, thinking she was deliberately seducing him. Xiaoxi's voice interrupted his wild thoughts. She told him it wasn't bitter and to drink it quickly while it was hot. He took the medicine and asked her what use one dose would be. How could he drink it hot when he was usually at work? Xiaoxi thought he had a point. She pondered for a moment and came up with a solution. Since she was free, she could deliver it to his company. Hearing her words, Jisheng held the medicine bowl and looked at it for a moment. Then he tilted his head back and drank it all down. After finishing the medicine, he agreed to let Xiaoxi deliver it to him. He even joked that if she cured him, he would send her a large silk banner. Xiaoxi also joked, asking if he would dare to write his name on the banner. He replied that if she dared to receive it, he would dare to write it. In the supermarket, Xiaoxi was thinking about the items she needed to buy. She wandered to the dessert aisle and saw the lollipops displayed there. Just as she was about to reach for one, she heard someone calling her name. It was Jiang Jai. Xiaoxi didn't want to deal with her. However, the other woman sarcastically called her the big celebrity. Xiaoxi was speechless and told her to speak normally. Jiang Jai sarcastically brought up the incident at the hospital last time. Because she went viral, she wasn't made to apologize. She even had someone complain about her to the director. Xiaoxi was also stunned. Who did she find? But she didn't forget to retort. Wasn't she the one who came to the hospital to provoke her first? The other woman argued that she went to the hospital for a routine inspection. Xiaoxi didn't want to hear her excuses anymore and helplessly cut her off, telling her to get to the point. The other woman asked her what her relationship with Jisheng was. Did he help her with this matter? Jiang Jai looked at her unyielding appearance and shouted at her that Jisheng helped her because he must not know she was at the health bureau. Otherwise, why would he help her and not her? Xiaoxi looked at the stubborn Jiang Jai and asked if she wanted to test that theory. Seeing the other woman's dumbfounded expression, she held up her phone, suggesting they call and ask. As expected, the other woman was provoked by her. She picked up her phone and called Ji Sheng, but the line was busy. Jiang Jai looked at her and asked why she wasn't calling. Did she need her to give her the number? Xiaoxi looked at the incoming call on her phone and told her it wasn't necessary. When she answered the call, the other woman was shocked to realize the man on the other end was the one she longed for. In the coffee shop, Xiaoxi happily waved at Ji Sheng. Beside her, Jiang Jai nervously stood up to greet him. Xiaoxi looked at him with a mischievous smile and told Ji Sheng that someone claimed to be his childhood sweetheart and needed him to be the judge. He sat down and explained it was just a friendship between their parents' generation. Jiang Jai asked him if he knew that Song she had been rude to her and even filed a malicious complaint against her. She twisted the facts, and he claimed he didn't know. Hearing him say this, the other woman looked at Xiaoxi with a confident expression. She just knew Ji Sheng didn't know. Otherwise, he would definitely help her. Unexpectedly, Ji Sheng didn't give Jiang Jai any face at all, questioning why she thought he would help her. He continued to interrupt her, stating his position. Her father was indeed an old friend of his family, but Song she was someone she couldn't afford to provoke. The other woman stood up excitedly and slammed the table, demanding to know why. Xiaoxi was caught in the crossfire, and water from the cup splashed onto her hand. He pulled her hand over and began to wipe it for her, while slowly moving closer. He didn't forget to warn the person opposite them. Anyone who caused trouble for Xiao, she was causing trouble for him. Jiang Jai watched their intimate posture, her eyes instantly turning red. She snorted angrily and ran off. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi was still apologizing to Ji Sheng, saying she shouldn't have involved him. She looked at the man opposite her, who seemed to think it was a matter of course, and asked him why he had been so good to her lately. Hearing her question, his mind automatically recalled the words Xiaoxi had said when she was sick. He remained silent. Soon after, he heard her ask why she had taken the initiative to treat his insomnia. Xiaoxi answered firmly that since he was good to her, she naturally had to be good to him. Then she opened her bag, took out a thermos, and showed it to him. This was the new medicine she had brewed for him. He unceremoniously got up and left, saying drinking Chinese medicine in a coffee shop was like trashing the place. Xiaoxi quickly asked him where he was going. He explained he was going back to the company. Highway Group. The company employees were all whispering, "Who is that woman behind President Xiao?" Xiaoxi followed awkwardly beside Ji Sheng, thinking to herself, his employees are all staring at me. Is it that serious? While she was dazed, he had already entered the elevator. He called out to remind her to hurry up. Hadn't she been stared at enough? She entered the elevator in a panic and asked him why his company's employees had such a big reaction. He teased her, saying everyone probably thought she was a delivery person. Stepping out of the elevator, Xiaoxi retorted, "What do you mean a delivery person? All these bags in my hands were bought for you." Ji Sheng didn't understand why she had to buy so much just to deliver medicine. Entering the office, Xiaoxi took out the things she had bought one by one. Finally, she excitedly took out a gift with 3 tiers of lollipops stuck in it. She told him to eat a lollipop after drinking the medicine so it wouldn't be bitter. She even showed off, saying she had snatched it from a group of kids. He looked at the surprise before him, momentarily unsure how to express his feelings. Xiaoxi was shooed out of the office by him. She made a face at the door, muttering, "Take it or leave it. This candy is expensive." Then he took out his phone to call his assistant, asking where he was. The assistant couldn't believe he had seen Song Shi at the company. Ji Sheng explained to him that she had brought childish things to fool him, and he had just shooed her away. Then he unscrewed the thermos she had brought and drank it all in one go. He looked at the thermos in his hand, suspecting Song she was messing with him. This medicine was getting more bitter every day. The assistant prepared to take away the lollipops on his desk. He coughed awkwardly, picked up a lollipop, and told the assistant to leave them. The assistant was amused by the sight of him eating a lollipop behind his back. Minching Hospital. Xiaoxi walked into a hospital room holding flowers, asking with a happy face, surprised? Unexpected, but she stunned a family of 3 in the room. They all stared blankly and asked who she was. This made Xiaoxi very embarrassed. She quickly asked if Qi Wei wasn't staying here. Realizing she had gone to the wrong room, she was embarrassed again. She quickly apologized for going to the wrong place. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from behind her. She turned around and found it was Qi Wei on crutches. He explained that he had just changed rooms today. She quickly went over to help him back to his room, asking if she was a good enough friend. He was injured and hospitalized yesterday, and she came to visit today. When Xiaoxi heard him thank her, she quickly said she should be the one thanking him. It was all thanks to him for the matter with the health bureau. Then the two walked to the window and looked at the scenery outside. Xiaoxi exclaimed that the view was really nice, and you could even see the sea. Then Xiaoxi asked him how he got injured when he was perfectly fine in Mincheng. He first lowered his head to hide the lonely look in his eyes, then raised his head and explained with a smile that he was traveling here and a buddy accidentally hit him while driving. Learning that he was going back in the afternoon, she lamented that once he left, she would be all alone again. She was in a hurry to go back and brew Chinese medicine for Jisheng, but she didn't explain, just telling him she would come to see him again in a couple of days. Looking at the changing weather, he reminded her that she'd better leave quickly, as it seemed like it was going to rain. At the airport, due to a heavy storm, the flight from Minching to Yecheng was delayed. Xiaoxi looked at her phone. She muttered that Shi Wei was such a jinx. She didn't know if she could even go back tonight. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing the caller was Jisheng, she was so scared she threw her phone. In the end, she resignedly picked up the phone and weakly told him, how about he brews the medicine himself tonight? After Xiaoxi boarded the plane, it was experiencing continuous turbulence due to the weather. If she had known, she would have chosen to leave tomorrow. Looking at the rain outside the plane, she worried she would be soaked by the time she got back. She got off the plane, covering her head with her bag, and running home in the rain. Suddenly, she saw a person holding an umbrella walking towards her. Although she was curious, she didn't stop and walk past the person, but she was pulled back by that person. It was actually Jisheng. Why was he here? Didn't she call and tell him she couldn't come back because of the heavy rain? Then he put his arm around her and walked her back, reminding her to watch her step. After Xiaoxi thanked him, she looked at the sharp-tongued man. This person was still the same, doing good deeds, but never saying nice things. Then she heard the man add another jab, saying he was counting on her to go back and brew the medicine. The two returned home. She looked at the medicine on the dining table. Wasn't it already brewed? She didn't think much of it, casually picked it up and handed it to the man for him to drink. Jisheng glanced at it silently and turned to change his clothes first. But he heard her behind him, cooing in a tone used for a child, drink it, drink it. His face instantly turned red. He took the bowl of medicine, stubbornly saying he never said he wouldn't drink it. After speaking, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Xiaoxi was still encouraging him from the side. Good job. He put down the bowl and was about to speak when a piece of candy was stuffed into his mouth. After doing this, she walked towards the bedroom with her hands behind her back, saying she was going to sleep. Jisheng, left behind by her, had her drink it, echoing in his mind. At the hospital, just as Xiaoxi walked into the consultation room, she saw Meng Meng and Dongshu arguing. Meng Meng explained to her that Dongshu's mother had paid a surprise visit last night. At his place, she saw Meng Meng and mistook her for her son's girlfriend. Dongshu, on the side, grumbled unconvinced, my market value is very high, okay? Many people want to be my girlfriend. The two childish people started bickering again. Xiaoxi was already used to it. She took out the constantly ringing phone from her pocket. Looking at the caller ID, her expression instantly turned ugly. She sat in her office chair and placed the incessantly ringing phone face down on the desk. Ming Ming was curious whose call it was, as it had been ringing all day. Just then, Xiaoxi's phone rang again. Her friend came over and advised her to take the call outside since she was on a break. Xiaoxi reluctantly took her phone and went out to answer it. In a stern tone, she demanded to know what the caller wanted. Hearing that the person wanted to visit her father, she mocked them. Her dad had been in there for so long, and they hadn't visited. Now that she just got the money back, they wanted to visit. Xiaoxi didn't want to listen to their pretense anymore, and warned the person not to stir up trouble in front of her father. Just then, someone walked up behind her, but she didn't notice at first. The person on the phone misunderstood that Jisheng was her backer. She didn't directly deny it. She went along with it and threatened the person, saying it was best not to push her into getting her backer involved. When she hung up the phone and turned around, she saw the very person she was talking about standing right behind her. Her face turned red with embarrassment. She asked him when he had arrived. It became even more awkward when he said he had been there from the beginning. Then she asked him what he was doing here. He explained that an acquaintance was hospitalized and he was here to visit. Xiaoxi saw that he didn't ask anything and instead took the initiative to ask, "You don't mind, do you?" Jixing glanced at her and calmly replied, "Mind what? Mind being used as a weapon by me?" This made her even more embarrassed. "Well, you're just so useful." Then she stared at his empty hands. "You visit patients without bringing a gift." He casually replied that he forgot to buy one. In fact, he had already asked Yuan Bao to send it over. Xiaoxi believed him, took his hand, and led him to buy a gift nearby. Her unconscious action instantly lifted Jisheng's mood. In the car, one of them was driving while the other was contentedly eating snacks. Jisheng teased her, saying she wasn't helping him buy things. She was clearly just hitching a ride. She pretended to be formal, holding the food with both hands and respectfully offering it to him. He couldn't free his hands while driving, so Xiaoxi directly picked one up and put it in his mouth, not forgetting to ask, "It's good, right?" The man's face turned red from her actions, and he replied shyly. Hearing him say it was good, she decided to bring some for Qi Wei tomorrow. After confirming that she was really going to Minsheng, he asked Xiaoxi if she had forgotten what day tomorrow was. Seeing her confused look, he was sure she had really forgotten. He reminded her that they were going to see his parents tomorrow. She was completely stunned. Then what should I do? Jisheng didn't care, thinking to himself, let's see where you can run now. The next day, Xiaoxi looked at a group photo sent to her phone and vented her dissatisfaction to Jisheng. She could have gone today, but she was dragged by him to visit his parents. He looked at the photo of Dongxiu standing with Qi Wei and asked if they all knew each other. Xiaoxi explained. Mengmeng was now living with Dongxiu. Qi Wei was worried it wouldn't be safe for Mengmeng to go alone, so he went with her. Suddenly, Jisheng's phone buzzed. Xiaoxi saw him staring at his phone in silence and grew worried. She asked him what was wrong. There were some tax issues with Changning Hospital that he had seen before. He was wondering how to contact the director of the tax bureau. Just then, Xiaoxi picked up her phone, made a call, and affectionately called the person on the other end Uncle Yi. Then, she arranged to meet the person at Guangdolu at 7 p.m. tonight. In the evening, Xiaoxi and Jisheng arrived at Guangdolu as scheduled. She happily greeted the person. Inside the private room, not only was Uncle Yi sitting there, but also a young man. The man familiarly called out her name. She looked at the man before her and called out in disbelief, Brother Liang. Confirming that it was really Brother Liang, she excitedly rushed over and hugged him. Uncle Yi interrupted the two and asked who the person she brought was. Jisheng's expression darkened. He interrupted Xiaoxi's introduction and answered himself. Then he casually put his arm around her shoulder and pointedly reminded her that she hadn't introduced that Brother Liang to him yet. However, the man opposite them also introduced himself directly. He was Yi Zudi, Xiaoxi's best childhood playmate. After the introductions, they all sat down. Jisheng and the director of the tax bureau, Yi Hongjing, began to exchange pleasantries. He stated his purpose for coming, and the other party directly told him. He had watched Xiaoxi grow up. He still had to give him some face. He then asked him about entering the medical industry, wondering if Xiaoxi had given him some advice. Jisheng watched the two people talking opposite him. When he saw the man stroking her head, he gave an ambiguous reply. He said his recent insomnia had been tormenting him, keeping him from sleeping. He was currently considering traditional Chinese medicine therapy. This made Xiaoxi a little embarrassed, but the other young man understood his underlying meaning. After the meal, the young people arrived in Jincheng. Looking at the Tang Dynasty chestnuts, Xiaoxi and Brother Liang were reminded of their childhood. They agreed to come and buy them together next time. Jisheng, who was beside them, heard this and directly told the driver to stop the car. Xiaoxi looked at him, not understanding why. He told Xiaoxi not to wait until next time, telling her to go buy some for their guest, showing the attitude of a host. Xiaoxi didn't know what trick Jisheng was playing, but she went to buy them anyway. Looking at the sugar-roasted chestnuts in her hands, she recalled her childhood. Brother Liang would always give his chestnuts to her. Thinking of this, she started to run, wanting to bring them back while they were still hot. At the bar, Xiaoxi ran in with a happy expression, only to see Jisheng sitting alone on the sofa. Meanwhile, Brother Liang had his arm around a curvaceous woman. He smilingly told Brother Liang to put the chestnuts here for now. Facing Jisheng, her expression changed instantly. She clenched her fist and told him to come outside with her for a moment. Outside, Xiaoxi questioned him, asking if he had arranged for the female escort. However, he didn't answer directly. He reminded her that the other person had long since grown up, becoming a man she was unfamiliar with. The bond over Tang Dynasty chestnuts was a thing of the past. Angry, Xiaoxi turned and walked away. She didn't need him to remind her of this. Jisheng was angered by her attitude and grabbed her hand. He said if he didn't remind her, she wouldn't even think about being led astray by someone. The two started arguing at the entrance. Xiaoxi reminded him that he was the one who asked for her help today. He began to speak recklessly, saying he never asked her to throw herself at another man's son. Xiaoxi was hurt by his words and ran away crying, shouting that she didn't need him to manage her affairs. She was walking alone on the road when suddenly a car car chased after her from behind. Several kidnappers wearing black hoods got out of the car. One of them pointed at her and confirmed the target with his accomplice. Xiaoxi realized the situation was not good and turned to run, shouting for help. However, Lady Luck did not smile upon her. A kidnapper from behind grabbed her by the hair. The dagger in his hand was pressed against her neck as he arrogantly ordered her to shut up. Suddenly, the kidnapper was subdued by Ji Sheng, who had chased after them. He kicked the kidnapper in the stomach. Unable to bear the pain, the kidnapper dropped the dagger in his hand. He protected Xiaoxi and asked if she was all right. From behind him, Xiaoxi suddenly shouted a loud warning. "Be careful." The kidnapper lunged at Ji Sheng with the dagger. He bent down to dodge, directly exposing Xiaoxi to the kidnapper. Ji Sheng didn't have time to save her. He swiftly moved to shield her in his arms and was stabbed in the back by the kidnapper's dagger. He didn't pay much attention to his injury. He grabbed the kidnapper's hand and knocked him to the ground with a punch. He took the opportunity to pull Xiaoxi away and escape. At the same time, his wound was exposed to her. The kidnappers behind them were in hot pursuit. He comforted her, telling her not to be afraid. Soon, reinforcements appeared before them. Yuan Bao approached and noticed his injury. However, he just took the car keys, gave instructions for what to do next, and left. Meanwhile, Ji Sheng wanted Xiaoxi to drive home. She disagreed, demanding he go to the hospital. He pushed her into the car, reminding her that he is a doctor. She still wanted to struggle, but the man told her to listen to him. Back home, Xiaoxi helped him treat his wound, secretly relieved that his injury wasn't severe. She had a guilty look on her face. If it wasn't for me. As she was thinking this, she was interrupted by Ji Sheng, who took her hand and asked if she was still angry. She didn't react for a moment. He had to remind her about the nightclub incident. She said she wasn't angry, just a little disappointed. Then, her eyes filled with tears. After what had just happened, how could she still have the energy to be angry? As she spoke, she suddenly burst into tears, guiltily expressing her apologies. He pulled the crying girl into his arms, comforting her that he was fine. After venting her emotions, she said she would do her best to compensate him. She would help treat his insomnia, help him quit smoking, brew traditional Chinese medicine for him to drink every day, and buy a joke book to help lift his spirits, and so on. After some playful banter, the two started talking about serious matters. Today's incident was clearly aimed at him, but he didn't have a single clue. Just then, Yuan Bao rushed in frantically. Ji Sheng thought it was about the kidnappers and asked what had been found out. But the other's next words instantly plunged him into fear. Chairman Xiao, his father, was not going to make it. Ji Sheng and Xiaoxi hurriedly returned to the old family home. They found Chairman Xiao's room filled with people. His father called his name. He quickly walked forward and held his father's hand. Xiao's mother held Xiaoxi's hand, forcing herself to remain calm. "Didn't you just say you wanted to see your son and his wife? They're both here." The two of them were at Chairman Xiao's bedside. He told his father not to worry about him. He was married. Xiaoxi was his wife. It was the first time he had called the old man on the bed father, and it might also be the last. The old man gripped his son's hand. He instructed them to live well and to take good care of his mother. The old man never had the chance to say what else he wanted to. Ji Sheng told his father to rest assured, but he never received a response from his father. He cautiously called out "Father." He understood that his father had truly left him. Holding his father's hand, he wept bitterly. When Xiao's mother learned her husband had passed away, she was heartbroken. Seeing Xiao's mother like this, he wiped the tears from his face and composed himself. Enduring his pain, he comforted his mother, telling her not to be sad, that he was still there. Xiaoxi's heart ached as she watched him arrange the funeral affairs, having to put on a brave face despite his own grief. She had an impulse, a strong desire to do something to help him. It was too late. He told Yuan Bao to take her home. However, she didn't want to leave. "Is there anything I can do to help?" She knew he was very sad. She held his hand and firmly stated that she would always be there. Looking at the girl in front of him, he was afraid he would break down. He pulled her into a hug. He understood her feelings. He called Yuan Bao over and instructed him to take Xiaoxi home. Xiaoxi was curled up on the sofa, looking at her phone. She hadn't heard from Ji Sheng all day. She was debating whether to call him. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling her. Looking at the unknown caller ID, she uncertainly called out Ji Sheng's name. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, she learned it was her father. Songba asked her if Xiao Dingxiang had passed away. The reason she was able to marry Ji Sheng in the first place was that her father had threatened Xiao Dingxiang with leverage he held. Xiaoxi understood her father's worry. He was worried that without this leverage, Ji Sheng would divorce her. She explained to her father that the other party hadn't wronged her in any way. If he wanted a divorce, she would accept it. Just then, Jisheng returned. He didn't hear the rest of her father's worried words. Seeing him return, Xiaoxi asked if he had eaten. She turned to go to the kitchen to cook him some dough-drop soup, but he stopped her. He looked at Xiaoxi with a serious expression, saying he had something to tell her. Seeing his hesitant look, she felt a sense of panic. He was finally going to bring up divorce. The next second, however, she heard him ask if she wanted to attend his dad's funeral. He lit a cigarette. His dad's burial was the day after tomorrow. He had come to ask her opinion. His dad acknowledged her as his daughter-in-law before he passed away. Of course, she had to go. Many of the Qiao family's relatives would be at Chairman Qiao's funeral. If she appeared, it would be equivalent to cementing her status as the Qiao family's daughter-in-law, especially with Gu Dongshu. Had she thought about how to explain it to him? She pressed down on his hand that was holding the cigarette and handed him a lollipop. As long as he wasn't worried about her, there was nothing to hide. Looking at the lollipop she offered, he hesitated for a moment before taking it. Actually, no one can accompany another person forever. A lifetime is just a series of fated encounters. She walked to the window and opened the curtains. Your father had you with him at the end. He must have had no regrets. As she spoke, sunlight streamed in, dazzling his eyes. He teased, so husband and wife are also just a fated encounter then? Xiaoxi didn't expect him to apply her words so readily. She was just trying to comfort him with good intentions. He waved his hand, telling her not to speak in platitudes with him. She retorted that she wasn't speaking in platitudes. She would accompany him. Hearing this, he was secretly delighted. However, Xiaoxi was unaware of his good mood, looking at him anxiously from behind. Many people came to Chairman Qiao's funeral. As expected of the Qiao family, it was such a grand affair. At the funeral, Dongshu spotted Xiaoxi. She didn't know how to begin explaining to him why she was there. He kindly reminded her to leave quickly, saying his young uncle would be angry if he saw her later. Seeing Dongshu about to leave, she reached out and grabbed him. Just as she finally gathered the courage to explain, a girl rushed over and demanded to know if she was Songshi. It turned out this girl was Dongshu's young aunt. Xiaoxi sorted out the relationships. Then she must be Jisheng's sister, Qiao Iwan. Before the girl could continue making a scene, Jisheng came over and pressed down on her head to stop her. He took Xiaoxi's hand and introduced her as his wife. Dongshu was the first to cry out upon hearing this news. He was somewhat in disbelief. Xiaoxi quickly said that she would explain it to him later. It turned out the girl really was Jisheng's sister, his full biological sister from the same parents. The girl questioned, "So you're the one Dad forced my brother to marry?" Xiaoxi seriously explained that it was like that before, but not anymore. Jisheng put his arm around his sister, telling her to stop talking and go accompany their mother. The girl didn't want to leave. Xiaoxi reminded her that there would be plenty of time in the future and not to cause trouble for her brother on an occasion like this. Then, as the ceremony was about to begin, the girl cried that she didn't even get to see her father for the last time. Xiaoxi looked at the family of 3 in front of her. As she was hesitating whether to go over, Jisheng turned his head and called to her, telling her to stand by his side. Everyone began a 3-minute moment of silence. The people behind them looked at Xiaoxi standing next to Jisheng, all curious about who she was. After the moment of silence ended, a middle-aged woman instructed Dongshu to ask about Xiaoxi's situation. Outside, Dongshu had a look of shock on his face. For her own protection, Xiaoxi had been married to his young uncle for nearly a year. He lamented with a look of despair about his own generational status taking a nosedive. She comforted him, saying they could just stick to their own terms of address. "I'll call you brother, and you'll call me young aunt." He lamented that it must have been very difficult for Xiaoxi all this time. She had a relaxed look on her face. Jisheng probably got the worst end of the deal, right? Besides, their relationship is quite good now. She waited for Jisheng to finish his work, then took out a thermos and handed it to him. This was soup she had brewed at home. He said he had no appetite right now. She insisted that he drink it, worried that he wouldn't be able to hold up. He took the thermos and muttered to himself, "If I drink this, I'm afraid I really won't be able to hold up." Xiaoxi asked him what he meant, only to see him tilt his head back and drink all the soup. His face was very pale. The next second, he collapsed directly into Xiaoxi's arms. Jisheng slowly woke up from his coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiaoxi straddling his body. Her face was full of worry, a towel draped on his forehead. His body was covered in sticky sweat. She wanted to help wipe him clean. He gently took the towel from his forehead, signaling for her to get off, that he could do it himself. It turned out that at the funeral yesterday, he had developed a high fever from excessive grief and fallen unconscious. Seeing this, she had no choice but to bring him home. He had Xiaoxi help him sit up, reaching out to unbutton his shirt to make it easier for her to wipe away the sweat. He had just dreamed of his father. He dreamed that his father was taking him horseback riding. He dreamed that his father said he missed him very much. Those long-lost warm scenes made his heart ache. His parents had divorced when he was young, almost 15 years ago. He was filled with emotion, but Xiaoxi interrupted him. The number of times she had seen her own mother didn't exceed 10. Just like a motherless child. Hearing her words, Jixing couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Why was she making herself sound so miserable? When there is someone around who is more miserable than yourself, the person's own sense of pain will naturally be alleviated. He couldn't help but joke, "I'm not as black-hearted as you." But Xiaoxi didn't mind at all. She believed it was just human instinct. From now on, he will be the pillar of the Xiao family. She urged him to hold on. Just then, he suddenly pulled Xiaoxi into his arms, not moving for a long time. After a good while, Jixing seemed to have fallen asleep, his breathing gradually becoming steady. Xiaoxi didn't dare to move in his arms, afraid of waking him. He had indeed been exhausted these past 2 days and needed a good rest. Gradually, she also closed her eyes in his embrace. The two of them fell asleep, holding each other. The next morning, after Xiaoxi woke up, she found something stuck to her forehead. She curiously took it off to look. It was a sticky note on which were simply written the 3 words, "Sickness is cured," leaving her speechless for a moment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Qiao residence, Xiaowen kept pestering her brother, Jixing, about Songxi. She didn't understand why, now that there was no longer any leverage to be held over him. Her brother was still so tolerant of Songxi. Jixing patted his sister's shoulder, telling her to go back to her room and not to meddle in the affairs between him and Xiaoxi. After Xiaowen left, Xiao's mother finally spoke up to ask Jixing's thoughts. She thought her daughter was right and told him to divorce Songxi quickly. However, Jixing firmly shook his head, stating that he had never thought about divorce. Xiao's mother looked at him in disbelief. Could it be that he had really fallen for Songxi? Jixing was silent for a moment, then nodded, admitting his feelings for Songxi. Ever since Jixing took over the Qiao family's business, Xiaoxi had not seen him for a long time. Today, she met up with a friend to go shopping. Along the way, they passed a clothing store they often frequented. Her friend excitedly pointed at the new arrivals in the store, praising their unique style. Xiaoxi encouraged her to go try them on. Just then, a man came up and asked her friend where she bought the milk tea in her hand. He scratched his head a little awkwardly and asked her friend to lead him there. Her friend happily agreed and told Xiaoxi to wait for her there. After the two left, a man suddenly appeared. He took out his phone and tried to add Xiaoxi's WeChat. Xiaoxi then came to her senses and asked him doubtfully if he knew the man from just now. He quickly explained that he had no ill intentions and just wanted to get to know Xiaoxi. It was just that her friend being there was a bit of an inconvenience. His words made Xiaoxi's expression instantly turn ugly. She rejected his request without hesitation and turned to leave. However, the other party seemed unwilling to give up and wanted to continue pestering her. Just at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. He grabbed the man's arm, threw him to the ground, and shouted at him to get lost. Xiaoxi quickly went forward to greet him. It turned out that the one who had come to her rescue was Jixing's brother. After the two exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Neither of them knew what to say to break the silence. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Jixing's brother took the initiative to suggest that tomorrow was Brother Sheng's birthday, and perhaps they could celebrate it for him together. Hearing this, Xiaoxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. She teased that tomorrow was Double 11. It was indeed a fitting birthday for Qiao the monk. This year, because of what happened with Jixing's father, they planned to throw a big celebration for Jixing. Xiaoxi happily agreed to the invitation. She would be added to a group chat later to discuss the celebration plans with everyone. Soon, her friend returned with a gloomy face. Xiaoxi knew what was bothering her, so she advised her to ignore that person, and the two continued shopping. When Xiaoxi returned home, exhausted and carrying bags big and small, she suddenly heard a familiar voice at the door. She was surprised to find Jixing was actually at home, so she quickly hid the things in her hands behind her back. Jixing walked closer and closer, asking if she was free tomorrow, because Yuan Bao had organized a gathering and wanted to take her along. Hearing his words, Xiaoxi understood what was going on, so she had a flash of inspiration and lied, saying she might have to work overtime tomorrow. Who knew that Jixing would just give a casual reply and closed the door. His reaction surprised her. Wasn't he going to ask her more about it? Jisheng left her with the words, "Aren't you working overtime?" Xiaoxi was filled with regret, secretly blaming herself for taking the joke too far. It was late and quiet, already 12 o'clock. Jisheng was still reading a book. Suddenly, he noticed a figure at the door, stealthily turning off the bedroom light. He helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. Just as he was about to ask what trick she was playing now, he was surprised to discover the bedroom was hung with colorful decorative lights. Xiaoxi appeared before him, holding an exquisite birthday cake. Xiaoxi offered him her birthday wishes. However, he just glanced indifferently at the cake and did not reach out to take it. She looked at his back and couldn't help but quietly ask if he was unhappy. He gently shook his head, sat on the sofa, and told her he wasn't. His thoughts couldn't help but drift back to his previous conversation with Qiao's mother. After Qiao's mother learned of his feelings for Song Shi, she angrily rebuked him for being foolish, asking him what about Qinyu. He lowered his head and explained that things between him and Qinyu were long over. He would explain it clearly to her and then start a new life with Song Shi. At this moment, Xiaoxi walked to his side and curiously asked him, "Since you're not sad, why don't you smile?" He smiled lightly and teased, "Do I have to show it on my face when I'm happy?" After speaking, he gently blew out the candles on the cake. Then he told Xiaoxi to turn on the lights. However, the room was pitch black. Xiaoxi accidentally tripped and was about to fall to the ground. Just at that moment, Jisheng quickly reached out his hands and caught her steadily. The two of them locked eyes, full of affection. However, just at that moment, the cake that had just been thrown aside unexpectedly smashed into Xiaoxi's face. Seeing this comical scene, Jisheng couldn't help but laugh out loud. She exclaimed that now he was finally happy. Xiaoxi was quite angered by his words, gritting her teeth and pouncing on him, wanting to settle the score. She hugged him tightly, smearing the cake from her face onto his. Her actions made Jisheng both embarrassed and exasperated. He grabbed her hands and pushed her out of the room. In the evening, Jisheng looked at the text message on his phone and sighed lightly. It's the same routine every year. It's really boring. What's more, Xiaoxi isn't coming. When he pushed open the door of the private room, he was surprised to find that the person he had been longing for was also present. She stood up with a microphone and once again offered him her birthday wishes. At this moment, everyone crowded around a cake trolley, giving him an unexpected surprise. His gaze swept over everyone's creative costumes, and he couldn't help but tease, "Are we about to stage a grand play?" Xiaoxi explained, a bit awkwardly, that this was a game she used to play in college. Xiaoxi picked up a container of lots and handed it to him, inviting him to draw one to choose a costume. To everyone's surprise, he actually accepted the suggestion with pleasure. Seeing this, his friends all showed surprised expressions. He drew the military uniform. The crowd urged him to go change quickly. In this cheerful atmosphere, Xiaoxi curiously asked about the evening's activities. Jimin smiled mysteriously and told her the game was about to begin. Xiaoxi looked at the cards in her hand. How is it that she had the lowest card again? Jisheng couldn't help but come to her rescue. He seemed a little drunk. Seeing this, the others started to jeer, "Why don't you take his place?" He threw down the cards in his hand without hesitation and asked his companion what he should do. Someone suggested that he choose a member of the opposite sex and enter a dark room with them for 10 minutes. Another person added that if he was unwilling, he would have to drink all the alcohol on the table. He stood up, walked straight to Xiaoxi, and under the teasing gazes of the crowd, pulled a somewhat reluctant Xiaoxi into the dark room. The small dark room was pitch black. Obviously, someone outside had turned off the lights. In the darkness, Xiaoxi fumbled around, trying to find Jisheng's figure. However, he remained silent and did not speak. Suddenly, she accidentally bumped into his knee and stumbled, falling onto him. He felt Xiaoxi's movement and faintly asked her how long she planned to sit on him. "Isn't it for 10 minutes?" Xiaoxi reached out her hand to touch his face and mysteriously told him that she had a gift for him. Under his puzzled gaze, she lifted his chin and said bluntly that she wanted to kiss him. Anyway, no one could see in here. As soon as the words left her mouth, she covered his lips and kissed him. After that, she laughed triumphantly. "You didn't expect that, did you?" However, before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled into a tight embrace by Jisheng and kissed deeply. Before the 10 minutes were up, Jisheng was already carrying Xiaoxi out of the dim, dark room. He ignored the shocked gazes of everyone present and walked straight out, carrying her away, leaving behind a room full of confused faces. The two returned home. Jisheng roughly threw Xiao Shi onto the bed. Xiao Shi looked at him, a little scared, and kept shrinking back. However, Jisheng quickly moved forward. He wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, his gaze burning as he stared at her. He seriously called her name. "You were the one who provoked me first." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned down and kissed her passionately. Xiao Shi struggled to push him away, demanding loudly what exactly their relationship was. This question made Jisheng freeze for a moment. Wasn't she forced to marry him? Seeing Xiao Shi crying like a pear blossom in the rain, his heart filled with guilt. He apologized to her, his voice low and sincere. He then expressed his love for her, that he liked her. He had already fallen deeply in love with her. After hearing this, Xiao Shi's face showed a look of disbelief, as if all of this were a dream. Back when she had mistakenly thought he had a child but still reached out to help him without a second thought, her heart had already been moved by him. However, it was always hard to figure out whether he had even the slightest bit of affection for her. Hearing this, Xiao Shi was incredibly excited. She suddenly sat up and pounded on his chest, retorting, "If I didn't like you, why would I care if you had insomnia every night? If I didn't like you, why would I stay by your side and accompany you on your father's final journey?" Faced with her rebuke, he was overcome with strong emotions and couldn't help but kiss her. When the two separated, he was still immersed in that sweetness, softly begging her to say it again. He gave a sudden push, knocking him down onto the bed. Then he straddled his waist. He tore open his own clothes. A mischievous smile played on his lips. He had bullied him for so long. Today, it was finally his turn to fight back. However, he didn't give him the chance. Instead, he quickly flipped him over, pinning him tightly underneath. The next morning, Xiao Shi slowly woke from his sleep. He rubbed his drowsy eyes and sat up, but he found that Jisheng, who was beside him, was gone. A trace of doubt rose in his heart. He couldn't help but look around, trying to find a trace of him. Xiao Jisheng had vanished without a word since that night. He had been gone for a week. He slammed a fist against the wall. Wasn't he interested in him? What on earth did this attitude mean? Xiao Shi's anger had not yet subsided. A nurse rushed towards him, her voice filled with anxiety. There was a car explosion downstairs. 2 injured people had been sent to the emergency room. Hearing this news, he quickened his pace back to the emergency room while asking about the situation. One of the injured was a hero who acted righteously. It was the man lying unconscious on the hospital bed. He turned his head to look. A flash of shock went through his eyes. Immediately, his expression turned ugly. Even the nurse beside him noticed something was wrong. How could it be Ai? The last time they met was on the day they broke up. At that time, he had learned that Ai cheated on him with a junior female student and rushed to find the girl in a rage. He questioned her about her relationship with Ai. He heard her admit that Ai was her boyfriend. Xiao Shi was in disbelief. The girl's attitude was arrogant. She asked if he was Songshi and told him not to pester her boyfriend anymore. Agitated, Xiao Shi grabbed the junior's hand, still unwilling to believe the truth. He demanded that Ai explain it to him in person. As they struggled, Ai appeared. He angrily told Xiao Shi to let go, walked over, and shielded the junior behind him. He admitted it was his fault for falling for someone else, but he also asked Xiao Shi to break up with some dignity. Hearing his shameless words, Xiao Shi asked him one last time that, "Do you not love me anymore?" He told him to think carefully before answering. Ai admitted it without hesitation and told him to stay away from them in the future. He only replied with an okay, then coldly said, "We're over," and ran away crying. Now, seeing him lying unconscious before him, Xiao Shi's emotions were inevitably affected. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and instructed the nurse to prepare for surgery. Meanwhile, in faraway England, the vanished Xiao Jisheng appeared at a private hospital, holding a bouquet of flowers. He was there to visit Qianyu. He had come this time to tell him something important. Unfortunately, he arrived just as it was time for his surgery. Qianyu grabbed Jisheng's hand, thinking he was still angry about their breakup 2 years ago, and that's why he refused to see him. He asked Jisheng to wait a little longer. However, before he could finish, Jisheng interrupted him. He explained that he wasn't there to get back together with him. He had already fallen in love with someone else. Although he was very sorry, but he still told Qianyu that they were completely over. Meng Meng heard that Shun Jiaoi had returned and rushed over anxiously to try and comfort Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi tried to hide his feelings, but his friend keenly sensed it. His friend held his hand and comforted him softly. If you want to cry, just cry. Don't keep it bottled up. Xiaoxi could no longer hold back his tears. He just felt that all of this had happened too suddenly. Just then, Dongshu also hurried over, bringing shocking news. Shun Zhaoyi had been parachuted into the acupuncture department, directly taking the position of department head. Xiaoxi was utterly shocked. Ai's father had been imprisoned for kidnapping. His own father had also always opposed their relationship back then. With such a background, how was this possible? It turned out that before breaking up with Xiaoxi, Ai had volunteered to join the most dangerous peacekeeping forces. He had gambled with his life in exchange for his future today. He hadn't actually cheated back then. He was just afraid that Xiaoxi would be hurt because of his own situation. Dongshu was about to ask about him and his little uncle, but was interrupted by Meng Meng, who was beside him. Annoyed, he put Meng Meng in a headlock and dragged him out, leaving Xiaoxi a space to think alone. The two started bickering childishly at the hospital entrance. Just then, Jixing returned and happened to see this scene. He spoke up, interrupting them to ask where Songshu was. After learning he was on the 4th floor, he didn't disturb them further. Dongshu was about to call out to him, but was interrupted by Meng Meng again. He got so angry, he directly pinched Meng Meng's face, yelling at him to shut up. Jixing went upstairs to look for Xiaoxi. Suddenly, he heard a long time no see Xia. He stopped his tracks, puzzled. Meanwhile, after Xiaoxi checked on Ai's condition inside the room, the two began to exchange pleasantries. Ai apologized for not being able to help when Xiaoxi's father had his accident back then. Xiaoxi, in turn, politely expressed that he was happy for him that he was able to come back. Ai looked at Xiaoxi's cold attitude, anxiously reaching out to grab his arm. He explained that he had never betrayed him. Xiaoxi gently pushed his hand away and told him with a smile. He already knew about what happened 3 years ago. He didn't blame him. However, Xiaoxi's action deeply stung Ai. He disregarded the wounds on his body. He gripped Xiaoxi's hand tightly, eagerly asking, "Did we miss our chance?" He wanted to say more, but just then, the door was suddenly pushed open. Jixing walked in with a serious expression. He also wanted to know what Xiaoxi's answer was. Meanwhile, Meng Meng and Dongshu returned to the hospital. Inadvertently, they overheard nurses gossiping about Xiaoxi. He was instantly furious. He loudly reprimanded the gossiping nurses. "Are you going to work or not?" A bunch of gossips. Seeing this, Dongshu immediately went forward to comfort Meng Meng. "Don't be angry. My little uncle will handle these things." However, Meng Meng felt a little disappointed. What exactly is the relationship between Xiaoxi and his little uncle? Why didn't he even tell him? Dongshu noticed his mood, patted him, and comforted him gently. "Xiaoxi probably just hasn't had the chance to tell you yet. Don't be sad." After speaking, he put his arm around Meng Meng and walked out, suggesting they go get some milk tea to help him relax. In the hospital room, Xiaoxi looked at Jixing in front of him, a little surprised. Why is he here? Jixing looked at him with a complicated expression. He thought his appearance had interrupted something good. He quickly explained, "You misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I just got out of danger. It's not convenient to talk here." After saying that, he turned to tell Ai to rest well, then pushed Jixing out of the room. Ai watched their departing figures, an inexplicable sense of loss welling up in his heart. He understood. He had truly missed his chance. After the two left the room, Xiaoxi grabbed Jixing's tie. He questioned him, "What on earth are you trying to do? I just had surgery. Couldn't you have said whatever you wanted to say outside?" Jixing took a deep breath. "I was afraid you would rekindle an old flame." He was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Jixing, a shy blush creeping onto his face. He asked in a low voice, "Didn't you disappear after that day? How was I supposed to know what you meant?" Jixing stepped forward, gently wrapped his arms around his waist, and looked at him affectionately. "Everything I said that day was true." As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed the back of his hand, expressing his love. Xiaoxi shyly lowered his head and softly replied, "Me too." Seeing his shy appearance, Jixing couldn't help but tease him. "Me too what?" Before he could speak, he suddenly leaned down and kissed him deeply. After the kiss, Xiaoxi decided to go talk things over with Ai. Jixing wanted to go with him, but was refused. He wanted to wait for him outside. He had interrupted his conversation with Ai earlier, which prevented him from making things clear. Jixing nodded helplessly and turned to walk aside. He had just taken out a cigarette and lit it when suddenly, a familiar figure walked up behind him. The person spoke up, "Jixing, I'm back." Jixing and Xiao, she turned to look at the woman who had suddenly appeared, both with surprised expressions in their eyes.